The off-season is officially over. Welcome to sunny South Florida and Homestead-Miami Speedway for the 13th annual Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Honda and the Florida region of the Sports Car Club of, Headquarter Toyota. Did I say Headquarter Honda? Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the Sports Car Club of America. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, joined by Nick Soriano. I'm not going to get his name wrong. And we're ready to kick off a brand new racing year. The weekend marks the first stop of the 2026 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour and the opening qualifier for the 2026 SCCA National Championship runoffs, making every lap in these majors races count right from the start. Alongside them, competitors from the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. They're going to bring depth, variety, and plenty of hard-fought racing to the program throughout the weekend. And so we're here at 2.3-mile Homestead-Miami Speedway, the road course, which challenges drivers with a mix of technical sections, high-speed flow, demanding precision, and commitment from the very first green flag of the season, which is out right now. And for some, it's about punching a ticket towards the runoffs. For others, it's about regional glory and championship momentum. And Nick, the new season begins right here.
Yeah, it sure does, and it starts with a beautiful morning at the track, and having been to that track before for this event, I can tell you the excitement of being able to race in January is something special for the Florida region, because not all of us are lucky enough to be able to go racing right now. So I can tell you every driver's excited to be there, and I think we're going to see a great weekend of action.
Yeah, absolutely a full day on the docket here. We've got drivers, our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers now out on track for their qualifying session. We're still waiting to get the timing and scoring up from the track, and as soon as we do, we will pop that up on screen. And actually, it looks like we now do. And so we have, I believe, somewhere along the lines of 20 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers taking to the track for what is a 20-minute qualifying session. Our schedule today, Nick, we are going to have, let's see here. Let me pull up that schedule where we're going to have 7 run groups. We're going to have 7 qualifying sessions, which should take us somewhere till around 11:30 this morning. And then we're going to come back in the afternoon. We are going to go racing, and we are going to have our first races of the weekend, 25 minutes long sprint races for each of those 7 race groups. But as I said, we've got Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 out on the track right now. We've got many national champions in the class, and some other classes as well that have signed up to run Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 this weekend, like Trey Ayers, our 2017 national champion, Todd Vanacore, who is our Prototype 1 champion back in 2023. Of course, we've got the Schofield entry, 2-time national champion in the older Gen 2 versions of the Spec Racer Fords, but also our 2019 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 winner, and coming off a national championship 2 years ago in Formula V. We've got Stephen Whitston, who I believe we're going to see here in Spec Racer Ford, and we'll see him a little bit later today in Formula Enterprises 2 as well.
Yeah, it's a great lineup. It's fantastic to see so many returning champions from not just this class, but other classes. And it just makes the competition so much more, exciting. To have these guys who know what they're doing in these different classes come to a spec class where it's really all about the driver is exactly what the SCCA is all about.
Yeah, indeed. And in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, like we'll see a little bit later in SMX and Spec Miata, very reliant on the draft, and a good portion of the oval being used here this weekend. The version of the infield road course that we are using utilizes turn 3 and turn 4 of the oval. And once they come out of the hairpin here at turn 8, it's pretty much a straight run, nothing but acceleration until they get to the start-finish line on the front straight. So racers are on their first flying laps now. We'll have times in just a few moments. The driver sitting at the front of the field in the silver number 68 machine. That is Jim Goffrey. And Jim, let's see, I believe Jim is out of, oh my gosh, where is Jim? coming to us from, I believe, he is out of Jupiter, Florida, running the Motion Dynamics car. So not that long a drive for him to get down to Homestead.
No, you'd have to think this is a home track for him, really, since that's about as close as you can ask for a racetrack to be in your backyard.
Yeah, indeed. And so, what I think certainly the driver to watch for, and I'm looking to see if he made the grid because I don't see him listed as having crossed the line to start a flying lap, is Brian Schofield, who is, again, a multi-time national champion. And he has a habit of running the table here at Homestead almost every single year. We'll see if he brings out his machine, the number 61 PM Racing machine, and again, local track for him. He's out of Lakeland, Florida.
Yeah. I don't see anything on the timing as well, but you can see the way the draft is already bunching up. It seemed like early on the cars had paired off, and you're slowly getting into a line, a little conga line, as they say, just due to the nature of this track and being able to use the banking. So seeing the qualifying is getting me excited for the race, knowing that they're already running close together.
Oh, gosh, yes. All right, so let's take a look here. And at the moment, it looks like Jim Goffrey with a 1:30. Well, actually, I don't have our sorted times here. We'll hopefully have those in just a moment. As you can see, we're having a little trouble with our timing and scoring at the moment here as drivers are coming across the line to complete their second flying lap. And here we go. Jim Goffrey with a 1:31.141. That is not the fastest time. I'm going to have to, Nick, yeah, you're going to have to give me a couple seconds here, Nick, to try and get this figured out.
Yeah, no problem. I'm having the same visual bugs on my timing as well.
Yeah. Let me see if we can pull up, because when I'm trying to pull things up sorted by lap time, as we would do in qualifying, I'm not getting that correct sort order. So let me try and walk through the order here. I see Grant Vogel in the number 44 machine at 1:30.660.
I think that is our fastest so far. I'm scrolling through the list, but a lot of we've got Peter Dempsey at a 1:30.8, and there's Von Mishko at 1:30.8 as well. So Scott Monroe at a 1:30.8, Matt Gray at a 1:30.8. You can see the buddy system really paying off here as these lap times are very close to each other.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll try and get the sorting in order here in just a moment. We're trying to figure things out. I think actually, see, we're showing no times for a good portion of our drivers, and it looks like we've had at least one driver now take to the pit lane. We'll call that off now. Certainly we'll have our timing and scoring, Nick, figured out by the time these racers take to the track for their sprint race. We're anticipating green flag time of 12:30 this afternoon for our very first sprint race of the weekend. As we're watching there, that is the number 44 machine. That is Grant Vogel. And we've got both, I think, father and son racing here this weekend. That the two Vogels, both John and Grant, signed up. Grant the son, John the father. I don't see a time in currently from Dad, but Grant is down to a 1:31.380 at the moment.
All right. Yeah, the field looks to be starting to turn left. I'm surprised timing isn't working for us, unfortunately.
And wanted to, of course, Nick, let everybody know that this qualifying session presented by one of the great sponsors bringing you coverage this weekend for Homestead-Miami Speedway, that is the D Welding Shop. Want to thank them for coming on board and bringing you this action. But as we're just about halfway through this qualifying session, let's do this. Why don't we take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors. Hopefully we'll have that timing and scoring situation figured out by the time we come back with more qualifying action here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 13th annual Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With the new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. And Nick, unfortunately, we didn't get that timing and scoring issue figured out. Actually, it's something that I think our hosts are working on diligently at the moment. But again, somewhere along the lines now of, I think, 24 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers. We don't have, to the best of my knowledge, don't have any of the Gen 2 racers, which would be for South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. If they're racing in the majors, qualifying for the runoffs, they're all going to be in those Gen 3 cars that have the 1.6 liter Ford Focus motors.
Yeah, I was looking through the entry list, and I think you're right. I did not see any of our second gens, so the race within a race we might not see this weekend, as we're used to at some of our events, and we'll just have to enjoy the tight racing of the Gen 3 cars.
Yeah, and so again, hopefully we'll have some of that timing and scoring in here soon enough. Again, we think at the moment. Now we see that Scott Monroe is down into the 130 range. Monroe driving the number 00 Access Company's entry at a 130.702. Jim Goffrey, who was that lead car off the pit lane when we started our qualifying session today, he's down to a 134.62. Looking to see who else we have in the 130 range. At the moment, Vaughn Mishko in the 101 machine. Vaughn, a 134.86, so just a couple clicks, about 200ths of a second off of Goffrey's times. We did have a number of racers, Nick, early on here come down to the pit lane, and I'm wondering if it was just a question of trying to find a more suitable drafting partner. But it looks like most of those drivers have come back out on track.
Yeah, very possible to have the spacing just be a little bit out of whack. Maybe you thought you were going to be with one person, your driving styles aren't matching up this morning, and you want to find someone new, or maybe you just want to put a lap in by yourself.
Yeah.
It's totally reasonable. I do think I saw a pretty slick time from Todd Vanacore with a 29.0.
Oh my.
Yeah, which would be a big jump from what we've been seeing. And Trey Ayers at a 28.9. I would imagine.
My. So yeah, and I think he's the first racer now into the 28s. And Trey in that Ayers Motorsports entry, he was your 2017 Spec Racer Ford 3 national champion. As we've got a car, looks like coming off of the turn 2 NASCAR or IndyCar banking just before the drivers come out of the hairpin over at turn 8. Looks like he is disabled there, but I guess he's far enough back from where where that exit is that it really shouldn't affect these drivers' lap times all that much.
Yeah, I would imagine that they are in a safe enough spot over there. That's a relatively good place to be stranded. Not that you ever want to be stranded, but if you had to be, that's pretty far offline and a good spot.
All right, now, Nick, I think we're starting to see some lap times come in, and our timing and scoring may be a little bit more accurate. And Von Mishko, who we talked about a little bit earlier, he is driving the 101 machine. He is out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan, so one of the snowbirds here this weekend. Well, he was your fastest driver until Todd Vanacore, and you just mentioned Vanacore and Trey Ayers. Down, we're showing times in the 29, so we may not have all their lap times in. I'm showing Vanacore at a 29.474. Vanacore was your 2023 P1 national champion. Took that at Virginia International Raceway. So we'll try and track these as they come in now, but I think some of the lap times that we have possibly do not reflect some of these earlier laps that we have. Should mention, everybody, that our next qualifying session will be small bore. We'll have our production classes. I think also super touring under, as well as B-Spec coming out, and that's going to start in just a few moments here from Homestead-Miami Speedway.
That should be a fun group here. I feel like these cars fit this track very well, and it's going to be a great weekend with them in the a pretty sizable field from what I saw on the entry list. Yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Good fields here. I'm a little surprised. I expected to see a few more of the big ground pounders, but we've got a nice, much like last year, a nice contingent of spec Corvettes. They're going to be running in the SARRC, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. Some of our regional cars. Those are primarily based on the Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette chassis. I think C5 machines, and always put on a great race. But at the moment here, let's see, I am showing now, look at this, Von Mishko and Jim Goffrey. Mishko with a 129.806, Goffrey with a 129.808 currently, but again, we're fairly certain, Nick, you saw some at least one driver down in the 128 range at one point, so we're still having some issues with the timing and scoring here.
Yes, I think that we're not quite perfected on that yet, but it could be invalidated laps as well, something like that. But
all right, looks like Mishko and Goffrey once again improving and both of them, and we'll have to see if they're out together on track, Nick, and they are locked nose to tail. Both Mishko and Goffrey ran an identical 129.649 that time by, but Brian Schofield, who indeed is out on track, and there's the Schofield number 61 machine, that blue and silver entry that again we've seen run the table here at Homestead so many years prior. He turns in a 129.62, but that is almost 0.15 of a second off of Todd Vanacore, who's put in a 129.474 in the number 19 machine, which I believe is usually a red chassis. that he runs in Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they're going to shake up here. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some better, more concrete results and report back about how this qualifying session went, because from the few laps I've seen, it looks like we've got a pretty tight field. I think the front's going to be just nose to tail the whole race. We're going to have a shootout.
Yeah, indeed. And we are getting word that Todd Vanacore's got the number 19 on the pit lane. And now with the cautions going out, you can see the flashing yellow lights. We've just about hit that 20-minute mark. And they did go. And we are getting word that they threw the checker flag a little bit early, and I think to get that car off of the banking, and so that's going to bring an end. And it, from the looks of it, again, we're not 100% here on the qualifying times for our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, but we think Todd Vanacore will be your provisional pole sitter for this afternoon's race, scheduled for 12:30 this afternoon. Might be a little bit before, might be a little bit after today. Brian Schofield on the outside of the front row with Vaughn Mishko and Jim Goffrey turning in identical lap times, making up a row number 2. Trey Ayers, 5th fastest. And we talked about early on Steve Whitston, who was former Formula V national champion, 9th fastest. John and Grant Vogel, 11th and 12th. And again, that's what we believe at this point to be accurate lap times. I'm sure, Nick, we'll probably have this group all figured out by the time they go racing this afternoon.
Yeah, I've got no doubt. I'm sure they're working hard in timing and scoring right now, and they'll have that sorted out for us before we get the green flag to drop.
Indeed. All right, so we're going to take another quick break here, and next on track going to be our small bore production. We've got the classes there up on the screen. Our production classes, B-Spec, some of our regional, also STU Super Touring Under, and then we've got some of our regional classes, SARRC classes, the Legends cars, SPU, and C-Spec as well. So stay with us. We'll have more racing action here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. And Nick, I think we've got our timing and scoring issues. Possibly, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think we've got them all worked out. Next up here is what we call small bore production. It is multi-class racing as opposed to what we saw earlier with just the single spec racer Ford group. And we've got here a number of classes in our production categories, as well as B-Spec. We're seeing the return of some of our GT Light entries that are running as regional racers, because at least at the national level, the GT Light class was melded into F production. And so we will see a couple of GT Light racers, like I think Paul Mavoli in that blue and white Nissan, that will be running for SARRC points, that they aren't going to be qualifying for the runoffs here in today's race. But we do have some other racers that will be running in F production with what were previously GT Light cars, like Peter Shadowin in the yellow number 72 Honda CRX. But we've also got B-Spec, including our B-Spec pole sitter from the runoffs, Josh Schmidt, running here in his Chevy Sonic, and a lot of good variety here.
Yeah, this is a incredibly diverse field with your daily commuters to some of the, what we'd consider the highest end track weapons in the pair of Lotus Exiges that they've got. This is really cool to see, and just shows you that you really can find a place to run any car you want at an SCCA event.
Yeah, indeed. I think we just saw out also one of the BMW M3s. I think that was Michael Kuna in the high-speed motorsport BMW M3, the white machine with the blue striping there. And there are the two Lotus Exiges, the two Krug Speed machines. Anthony Garacci with one flying lap in the books. Currently your provisional pole sitter, Kuna, in that number 74 BMW, second fastest, separated by about a half second. Richard Estacio, who is in the yellow Exige. They're coming into our view over at turn 6. He is currently third fastest, and then fourth fastest overall is Jose Osiris Pena in the black and yellow Honda CRX. Pena was our 2024 Super Touring Light National Champion. He runs a CRX in STU. He runs a CRX in Super Touring Light in STL. So we'll see him a little bit later. The cars look almost identical, but have different drivetrains underneath them. And there's that CRX that I was talking about a little bit earlier with Peter Shadowin. Interesting to note, Nick, that CRX is actually a rear-wheel drive tube chassis machine. It is not a front-wheel drive CRX. That pretty much the only thing that's really stock about that, well, not even stock, but Honda about that is the drivetrain itself, the engine and the transmission. As we've got a car smoking quite heavily on the pit lane, Nick, and I think that's what it looks like, one of the Krug Speed Exiges. That's Michael Garacci, or probably Anthony Garacci in the number 3 machine. It
is, yeah. But he pulled in pretty quick. We could see a little bit of smoke as he rounded the maybe a little more than a little bit of smoke. I did see a little trail in the background on the banking as we were looking back in that direction, but that's a pretty significant amount. I will say there are multiple reasons for it here. The banking here is pretty steep comparatively to a lot of other tracks, and it is parabolic. If you didn't know that watching at home, it gets steeper at the top and it is shallower at the bottom. But it really does. There you go. We've got 18 at the bottom, 20 at the top, 19 throughout the middle, and the tires can really take a beating here because unlike Daytona's banking, which many of us are familiar with, you have to really turn the wheel to get through this banking still. It's really a turn more than Daytona. You feel like you're just driving straight and the track carries you around. So tire rubs, a lot of times that can cause oil starvation. So whole handful of issues that could cause some smoking.
And we were just watching a couple of our B-Spec racers on track. Josh Schmidt in the Babyface Fabrication, Chevy Sonic, and then right alongside him in the City Chevrolet throwback liveried Mazda 2, Chris Taylor in the number 62 machine there. And but currently our fastest driver on track in B-Spec is Carson Neal. In the NTEC Oil Fast MD CNR engineering machine. That is the 171 car, with Josh Schmidt now second fastest, and his nemesis also in a Chevy Sonic, Stuart Black, currently running third fastest, about 1.8 seconds separating all of those drivers. But I'll tell you right now, at least early on, Carson Neal in that 171 machine. That is a Mazda 2 out of DeLeon Springs, Florida. He's got the measure of the B-Spec field. Over in E-Production, Steve Saney in his Active Auto Works STS Racing machine, your fastest drivers. We've got, obviously, there a car that is run a little wide coming through turn one off in the grass.
Sure did. Trying to get a gauge on what car that could be. I'm looking for a red Miata. Yeah, I think that would be the one. Could be the 38 of Raymond Heath. And that would be the FP entry.
Yeah, looking to see if that possibly could be Ray Seabird Heath in the Windsor Customs machine. Number 38 Mazda Miata. Ray out typically racing in the Washington, D.C. region as part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in a class called SSM, essentially for 1.6 liter Miatas, but racing here in F production. And it appears though they've got a black flag out, Nick, which is going to bring all of our drivers now down and onto the pit lane. With about 11 minutes remaining here in this qualifying session presented by Exclusive Level Auto Glass. And with that black flag, it could be a perfect time for us to take a little break. Thanks to more of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll bring you more qualifying coverage here from Homestead. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Please stay with us. Ready for that next Tin Top challenge? Check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. All right, welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. And Nick, we are still under black flag conditions as I think they're still looking to remove that Mazda Miata from the outside of turn. Well, yeah, I think still back behind our timing ticker there. There they are, still getting that car hooked up. We've had seems like a number of drivers under the impression that they're probably not going to be able to put in any more flying laps, or by the time they get their heat back in their tires, probably not going to be able to put it in times. And well, now not going to matter much because we're kind of hard to see it behind that Baptist health sign, but the checkered flag now being displayed, and I guess the determination was made that they wouldn't be able to get that car out of the way before the 20-minute timer expired. So let's quickly here, we'll give you a rundown, break things down by class after our first qualifying session. We'll start off with STU, Super Touring Under, which has our provisional pole sitter and provisional pole sitter coming into our second race of the day, scheduled to start at about 1:10. Would be led by Richard Estacio with a qualifying time of 1:27.1. Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, second fastest, almost 1.2 seconds off of Estacio. Michael Kuna, in his BMW, third fastest. Anthony Garaci, whose car there that we've got the camera focused on with the engine cover up and the emergency workers putting down a whole bunch of kitty litter to cover the oil that came out of the back of that car. I think it's going to take a lot of work to get that car on track, Nick, but he was fourth fastest in class. Over in E-Production, Steve Saney in the Active AutoWorks STS racing machine, the number 34 car, your provisional pole sitter with almost 7 seconds on the rest of the production field. Mark Wahlberg, who I believe was outrated his 70th and 71st runoff races at Road America this past fall, looking for what would likely be 72nd and 73rd, as he typically will run both E-Production and F-Production over the course of the year and qualify. He's running his E-Production Mazda Miata here. And then Yuri Kalatzos in the SWR 77 Rotec entry was third fastest. Over in F-Production, Peter Shadwin in his Honda CRX with a qualifying time of 1:31 flat, had almost 3.3 seconds on Cliff Ira. Ira in his Honda Del Sol was our 2014 STL national champion. He took that win at Daytona in an Acura Integra. Paul Mavoli, third fastest in his Nissan, and then Chris Copley in his Toyota, fourth fastest. In B-Spec, Carson Neal, your provisional pole sitter with 0.8 of a second on Stuart Black, and Josh Schmidt, Chris Taylor, fourth fastest. And the sole SARRC runner in this race, Ted Phoenix, in his GT Light Nissan, turned in a qualifying time of 1:49.2. Again, our sole racer running in Soul Racer qualified in GTL. I think we did have a few more entries that just did not make the session today.
Yeah, I think looking at some of these times, the field really never got into their groove. There's a lot of big gaps in some of the fields, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any kind of dark horses that come out in the race, make their way through their respective fields and find their way to a pretty big battle there. It's a little strange to see those bigger gaps, but with a shortened session like that, it's bound to happen sometimes.
Yeah, indeed. Most of the racers, they only got at most 2, possibly 3 flying laps in. We showed some of them as showing 4 laps, but that was simply as they crossed the start-finish line when the black flag came out and they were on the pit lane when they completed that final lap. But definitely no real time for the drivers to get any heat in the equipment, or after for what some of them could have been a couple of months off to really knock the rust off. So next up, Nick, is going to be Spec Miata. And we may see a couple of racers. The other classes that we have listed there, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET, are SARRC classes that are variations on Spec Miata based on either the tires they're running or whether they're in with specific engine specs. But I think the majority of the racers are going to be racing as part of the majors and doing qualifying for the runoffs in the fall. And that race is next here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Stay with us. We'll be back with you with more qualifying action in just a few minutes.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows in Spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano, and Nick heading out on track now for putting in their outlap. It's Spec Miata.
Yeah, this is my bread and butter, so I'm excited to see what some of my friends and colleagues are going to do out here. And we've got a huge group here, 46 entries on the list, and we'll see if as many made the grid. But a great group for this size track. Should be really exciting.
Yeah, a lot of former national champions in the field, and I think one big surprise, I saw him on the entry list here a couple days ago, and great to mention we've got the return, not running his normal number, not running the number 2 machine, but Jim Drago, who is a 2-time national champion, and as most SCCA watchers know, was involved in a pretty big qualifying incident at the runoffs 2 years ago. He is back out and here for his very first SCCA race since that incident a year and a half ago, and know he had a little warm-up about 2 weeks ago here at Homestead with another racing organization, but great to see Jim back, and he's joined by some of his East Street Racing brethren. We've got Preston Pardis, 4-time national champion, Nick Bruni, who is our defending national champion, and has got 3 gold medals to his name at this point. But it's a pretty stacked field here, as it typically is. I think you mentioned, Nick, that we've got Frankie Barroso out in the field as well. He finished second at the national championship runoffs this past year, and some other notable names. We'll talk about this as the session goes on, but we've got our racers working their very first flying lap now.
Yep, they are, and I'm sure we'll see names flying all over the place as partners find each other and work their way through the draft. Heavy as always. If we got a spin going on there too. The orange and black Spec Miata. He's going to make his way back into the track safely, but it's a dancing game of who are you going to work with at this track. And looking at the entry list, there's a lot of people with the similar race shops there, so I think pairing up is going to be pretty quick and pretty useful.
Yeah, we saw a couple of racers as they were completing their outlap were actually coming down the pit lane to then pair up with their teammates, as they might have been separated by probably too large a margin to close things up on the racetrack at race speed. But we can already see here coming through the final corners, coming through NASCAR, IndyCar turns 3 and 4, where we've got 2 and 3 cars deep working the draft here, using whatever advantage they can muster, as we've got our very first laps in the books, and Mark Cephalo in the PlanetMiata.com entry, the 00 car. He is your provisional pole sitter early on, and
that was him who just went off as well here, as we're looking at the entry to turn 3. So maybe cooked it a little too quick.
A little hard.
They were coming off the oval into there, and Homestead's a special track because I think it's got the most elevation change of all the Florida tracks with this little.
What, about 1.5 feet?
Yeah, no, it's for us Florida folk. That's a big hill.
That's a lot. Or do you count that elevation change when you go up to the top of the banking, Nick?
You might have to get some extra gap there. But as far as a roller coaster goes on a racetrack, that's about as good as you're going to get in Florida.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it's like the half a foot that you have going into turn 1 at Indianapolis. But yeah, I mean, when you come off of the banking. Or actually, when you come off of the front straight and go down into turn 1, you are literally going downhill, and it's one of the higher speed corners right here. You can see where the drivers drop in, and they've got that banking there, and then you've got that fairly hard braking zone over at turn 2 with a quick juke to the left over at turn 3. And it is definitely a complicated early part of the lap here as you then have this quick switchback. Then going through turn 4 into turn 5, and you've seen how many drivers have run wide through turn 4 that they end up dropping a wheel into the dirt there at turn 5, trying to get the car straightened up. Early on here, going to the top of the leaderboard, Bobby Gossett in the Salty Dog Racing Machine. He's out of South Carolina, and he turns in a 139.833. And one of those other drivers that I wanted to mention, Nick, who is running only 1/1000th of a second back from Bobby Gossett, is Max Stallone. He is in the 144 car. Stallone out of Lakeway, Texas, I believe, running in one of the Wheels America cars. Stallone was your 2025 pardon me. That was let me get this. Was the winner of the MX5 Cup Shootout and recipient of a $150,000 scholarship to race in the MX5 Cup Global MX5 Cup Pro Series for 2026, and so we're seeing him here in Spec Miata, which is his old stomping ground. We're going to see him a little bit later today in the Touring 3 class, I think, in a car and a chassis that's going to be very similar to what he's going to be racing probably at Daytona in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, he is our reigning champ on that, and that program that they have is great, and it really is. They call it a shootout, and it is. The work that the drivers have to do while they're there is gruesome, and they really are in the car for long hours. They're doing media training, all sorts of stuff. So to be a winner in that, you got to have some chops, and he's certainly showing it as he's running in the top 10 right now as the laps have moved around. But Jim Drago and Preston Pardis have moved up to the 1 and 2 spots so far. So talk about a comeback tour for Jim Drago.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing a lot of going to the top of the leaderboard, showing that he certainly hasn't lost the instincts of how to race a Spec Miata after such a long time away and after such a long rehabilitation. I think he finished in the top 10 at that race 2 weeks ago here at Homestead, but to see him right up there with probably the most storied national champion in Spec Miata history, Preston Pardis, his teammate there is only 7 thousandths of a second back. Is pretty impressive here as we're getting word now that black flag is being displayed on the starter stand, and I think it's for this Spec Miata that's probably stuck right along the front straight wall here, Nick. And apparently there's also another one that went off at the car that is off track at the hairpin, and so we've gone to a black flag. They want to get all the drivers onto the pit lane so that they can send out the emergency services teams to go and recover them. All right, we're getting word that the car, because we couldn't see the number all that well, actually at all, from our camera angle there. It is the 134 machine. Okay, and that is Christian Meyer out of Seminole, Florida. I don't know if Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Papa are going to be all that happy. They're the ones sponsoring them here this weekend, Nick.
Hey, I've had those sponsors listed on my entry sheet before. And I'll tell you what, they're probably the most forgiving sponsor I've ever put on an entry list. But they certainly celebrate the hardest when you win. I'll tell you that much. They get excited.
All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Since we're a little bit over halfway through this Spec Miata qualifying session presented by AKT Racing Team, let's take a quick break, thanks some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, hopefully we'll be going back to green flag conditions here at Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Palm Tree Winter Majors. Please stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3p-logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. And Nick, if the timing wasn't absolutely perfect, coming out of a commercial, we go back to green flag racing. Looks like we had two drivers. Besides that car on the front straight, we had two other cars back over in the cutoff over by the hairpin over at turn 8. I think one of them was possibly the number 60 machine. That being run by Bob Mueller Jr. out of Mooresville, North Carolina, and I think the other one might have been the 63 of John Hotz, John out of the Washington, D.C. area. But we are back to qualifying here with about 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. That should be time for a couple more flying laps.
Yeah, should be plenty for them. They'll be able to see some tire scrubbing going on. They'll get the tires up to temp and at least get one, maybe two in, depending on where they are on the track when they decide to throw the checker.
All right, so it is Jim Drago, your provisional pole sitter, Preston Pardis, Nick Leveroni, Nick Bruni, your top four. Mark Cephalo, who was our fastest driver early on, he is currently sitting fifth.
Yeah, I noticed right before the black flag came out, the orange and blue car, I believe that's Nick Bruni, he was moving slowly, and now I see that he has found his way to Preston Pardis. So I'm wondering if there was a little bit of strategy going on there to get them connected to move him up a little bit closer. Sitting in, fifth place right now, fourth place, and a little room for improvement there to get all the E Street boys on the front.
I was going to say, that's exactly what it looked like. Now, I couldn't tell the number, but it looks like the third car in that group as they take the high line there. I think that is Jim Drago in the 27, and I'm not positive who the fourth driver is in that group. Is that possibly the 48 of Barroso that's sitting right at the tail end of that 4-car train, maybe?
Yeah, I think you nailed it on that one. It did look like that red car with the stripes.
With the white stripes on the hood. Yeah, that's the Barroso car.
Yeah. But yeah, they're lined up and they're working their way through. Let's see who's in that orange. That's the orange 24 that's kind of leading the two packs we're seeing.
Yeah, and that 24 machine, that's Alex Acosta out of Southwest Ranches, Florida. And this certainly not the quick way through. And I noticed right behind that East Street group, Nick, that we had a number of racers that appeared even when they came out of the hairpin on the last lap were still kind of jockeying for position. And Nick Bruni, I guess, trying to find the best way over that crossover road, runs a little bit wide in his machine, takes Jim Drago and Barroso along with him. And so now they've maybe lost the draft that they had from Preston Pardis, who was much cleaner through there. But that group right behind the E Street racers, you can see that they've kind of fallen back. But as they went through turns 3 and turn 4, they were still kind of trying to figure out who should be the lead group there. And they're not going to be putting in any fast lap times if they're going side by side through what is the tightest section of the course.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. There was a lot of side by side action and shuffling. Not sure which cars are which. It looks like some of them might be the maybe Cliff Brown. Is that when I saw the 01 out of Houston, Georgia? And might be one of the cars in that group. But yeah, definitely not how you want to do your qualifying sessions, going side by side.
No, and certainly not, at least not a sponsor I'd want to piss off, is he's sponsored by the Marine Corps, Dixie Ammo Dump, and Acme Explosives. Sounds like you're putting your life in your own hands if you get next to that machine, or you upset the driver just a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't paddock near him is all I can say. Anyway. No, just joking there. All aside, I'm sure he's a great competitor and somebody you'd love to talk to in the paddock. All right, running a little bit wide there. Number of racers. Nick Bruni continuing to have issues coming into turn 6, which is a decreasing radius, right-hander, and a fairly heavy braking zone coming into that stretch there. Now, granted, there's a lot of pavement there, but as we're also seeing, there's a lot of dirt. He's now fallen to the back of that group of East Street racers, whereas it looks like Pardis and some of the other folks have maybe moved up and caught up to the group that was ahead of them.
Yeah, they did, and they're all a little intermingled now. But Nick Bruni, despite his off-track excursions, some landscaping work on the side, he did improve his lap time last lap and moved up into third. So now we've got the 3 East Street cars sitting at the front there with Max Stallone, our Mazda Shootout winner, sitting in 4th now.
Yeah, indeed, and it looks like those East Street racers, they've pulled up to the back of Logan Stretch. Stretch had just made the announcement a couple days ago that he's going to be joining his Wheels America Racing team teammate Stallone in Global MX5 Cup. So congratulations to him on that move. And Stretch at the moment sitting 10th in the number 98 car. That's the Wheels America Racing G-Lock Brakes AIM Sports entry. As we've got just about a minute remaining now on the clock here at Homestead for Spec Miata Racing. Next group that we're going to have on track is going to be the Big Ground Pounders, our big bore racing group. They'll be next.
Yeah, pretty good sized field there, and that does include our Spec Corvettes that we had talked about. So,
all right, so
should be a great group.
Yeah, indeed. So as our racers coming out of the final bank corners, they are seeing the checkered flag. Now you can kind of see it waving beneath that advertising board to wrap up the qualifying session. Of course, all of our remaining racers, those flying laps will count until they get to the checkered flag. But as it stands, Jim Drago, who turned in his fastest lap on the final lap, Nick, turning in a 1:38.460. That is almost 200ths of a second clear. It's huge. 23 thousandths of a second clear of Preston Pardis' teammate Nick Bruni. For all his troubles over at turn 6, he is third fastest in the session at 0.3 off of team owner Jim Drago's times. Max Stallone in the Wheels America Racing 144 machine, 4th fastest. Then Frankie Barroso in the 48 machine. Nick Leveroni, who was our 2019 T4 national champion, he falls back to 6th fastest. Mark Cephalo, Bob Mueller Jr., who we think may have had some issues early on. Mueller, 8th fastest. Logan Stretch, who turns in his fastest lap on the final lap, and then Chase Kovach rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, I think this is a group that I would have expected to see at the front there. A lot of familiar names, former champions, so no real surprises out of Spec Miata qualifying. And looking at the list, going down all the way to 18th. Separated by less than 2 seconds. So very tight qualifying for everyone. and I think the race is going to be outstanding this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed, and to have them that close, especially when we had everything broken up by that black flag right in the middle of the qualifying session, testament to how close the competition really is and how quickly these racers get their cars back up the temp and back up the speed. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Miata. Next up, it's going to be our Big Bore Racers, group number 4, for their 20-minute qualifying session, and they'll be out here in just a few moments. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more action from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2023 edition of the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. Please stay with us.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultrachiller.com today.
When you're ready for that next Tin Top challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust Rem Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, Rem Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's Rem Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back to the Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'm going to get all these right. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and that's not Brian. His name is Nick Soriano, and we've got our next qualifying session. The big bore cars here, Nick, and got a nice contingent of spec Corvettes, which I spoke about a little bit earlier. The C5 Corvettes also. Interesting to see out here. Probably the one car that doesn't match up. There he is coming down into the hairpin over at turn 8, driving his Dallara P217. That's a Cadillac powered machine. That is Jacek Muka. He's our sole racer in the GTX class here today. He's out of Ocean Ridge, Florida.
Oh, and we've got some in-car for this session as well. Love having the spec Corvettes available to get a little glimpse of what the track looks like and see how the banking works. That's a pretty good view there.
Indeed, that is Cecil Stevens. He's in the number 54 spec Corvette. He's out of Valrico, Florida. Nick, I assume it is.
That is it, yeah.
All right, there you go. As he is now starting his first flying lap in that number 54 machine, and we should. I'm looking forward to this. James Davidson in the One Mo Time Racing spec Corvette, the number 9 machine, always very strong here down at Homestead, and I believe former spec Corvette champion. And should be a good run. Now, unfortunately, we only have 2 T1 racers here this weekend, Aviram Cohen and Roden Unesi, T1 being one of our national classes. Last year here at Homestead had a great battle with James Candelaria, who ended up taking the win at the national championship runoffs this year in T1, as well as Stewart. Oh my gosh! All of a sudden, I can't remember his first name. But it was BMW against Corvette, and a great race, racing all weekend long. But we'll definitely want to see these spec Corvettes, much like Spec Miata, very close. Hugh Stewart. Thank you, producer Brennan, giving that to me. I was about to call him Brian Stewart. No, but. or Larry Stewart, but these spec Corvettes, they run on a spec tire. They have very little that can be done to those Chevy small block drivetrains, primarily just to protect against heat intrusion, and a great chassis. They are also classified that they can run in the Touring 2 class, but again, the spec Corvette, these are all going to be racers running. And there's one pulling right up to our camera. Good to see you. Hello. We'll get the number on that car here in just a second as he's going to pull out. That's the number 9 machine. Thank you, James Davidson. Didn't I say you would be one to watch here this weekend? And so he was, well, Nick, one to watch.
Absolutely. We had talked about it in a couple of the earlier sessions, just how quick coming off the banking and into turns 2, 3, and down into the, as I call it, the roller coaster, and turns 4 and 5. And you can see just how quick you can get away from you as the cars really are at a high rate of speed coming through there. And I saw a little lockup as they went into turn 6 as well, so maybe a flat spot on that tires. So.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. Either he's flat spotted the rear tires, which is possible there as the rear end had kind of walked around on him a little bit there as he was trying to get the thing woed down going into turn 3, or possibly, I thought, well, maybe it's some actual oil smoke coming off the back, because it looked like even as he turned in, there was still like a little puff of white. Let's track him here as he comes into the banking. Don't really see anything coming out of the back of there. Yeah, so probably just flat spotted the tire already.
Yeah, that's every racer's nightmare, every tire dealer's dream. Go out on your first lap, put a flat spot on there. So Hopefully we'll be able to get a lap or two in still with that. It's definitely a little trickier when you have that flat spot. It just wants to stop and flat spot itself more and more and more. So certainly tough to manage that.
Indeed. All right, and it looks like one of our corner workers, I think you don't know if he was displaying the yellow flag just before we got to that shot, that we might have had a driver run wide through turn 6, but he has withdrawn that. So green flag all around the course right now. Currently, Marino Reyes in the number 86 machine. That is the dark blue spec Corvette. He's your fastest in spec Corvette. He's out of Miami, Florida, in the one mo time entry. Looks like that's Frank Reinhardt in the white number 53. We just saw come out of the hairpin. He's got one of his spec Corvette competitors just ahead.
Yeah, it looks like the front 2 cars there that we're seeing are Marino Reyes in that dark blue car, and then Cecil Stevens. So the front of the pack and the front of the timetable right now is they both lay down their fastest laps, 17 thousandths apart. They're trading spots back and forth, and spec is exactly what we like to think about when we see it. The cars are the same. It comes down to the driver, and they're certainly showing off their potential right now.
Yeah, indeed, and it was so interesting to see them as they crossed the line there, as you said, 17 thousandths of a second apart, and they weren't nose to tail at the line. They were going in onto the front straight and then into turn 1, more or less side by side. And this may be a question we're already in qualifying, where Cecil Stevens is maybe trying to size up Reyes and see how he would race and how he might defend. Something like that as they go through the hairpin now. In the meantime, Avram Cohen just reset the fastest lap of the session. Reyes, up to this point, had been your fastest driver on track in his spec Corvette, but Cohen now in the Breathless Racing number 84 entry. That is the Aston Martin Vantage. Out of Plantation, Florida. That is now your fastest car and fastest driver on track. He turns in a 1:27.644. That is almost 4.5 seconds up on Rodin Unessi, who is our only other Touring 1 driver. Unessi driving the number 16 car here this weekend. And not sure. I have to look and see if I can track down. Yeah, Unessi in a BMW M2 Club Sport. Matter of fact, there he is. Just came underneath us now. And that is a paint scheme, Nick, that is very South Florida-like. I think there with the light blue.
Yeah, that is a great-looking car, to say the least. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right that. Really reminiscent of the South Florida. Almost matches the walls at the Speedway here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if he pulled up alongside one of those walls, we might lose him there, as he's got the like aquamarine kind of light blue and pink livery there. Again, Unessi looking to find sometimes. He's currently his fastest time, a 1:32 flat. Over in Touring 2, Brian LaCroix driving the number 2 machine. That is a Chevy Corvette, and again, not running in the spec Corvette class. He's out of Hyannis, Massachusetts, in the All Cape machine entry. He's your only driver in the class. He's got a 1:30.823 to his name. And I have not. We'll have to see. Oh, you know what? We got word from Timing and Scoring that the transponder in Jacek Muka's Delara was not functioning. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get a time. Likely that Delara is the fastest car out on course. We just don't know how fast he's going. Also, before we take a quick break here, I don't know if you noticed, Nick. The right rear tire of the number 9 machine, James Davidson, the red spec Corvette, he came down under braking going into the hairpin, and again, big puff of white smoke. So definitely continuing to have lockup issues with that race car.
Yeah, I did notice that, and his times are reflecting it. He just hasn't been able to really get a handle on the car, and get those lap times down. So hopefully he'll be able to make it up, get a tire on there, and put up a little bit of a fight in the race.
All right, well, we want to thank one of our great sponsors, Star Wars Racing, who is our presenting sponsor for this qualifying session here today. Again, want to thank Yuri Kolatzos and the folks from SWR. And Nick, what we're going to do, because we're a little bit past halfway here, going to take a quick break, thanks to some of our other sponsors. And when we come back, more qualifying action here from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Palm Tree Winter Majors. Please stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kolapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead and the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. And Nick, here is we continue with our big bore qualifying. By the way, our next race group, we're going to have our Formula cars taking to the track here in just a few moments for qualifying. But things starting to tighten up at least a little bit in Touring 1, where Rodin Unessi knocked a couple seconds off of his previous lap times in his BMW M2 Club Sport. Now about 2 seconds back from Cohen. The issue for Unessi is that Cohen keeps resetting his personal best laps, and at this point is your second fastest driver on track. That being said, Marino Reyes is firmly in control of Spec Corvette. He is once again your fastest racer on track that we know of, because again, we can't get lap times from Jacek Muka's Dallara at this point, and Reyes has almost 2 seconds on Cecil Stevens at the front of Spec Corvette, as Stevens has also dropped a little bit off of the back of Reyes' machine on track. And more than just a little bit as we go back to Cecil Stevens on board.
Yeah, I noticed once Marino Reyes got in front of Cecil, he was able to just absolutely find some extra time there. It was almost like hitting an extra gear, which is not what you usually expect at an oval track. You'd expect to want to work with a buddy and use that draft, but he saw an opening, and we saw him go side by side into turn 1, and after that, it was game on.
Yeah.
I mean, just lap after lap, he's been putting in pretty consistent 27 since he got by.
Yeah, and he's down at a 27.15, so maybe one of our first drivers to drop into the 26s, as we've got about 4.5 minutes. But this is great to see, Nick, right here as we're on board with Stevens, to see that area that you call the roller coaster there, that as you come off of the oval and come past the start finish line, drop into turn 1, and really how much the car gets loaded up for turn 2 and through this whole section here, as he's just now exiting turn 5, you really just have the hands moving back and forth for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's constant work getting through there. You've got a couple of different left-handers as you get into there, and then as the car compresses going through the bottom of the bowl, you're just on the gas. You know that you've got the traction, and you're getting out of there to hopefully make turn 5 part of a straightaway. I think there's probably some cars here this weekend that will have to lift a little to get through there, but I'd say a majority of our cars in the field that we'll see today can straight flat-footed as soon as they come out of the exit of that bowl that we're looking at right now and make their way towards turn 6.
Yeah, and I guess to look at it the other way, the one place you can't flat-foot, at least in these higher horsepower, higher torque cars like these spec Corvettes, is through that hairpin at turn 8. Did you see all the correction mid-corner that Stevens had to dial into that Corvette? I would assume to keep the rear end from walking around on him, but he had to dial in a slew of opposite lock right just past the apex of that corner. It's not a tight hairpin. It's a pretty open corner here, but it also decreases in radius a little bit, obviously, as you come back out right there, and to try and set up for the oval. It's somewhat difficult. There you go. There's another one. You can see where the rear end just absolutely just walks out on you.
Yeah, you nailed the description on that one. It's a tricky corner. It's a little deceiving because, like you said, it's not a tight hairpin compared to some other tracks that the SCCA visits, but it is the slowest corner on the track, I think, and you've really got to be ready to get the car slowed down, but then you get onto the longest straightaway, so you want to get the car sped up as soon as possible too. So it's a balancing act of getting the car rotated back to the throttle, make the most of that big long straightaway.
All right, so we've got about 2 minutes remaining here in our qualifying, and the Big Bore race group, this group scheduled, and I believe that these are estimated green flag times. This group should be heading out on track for their race today somewhere around 2:30 this afternoon. And many of those spec Corvettes now very close in line. We got a good look there at Cecil Stevens, and I think you had William Daschle right behind. Daschle just turned in his fastest lap of the session, currently 6th fastest in spec Corvettes with a 136.982. Nick, we talked about in spec Miata how closely matched so much of that spec Miata field was, but here in spec Corvette we've got almost a 10-second spread from Marino Reyes back to Daschle back in 6th. Now that may change a little bit, once folks kind of get the red mist a little bit when the green flag comes out and they go racing, but again, big gap there between the first and the last in spec Corvette.
Yeah, much bigger spread, and I did notice on the timing sheet that Ian Sullivan in the 24 had moved up into 2nd, passing Cecil Stevens. So Ian and Cecil very close together on lap times, only about 0.2 of a second apart. So there will certainly be some racing in the field. For what position, that remains to be determined when we get to our race around 2:30. But it's very nice for me to see being able to turn fast laps late in the session. It means that they've got a good tire underneath the car. They've got a good platform set up for spec Corvette, and that's super important. Spec Miata went through some tire teething issues as they moved from the Hoosiers from certain generations, and there was a time where after 4 laps of qualifying, it was either hit pit road for a cool down or call your qualifying session a day because the tires just slowed down over time.
Really?
So seeing spec Corvette have a good setup like that is really promising for the class. That's what racers really look for as they're choosing what to race and where to put their efforts in.
Yeah, and as we were watching there, so I think Ian Sullivan may have been helped quite a bit, Nick. He was on track quite a bit with Brian LaCroix. LaCroix in the number 2 machine, and that also a C5 Corvette. The machine out of Hyannis, Massachusetts. LaCroix, our only T2 driver, but I think Sullivan was getting a bit of a benefit from the draft there for quite some time, and was able to actually pull up back behind the number 2 machine. And again, was able to leapfrog Cecil Stevens by almost 2/10 there in Spec Corvette.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially since these cars are technically eligible for T2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I think you mentioned that earlier. So it would make a lot of sense that those cars are similar in pace, and maybe some of these drivers are new to this track and learning it, and following someone around certainly is a good way to learn.
All right, and checkered flag now out on the session. Last flying laps here will count. And actually, looking at the weave, I think these guys have already taken the checkered flag, possibly. So probably don't need to concern ourselves. And I think then that should be based on where the other drivers were on track, Nick. I think every one of our drivers now has taken the checkered flag. So we'll take a look here. In Spec Corvette, Marino Reyes, your provisional pole sitter, with Ian Sullivan, Cecil Stevens, your top 3. Frank Reinhardt, 4th fastest. In Touring 1, Viren Cohen, your fastest driver, with Roden Unessi 2nd, and then Brian LaCroix and Jacek Muka, sole racers in T2 and GTX. We are fairly certain that Muka will be scheduled to start on pole, with Marino Reyes in his Spec Corvette alongside him on the front row, and then the T1 car of Cohen and the Spec Corvette of Ian Sullivan likely making up row number 2. All right, so we're going to have our first of 2 Formula car groups, or Formula and Sports Racer groups, heading out on track in just a few moments. Before we to jump break, I want to thank everybody for joining us here on YouTube and joining us in the chat, including, is it STL MM8J, who wished us a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. And looks like half of Pennsylvania is in the chat with us as well. So want to thank you all for joining us. And we'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making racecars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering, support, and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Nick Soriano. And Nick, up on track, well, pretty obvious here, is our open wheel and prototype racers, the first of two open wheel sessions that we're going to have this morning. And I'm sure that Alexander Velasquez out of Southwest Ranches, Florida, in his Ligier was hoping that maybe we'd come back from break a little bit later, as looked like he had some issues there going down into turn 3 on the opening on his outlap.
Yeah, not quite how you want to start a session, but if you're going to make a mistake, make it then, and keep it clean for the rest of the time.
Yep, do it early, and good contingent here of prototype cars. Last year we had a melding, a combining of what was prototype 1 and prototype 2 at the national level. Prototype 1 entries cars typically were racing with automobile motors. The P2 entries typically with 1000cc motorcycle motors, and we'll just say that decision to combine has been reversed, and we are seeing now what used to be known as Prototype 1 is now just known as Prototype, and the Prototype 2 cars all running at the national level. Once again, the Prototype 2 entries will be at the National Championship runoffs at Road America this year. And we've got a nice contingent of P2 racers. I think 5 entries led by Sherman Chow and Peter Shadowin, who we saw a little bit earlier. Talk about big differences in chassis types, as Shadowin is in his West WX10 in this group. That is the number 12 machine. And we saw him a little bit earlier in that bright yellow F production Honda CRX. Also, nice contingent of prototype cars. Bart Wolf, who used to race in P2. Matter of fact, I think Bart Wolf was our 2024 P2 national champion. He is running in the prototype class in his Elan DPO2. He's brought that Wolf Motorsports entry a long way. He lives right by Road America up in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
Wow. Yeah, that is quite the hike. Now, Greg, is that the 12 of Peter Shadowin that's tucked behind the barrier there?
I think that is, I think that is the West that we were just talking about of Shadowin, the Road and Race Automotive Goodyear entry, and he doesn't appear to be going anywhere. I see him making some hand signals. We'll see if he gets out of the car there. So there's a corner worker. Yeah, he's getting out of the car. Looks like he's done here as we are moving on. Fastest driver on track right now, Dudley Fleck, in his Mazda Hoosier Cahill machine. That is a Swift 016. He was your 2024 Formula Atlantic National Champion. He turns in a 1:17.536 to jump to the top of the leaderboard early. Bart Wolf, who we were just talking about, currently our P class, our production class, prototype class leader with a 1:19.913, currently second fastest overall. And then Lawrence Loshak, many-time national champion, never in the prototype field. However, actually, I take that back. He was your 2021 D Sports Racer national champion, D Sports Racer and C Sports Racer, what then became essentially Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. But he's got a lot of tin top championships to his name. He has won in E production and H production, and was also the 2013 Formula 1000 national champion, as well. As we've got a driver who's gone for a long run off there, Nick, coming out of that very difficult turn 1, going down into turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, we've been seeing it all morning. It feels like that corner is really just catching a lot of drivers off guard, and I was surprised to see how much traffic we had at the beginning of these hot laps here. It's pretty unusual for the Formula guys to stick together. They're probably one of the groups that's most likely to slow down, find some open air. So it was interesting to see some of the cars work their way through the traffic and sort themselves out.
I think earlier when we had the Spec Racer Fords out, I mentioned Steve Whitston, who is racing also this weekend in FE2. We've got 4 entries running this weekend in that class. Currently, Will Franklin is your well, no, just as I say it, as he crosses the line, Steve Whitston goes to provisional pole in FE2, turns in a 1:21.4. That is almost 1.4 seconds clear of Will Franklin, Brian Yates, and don't have a time in from Charlotte, North Carolina racer Paul Schneider. We'll see if that, I'll check to see if that number 73 machine is out there. Actually, I think I just saw it come through our camera, and indeed Schneider is out there. Just had some very slow outlap, but he is running over in P2. Sherman Chow now with 8 seconds on the rest of the P2 field. Chow racing the number 3 Ligier JS51. He's out of Palm Beach. In the Road and Race Lee Racing Goodyear Carbotech entry. Mark Ditchkus, second fastest right now, but again, almost 8 seconds back with Brian McGreevy and Thomas Kaufman back. And indeed, yeah, that definitely the blue West that we saw along the wall, that was Peter Shadowin. So Shadowin only gets an outlap and was working his first flying lap when that car, when he had to pull that car off. In the Formula X class, which was made up primarily of the older Star Formula Mazda cars and some older tube frame US F2000 entries, and running, I think, at the regional level here this weekend, Lazaro Bainati, Andrew Davis, and Mike Fatuda. And unfortunately, Nick, I don't have any information as to what chassis they are. Actually, I take that back. Andrew Davis is in a Ligier JSF4, so in an F4 chassis, and actually same for Isabella Abreu, who is also running this weekend in Formula X.
Yeah, it's an interesting class to kind of a catch-all, I guess, for the Formula cars. Cool to hear that there's still some Star Mazdas running around. That was a pretty interesting class in its time.
Yeah, indeed, and still a very big contingent of them. There is looks like the Radical, the number 54 machine of Brian McGreevy, who's running in Prototype 2 this weekend in his SHR racing machine, having a little bit of a challenge getting his braking done going in the 6. Yeah, I think most of those Star Mazdas are still the biggest contingent of them are still out in like Central Texas. We just don't see many of them, I guess, east of the Mississippi any longer, except when the runoffs come east. Yeah, we'll probably see a good number of them, just because the trip isn't that the tow isn't that long. About midway through the Hoosier Super Tour season this year at Howlett Motor Racing Circuit. So if you're interested in Star Mazdas and you're interested in loud, shrill rotary noises in your Formula cars, join us this season at Howlett.
Yeah, we've got one driver off at turn 3 there. Probably why the caution lights are out. And he's moving, so hopefully not a black flag on this session.
We'll see, because actually, and obviously that car is just rejoined, but apparently black flag now being displayed, and I think this is going to probably bring the racers down the pit lane and back out. But Nick, we've got about 10 and a half minutes remaining in this qualifying session that is presented by the Southeast Formula Series. So why don't we take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll come back with more qualifying action. I have a feeling this black flag is going to be pretty short. We'll come back with more qualifying here from Homestead in just a few moments. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-do shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead and the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Greg, he's Nick, and they are our Formula Car and prototype racers, Nick, who are heading back out on track after what was a fairly short black flag condition. Fastest driver to this point, Formula Atlantic racer Dudley Fleck, with James French, who is another one of our former national champions. French, who was the 2021 Formula Atlantic national champion. They are your top two racers speed-wise on track and in that Formula Atlantic class. And then it's Bart Wolf and Lawrence Loshak, both racing in prototypes, running 3-4 at the moment. Over in Formula Enterprise 2, it's Steve Whitston with Paul Schneider, longtime Formula Enterprise 2 racer, running 1-2. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow and Mark Ditchka, almost 7 seconds still separating first and second fastest drivers in P2. Racing in Formula SCCA, now that is a regional class, otherwise known as Formula S. Jacek Muka, who we saw just a few moments ago, a little while ago, in his Dallara. He is racing in a JMS 017 here in this race group as well. And let's see, are any classes that I didn't mention? Formula X, Lazzaro Benatti, your fastest driver in the number 11 FX Formula 4 machine. And looks like also should mention the number 10 machine is out on track. That car does not have a working transponder. That is another one of our Formula X racers, Isabella Abreu, in her Formula 4 entry. She's out of Miami, Florida, and I don't have any obviously don't have any lap times. Is that an arm, Nick, or is that part of a race car?
I was thinking the same thing. It does look like a leaf blower.
Yeah, I think that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see the handle on it. That is definitely a leaf blower.
Yeah, must have fallen off one of the safety trucks while they were.
Either fallen off the safety trucks, or do you think maybe one of the crew members was trying to cool down? I mean, this.
Maybe left it on a car.
Left it on, exactly. They were trying to had it in the air intake or something, trying to keep one of the Formula cars cool, and it just took the ride there out to turn 4 before falling off.
That's very possible. I forget these cars, they don't like to sit still. They're not, production based with radiator fans. So it makes sense for a crew member to come and keep them cool while they're sitting on pit road.
There you go. And you'll have to excuse me, as opposed to the Spec Miatas, where I can usually pick up the liveries and the numbers and see who's drafting with one another. When some of these prototype cars, unfortunately, I I don't find it as easy to do. I will say that it looked like Jim French in his Formula Atlantic had been drafting up behind Brian Yates. Has gotten by at this point Yates in one of the FE2 entries. And I'm looking to see if we have some of the other drivers in class that might be in pretty close proximity, because it looks like obviously here is, and we saw this just as they came off the grid to start the qualifying session, we're all in, very close, but looks like most there's just a jumble of classes at this point on the track that there's no real rhyme or reason. Is you go prototype the Formula car, prototype the Formula car. I was wondering there is perhaps that might be affecting some of the lap times. It looks like a couple of the drivers still having some issues getting heat in the rear tires and dealing with that very, very quick transition between turns 4 and turn 5.
Yeah, it was a nice little slide there. You saw the car even right there in turn 6, exiting turn 6, a little bit of a wiggle. So, some of the drivers really trying to find time and maybe just not having the heat yet.
Yeah. So tell me this, Nick, since you've been down, you've raced it at Homestead before, in particular at turn 6, coming off that short shooter, that short straightaway, and we've seen a lot of drivers run wide through there, and there's obviously, as we can see, a lot of concrete there, but a lot of the drivers have gone over that concrete lip right there, the exit curbing. Do they end up bringing a lot of dirt and a lot of debris back out on track, so that even the drivers that do turn in right and aren't running wide, that maybe they do have power or problems putting the power down through that section and heading to the hairpin?
Every now and then, yeah, you make a great point. You do get a little bit of a kick, and incidents like this one that we have in turn 2 here, going into turn 3. It'll bring a lot of dirt onto the track. Turn 6, particularly because the short shoot between 6 and the hairpin, or 7 and 8, is very important as well. We talk about all the different short shoots and straightaways here. Getting the power down, getting the most out of them is important. And when you do have a little bit of debris there, turn 7, you try to take wide open for the most part. So any little bit of a dust that unsettles you is going to cost you down the straight there towards the hairpin.
All right, I'm trying to track who that Formula Enterprise 2 driver was that had gone off at turn 3. I think that may have been the Witston machine. I'll track the lap times here in just a few moments, but Paul Schneider now goes to the top of the leaderboard in FE2, driver the number 73 FE2, and he's got now about 0.3 of a second on Steve Witston, with Will Franklin and Brian Yates rounding out that 4-car class. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow is still with seconds to give over Mark Ditchkus and Tom Kaufman, your top 3 in that class. In Formula X, Benatti and Fatuta is the checkered flag now being displayed, so the last flying laps here will count. And the question is, in Formula Atlantic, if Dudley Fleck can close down what is almost exactly a 1-second margin between he and Jim French. Jim French crosses the line to complete his session, does not improve, but French at the moment, your provisional pole sitter in Formula Atlantic by almost a full second over Dudley Fleck and J.R. Smart. And in prototype, Bart Wolf with a half second on Lawrence Loshak, the battle of the 2 former national champions in that class. John Gaden about 1.8 seconds off a provisional pole. And that will wrap things up for our first of 2 open wheel qualifiers here this morning. Our next one is going to be our next qualifying session. These racers here, they're going to be out for their first race of the weekend, scheduled to start 3:10 p.m. this afternoon. So please join us. Should be a great race, though, especially in Formula Atlantic. Really looking forward to that battle between French and Dudley Fleck. All right, Nick, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Homestead. Next up is going to be our smaller Formula racers, Formula Continental, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. And then also some of our SARRC racers, Club Ford, which are for the older Formula F chassis from usually mid 70s, and then FST. So we'll be back here in just a few moments. More qualifying action from Homestead. It's the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. Ready for that next Tin Top Challenge? Check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back to Homestead, everybody. It is the 2023 edition of the Palm Tree Winter Majors and South Atlantic Road Racing Championship presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano, and of course got Director Jordan Worth pushing all of our buttons today. I want to thank him for the great job that he is doing here today and will be doing all weekend long. And next up, Nick, it's our second of two Formula Car qualifying sessions this morning. Gave you a big list of different classes that could be out here, but it looks like just two. We're going to be working with Formula F and Formula Continental today.
Yeah, this is a true, as many SCCA regulars know, a true wings and things class. We've got the wings on our Formula Continentals, and our things are our Formula Fs. And you'll be able to see the difference between them pretty easily, which will be a nice distinction between the two.
Yeah, of course, Formula F, what for many years in SCCA road racing was known as Formula Ford, and caused a quick name change about 10 years ago when the Honda Fit L Series motors were introduced to the class. So, rather than calling it Honda Fit and Ford, or calling it Formula Fit and Ford, I guess Formula F was a lot easier. But either 1,500 cc's in the case of the Hondas, 1,600 cc's in the case of the Ford Kent motors, and of course in the Formula Continental, 2,000 cc motors, and big, as you mentioned, big differences here. The Continentals, although they've got fairly small side pods, of course, front wings, rear wings, to help affect the downforce, those wings all being adjustable, whereas the Formula F machines, they are relying entirely on either the aerodynamics of the body itself, but also the mechanical grip of the suspension and the tires. No wings to assist with downforce.
Yeah, they are a cool ride. I'd have to imagine. Formula is far out of my realm, but these look to be the closest thing to a go-kart you can jump into. They are so cool to see that small body with the wide track between the wheels. It's a cool looking ride.
Oh yeah, I would, if I could actually fit in one of these cars. I would absolutely love. Haven't been able to fit in one, I think, for about 30 years now, but would love to be able to race in one of these. And I will tell you that I consider Formula F to be at the national level some of the best racing you're going to see. I mean, it had, until you saw, at least here in the States, the onset of classes like Spec Miata that have really worked, and a lot of this to Mazda's credit have worked as a ladder to professional racing. It used to be where, and still in Europe, Formula F or Formula Ford, it was really the launching point to bigger aspirations and running up through the Formula Car ladder, whether it be to IndyCar or Indy Lights here in the U.S., whether it be Formula 3, Formula 2, or Formula 1 in Europe. And I've seen some of the most outlandish and best racing in Formula F over the years. I always tell everybody that Indianapolis in 2017, where I think there were somewhere along the lines of 50 lead changes over the course of a 40-minute race, was wild. And for any of you, if you have the opportunity this weekend or next week, no, actually, don't do it next weekend, because Nick and John Davidson are going to be calling the races from Sebring International Raceway. But if you have a chance to see the Formula F race from the National Championship runoffs at Road America this fall, actually, you don't even have to watch the whole race. Just watch the last 2 laps.
That's a full race in itself.
It was. I mean, and actually, all you have to do is watch the last 3 corners, I think, and you'll get the whole gist. As I think the guy who was sitting in 4th place actually ended up taking the win. But it's amazing how these cars do in the draft, and typically younger drivers that don't have they don't have that sense of self-preservation yet. just go all out. I mean, it's great racing to watch. That being said, it's not a Formula F racer that is your fastest car on track right now. Chris Soriano in the Chris Craft Morgan Stanley machine. He is currently your fastest driver on track. That's a Van Diemen RF01, a 2001 chassis. He's got a time of 1:22.507 in the books. That is currently 1.1 seconds clear of Robert Wright's Elan DP08 chassis, the UBS Financial Services machine out of New York State. And then over in Formula F, John Robinson, and more particularly John Robinson II, is currently your provisional pole sitter. He's out of St. Cloud, Florida, in his Lee Racing Cricket Farm Motors Swift DB06. And he has a time in the books right now, 1:28.163. Actually, well, he just crossed the line and reset that fast lap. Just turned into 1:27.204. That is 2 seconds clear of Cooper Travis in the number 32 Spectrum 014, the Matthews, North Carolina racer, with a 1:29.371 currently.
Yeah, pretty close field in our FC class, but the FF class pretty spread out at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
They are separated 2 seconds, then another 5 seconds back, and then 2 seconds back, and it'll be interesting to see come race time if they, starting in the pack helps them out, able to hang in a draft and kind of survive these straightaways, or if the race is going to shake up a lot like qualifying. We'll see some big gaps.
Yeah, it's speaking of traffic, there we go. One of our Formula Continental racers getting around Hanu Numanpa in the number 11 Van Diemen out of Wellington, Florida. The FinSpeed entry, currently running third fastest in Formula F. And I was just going to say, what Nick, when we were looking at the prior qualifying session with our prototypes and bigger Formula cars, how each one of those classes they were mixed up class-wise, and also they seem to all be consuming. As we've got a driver having a big brake lock up there going into turn 1, or not turn 1, pardon me, into turn 8. We'll try and get the number on that machine, that Formula F, there in just a moment. But they were all they were tightly packed, is what I was trying to say, and not a lot of open running. And here in this group, much lower track density. I think we only have 8 cars on track, but you'll see there's not a lot of drafting going on.
No, very different setup. This is, when I think of a formula qualifying, this is more along the lines of what I expect. I think the drivers are used to the way the cars handle in clean air, whether it be because they need that downforce to hit their braking markers and what the car's supposed to feel like as you're turning in. But yeah, last session I thought they were much more grouped together than I was expecting for a formula class.
All right, as a couple more of our Continentals make their way around that number 11 machine. As we are coming up on halfway in our qualifying session here for Formula Continental and Formula F, our next group that's going to be out is going to be our final qualifying session of the morning. It's going to be Super Touring Light, SMX, T3. We are also, I think, going to have this is going to Nick, that next run group, going to have a number of improved touring racers that are here for the SARRC challenge, for the South Atlantic Road Racing Challenge or Championship, pardon me, regional races, and looks like a pretty packed group there as well. We'll talk about them in just a few moments, but as we are halfway in this qualifying session presented by Anze Suspension, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break, thank some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, more qualifying here from Homestead. Stay with us.
Ready to race with a champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
Welcome back to Homestead and the 2023 edition of the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'm Greg. I say 2023. I am 3 years in the past, aren't I? That's what happens when I say I couldn't have fit into a Formula car in 30 years. Welcome back. It's the 2026 edition of the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and I think he's still Nick Soriano. At least he was 3 years ago. And
Yeah. As far as I know, yes.
Yes.
No changes between now and then.
Exactly. Just a lot more hot dogs eaten, right, Nick?
That's correct. That's correct.
What was this that I saw you posted online, that you had something along the lines of like 300 hot dogs this year or something?
No, it wasn't nearly that close. It was 233 in the year 2025.
Oh my God.
Made a little challenge for myself to see how many hot dogs I could eat. I thought it'd be a fun way of, doing some self-statistics. And since I wasn't racing as much, I couldn't track lap times. So hot dogs, next best option, much to my doctor's disappointment. But
I was just going to say there were probably some other things that you could probably track, like cholesterol levels or... Oh my. And you could still fit in a Miata, as you said you raced up at Sebring 2 weeks ago. A little bit harder to fit in a Formula F or Formula Continental.
Yeah, I think I've got a year's worth of work before I even think about a Formula car.
Oh my gosh. I was going to say, I mean, this is the new year. It is time to set New Year's resolutions. Do you have another type of food that you're going to do for 2026 that you didn't do for 2025? Something to substitute for hot dogs?
No, I've decided, much by the recommendation of my doctor, as we've talked about. This year I'm going to. I'm a big music fan, so I'm going to listen to as many albums as possible that I have not listened to front to back. So that'll be kind of the goal there. I'll keep track of what I listen to and how I feel about it. And I've asked a lot of friends online for suggestions, what their favorite albums are from every genre. And just going to try to expand my musical horizons.
Excellent. Now, are you limiting it to vinyl? Because every time I hear albums, I think of... of vinyl, or are we talking still the digital domain?
It will remain the digital domain, okay. Just for sake of cost and ease. If we still had some like a Blockbuster for vinyls around, maybe a membership would work for us. But purchase-wise, they're a little more expensive than hot dogs. So,
all right. Well, I guess this means I can't send you my my 33 RPM version of Olivia Newton-John's Physical. Sorry about that.
No,
okay,
that's
anyway.
a disappointment.
Yeah, I figured you'd be disappointed. All right, so we've got a little under 5 minutes here in qualifying. Not a lot of changes as John Robinson continues to lead Formula F. He's got now a second on the rest of that now 6-car field. As well, it looked like we had one driver that had some transponder issues, and they got that worked out somehow. So we're looking at John Robinson, your provisional pole sitter in Formula F, with Cooper Travis a second in arrears. Dan Thurgood another 3.5 seconds back from there, and then Hanu Newmanpa currently fourth fastest. And I think it was Dan Thurgood that we were having some transponder issues with early on. Over in Formula Continental, Chris Soriano continues to hold about a second advantage. Actually, it's 9/10 over Robert Wright. Mark Deffer another 9/10 back from there in that 3-car field. In what has been a fairly, I guess, other than some cars having issues getting things up to temp early on, pretty quiet qualifying session here. Very well-behaved group of drivers here.
It is, especially since the last couple, I think, 3 or 4 in a row, we had a black flag all, had to bring the cars down pit road to do some cleanup, but not this time. They're getting their full track time, and I'm sure the guys who love being out there are happy to get as many laps as they can get for that entry fee.
Indeed. All right, two of our Formula F drivers, they're in pretty close proximity. I think that was Dan Thurgood in the 79 Lee Racing machine, and Dom Sedio in the number 28 car. And I think, we see there is Hanu Newmanpa working his way past some of those racers on track. Good opportunity for him to work on make some passes, as I think most of the Formula Continental racers had been working their way around that number 11 machine. Here with 2 minutes remaining on the clock, Chris Soriano just resets fast lap in his Continental in that Chris Craft Morgan Stanley machine, turning in a 1:22.163, and that puts him almost now exactly 1 second to the good over Robert Wright's UBS Financial Services number 90 machine.
Yeah, he had been fairly consistent looking back at some of the past laps and time, and Soriano was really kind of dialed in, and I think he had just put one together. Had all the right braking points, turn-ins. He was getting back to the gas right, and sometimes that's what you got to do in qualifying. You work on little parts at a time, and when you have this many laps, looks like we've completed about 11 flying laps so far. You finally put one together.
There you go. And on track now, we're watching again a couple of our Formula F machines, and I think we just saw Cooper Travis in the 32, the white number 32, getting around Hanu Newmanpa there. And Newmanpa, as we mentioned, currently running fifth. Is it fifth fastest now? Third fastest, pardon me, in Formula F, as he leapfrogged Dan Thurgood. And then Cooper Travis, currently your second fastest driver in the field in that number 32 machine.
Yeah, I wonder if Hanu Newmanpa had gotten a little bit of a urgency boost after Cooper Travis came up behind him to kind of encourage him, take a little bit of time off that, because that was a pretty big jump from his previous lap. But now we're seeing the checkered flag flying, so...
Yeah, and that was a huge jump. That was almost 9/10 of a second, or probably about 7/10 of a second that he picked up there. So great run for him, and then he dropped back down a couple tenths on the following lap. But there you go, as you mentioned, checkered flag is out. Final, I think, 2 racers now coming through the final corner here and onto the front straight. Mark Deffer in the Formula F, or probably in the Formula Continental machine. And not sure who that was. I think that was possibly Dom Sedio crossing the line in Formula F. So that's going to wrap up our second of 2 open wheel qualifying sessions in Formula Continental, and it should be your pole sitter for the group when they go racing this afternoon at approximately 3:50 p.m. It is Chris Soriano in the Chris Craft Morgan Stanley machine, that number 24 car is a Van Diemen RF01. Robert Wright in the number 90 entry, and Alon DP08 second fastest in Continental, and then Mark Deffer third fastest in Continental. Over in Formula F, John Robinson, the second, is going to be your pole sitter in the class, and I believe he'll be starting on the outside of row number 2. The number 19 machine is a Swift DB06, the Lee Racing Cricket Farms entry. Cooper Travis in the number 32 car, scheduled to start second in class, will start 5th overall, I believe, in his Spectrum 014 out of Matthews, North Carolina. Hanu Newmanpa, third fastest, Dan Thorogood, Dom Setio, and Neil Radloff rounding out that 6-car field. All right, so Nick, one more qualifying session to go this morning, and then we'll be going racing all afternoon long after a quick break for lunch. But it's going to be our improved touring racers, STL, SMX, T3, and T4 next. Here from Homestead-Miami Speedway, it's the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. And we'll be joining you back here with more action in just a few moments. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. Welcome back to Homestead. It is the 2026, right, Nick? 2026
That's right.
Palm Tree Winter Majors. I picked up 3 years during that ad break, which is better than me losing another three, I guess. It is our final qualifying session of the morning. It is on the Majors side, Super Touring Light, SMX, Touring 3, and Touring 4. And on the SARRC side, our regional side, it is Improved Touring for a 20-minute qualifying session. And this session, Nick, I think we've got somewhere around 44, 45 racers. It's going to be probably also one of the more congested sessions. But looks like we've got are those geese? What are those things? Are they not geese? I guess they'd be.
Yeah, got to be like a heron of some kind.
Yeah, they're all pulling up
like
to
that.
see who goes off at the hairpin.
Best seat in the house.
That's right. Perfect timing. In Portland, we have geese that challenge the racers to hit them, and here we've just got a whole bunch of herons or seagulls or something that are that they're just also waiting to see cars go off at the hairpin. Absolutely wonderful. All right, out on track. Here, and some of these racers we've seen before. During Spec Miata, we talked about Max Stallone and Logan Stretch from Wheels America Racing that are both going to be in Global MX-5 Cup in the Pro Series this year. That's going to be starting things off at Daytona in a couple of weeks. Stallone being the winner of the MX-5 shootout with that $150,000 scholarship. And Stretch his teammate, and both of those racers, Nick, I kind of alluded that we'd see him again. They're racing in T3, and that is not good. That is the wrong direction if you're in a Honda S2000 or really any car. That is Darrell Stein out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. And I'm going to say something about the state of Pennsylvania's Department of Transportation always working on the roads that may have thrown Darrell off, but actually, is that Darrell? That might be yeah, and yeah, that's Darrell Stein. The other S2000 that's out there is Gonzalo Aponte in the silver AKT machine. But going back to Stallone and Stretch, they're racing in Touring 3 this weekend in 2016 ND Miatas. And actually not just ND Miatas, but in Global MX-5 Cup cars, and those are the earlier chassis, I guess, and likely still have the H pattern shifter instead of the sequential shifter. I'm sure somebody in the chat can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess trying to get as best a feel as they can without necessarily putting their brand new hardware that they're going to be racing at Daytona in any kind of danger.
Yeah, that's it'd be interesting to see if they are the older spec of cars or not. Hopefully, like you said, someone in the chat knows. But very cool to have them out here, and it's a perfect way to test and get a little more comfortable with the cars. They are probably the most locked down of the spec cars that I have had the pleasure of interacting with. They are very highly regulated by Mazda and the teams that manufacture them and maintain them. And as much so as when it came to getting SCCA logbooks when they first started, a lot of drivers were worried that if they stamped the cages, which is typical for a new SCCA car, that they would not be allowed to race in MX-5 Cup because they were that stringent about the spec of that. So they had to find the chassis codes that were there from the manufacturer.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a bit of a unknown time when they first were announced. Had some friends that purchased cars, and upon receiving them, they wanted to bring them out to SCCA events, and to get that logbook, they were like, hey, please don't ruin my $60,000 brand new race car.
Exactly. Hey, if I've got a $150,000 scholarship, I'd hate to have to buy another car. Anyway, anyway, going to the top of the leaderboard early on, Jose Osiris Pena in the white, black, and yellow Honda CRX. He was your 2024 national champion in the class. This year's champion, Mikey Taylor, not making the trip down to Homestead. Pena, who comes to us by way of I don't know if he calls South Florida home now or if that is still Puerto Rico that he calls home, but is representing the Moss Racing team in that 199 machine. Calls Miami, Florida home now, and looking to start the season off strong. And we saw him earlier today in his similar liveried Super Touring under STU Honda CRX. Dan Moen in the number 73 Krug Speed SCDA machine, currently your T3 leader. And Moen racing a 2012 Ford Mustang. He's out of Ringe, New Hampshire. Let's see, currently fastest driver in SMX, which is for the NC Miatas. Jackson Wolney in the number 133 machine. Jackson is out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. And then if we move over and take a look at some of our regional classes, Nick, we talked about the large contingent of IT racers here. Cesar Ochoa in the Performance Plus Auto Repair machine, the number 64 car, is currently your ITA leader. He's in a Dodge Neon. He's out of Pompano Beach, Florida, with Glenn Vitale in the number 70 car, a 1990 Mazda Miata, also out of Pompano Beach, currently second fastest. Over in ITR, Mary Ronnie or Roney, driving the number 20 car. She is in a 1997 BMW 328 IS, so an E36 machine. The RSR entry is out of West Palm Beach, Florida. She's currently your provisional pole sitter in the class with Dave McAllister in his 1993 BMW out of Seneca, South Carolina, second fastest. And over at ITS, I had to ask Nick if this was the junior or the elder, as Celine Roland, currently your fastest driver in ITS in a 1999 Mazda Miata. That's the Apex Alignment BSI Racing Rossini Racing Products entry. Of course, Celine, the junior, now airline pilot, I think, for United Airlines, and for years raced in Spec Miata and also in Global MX-5 Cup in the Pro Series, and that's Dad on Track, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, that's where Celine has been, and I'm curious. I probably should have sent him a little text before the broadcast, see if he was on an off day, but I'm curious if he's going to make an appearance at any of the MX-5 Cup races this year. And I know he loves it. It's one of his favorite. Whoa! Big incident there in 6.
Yeah, a lot of drivers off over at turn 6. We saw the yellow flag come out and was wondering what it may be. And, well, a lot of drivers running wide. They're having trouble with braking, and it looks like there may have been contact between a couple of those cars, as we've got two of the Miatas that have come to a standstill. Well, one of them getting back underway now with a good amount of damage. Is that the 02 or the?
That could have been. That was a double digit, maybe the 08.
Yeah, possibly
there. But I saw that RX-8 involved as well. Seemed like they got the least of the problems. That'd be the 123 of Dirk Strausfeld.
No, we'll try and get the numbers pulled up here if we can. But looks like that local caution now done, which means the other car had pulled out of the way. We can see now that everything is nice and clear. So let's. I think it's time we start breaking things down here by class. We talked about Celine Roland in ITS. Luis Molares from one of our sponsors, 3P Logistics, the Apex Alignment, and the AMA Realty, currently second fastest in that class. And we're a little bit over halfway through this qualifying session presented by REM Surface Engineering. So, Nick, why don't we take a quick break and we'll come back and wrap up qualifying here today in the first day of action from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the Palm Tree Winter Majors. Stay with us.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultratiller.com today.
When you're ready for that next Tin Top Challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust REM Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, REM Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's REM Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back, everybody. It is the final qualifying session of the morning here from Homestead-Miami Speedway at the Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Sirianni. And Nick, a lot of action going on here. Looks like we've got a couple cars coming out of the hairpin that maybe a little bit off speed heading back to the pits. We know Dan Moen took his Ford Mustang back to, at least onto the pit lane. Moen currently your T3 provisional pole sitter, and even the birds have checked out by the hairpin. They're done with this.
Not sure I could blame them after some of the action we saw during that break. Some big slides. It's been all day. Turn 3, turn 2 there. Really getting the better of drivers as they're looking for every 10th, and that is a very unforgiving spot. It is very quick, making a lot of adjustments, as you see. Big adjustment needed there on that Miata, and it's a spot where you can gain and lose a lot of time.
Yeah, that Miata, I believe that is the Super Touring light machine of Greg Sorg, and he's been running very wide on that curbing, coming out of turn 1, going into turn 2, and he's just caught it a couple of times. Easy to pick out that car. It's got like the shark's teeth on the front. There he is, fourth car in the line.
It's a good-looking car too. That's a great paint scheme on that.
And Sorg currently fifth fastest driver in the class, with Jose Rosales Pena, Nick Leveroni, who's our 2019 T4 national champion, currently second fastest. Gonzalo Ponte. Mike Leo crosses the line in the 169 machine, and he turns in his best lap of the session. Leo driving a Mazda Miata out of New York in the Lit Racing Team entry. It's lit. I think the one class that we hadn't talked about. Yeah, I had to say that. I think the one class we hadn't talked about, Nick. We see a few of them out there. Oh, that is either one hell of a bump drafting exhibition, or somebody's got a lot of tire rub, or maybe they're locked together. I don't know what the.
It looks like it's coming out the front right. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like the front right.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like maybe some body damage, and whenever that front gets loaded up, it's rubbing in there pretty good.
Yeah, well, you can see there, even when the car's not loaded up, it's I think just either the tire's already gone down or he's getting a lot of tire rub there. I mean, he's gotta at least look out the rear, look out the mirrors and see that something's going on. I just imagine, he was being bump drafted all around the oval, and he just stood on the brakes.
Yeah,
he was being pushed for 3/4 of a mile. I don't know.
That was a lot of smoke. I don't think I've seen anything like that before.
That's bizarre.
Keep an eye on that car.
All right, so I was talking about IT7, John Morrison in the STS Racing machine. That is the number 52 machine, and then Richard McLean in the red 146 Mazda RX-7. And we're seeing, that's a meatball flag, and I'm sure it's probably for that Mazda Miata. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's got some issues there going through the corner. We'll see if we can get the number on that car.
Like a pop-up headlight car too, so that helps us narrow it down a bit.
Oh, it looks like he's more or less stopped. Well, no, he hasn't stopped smoking yet. And, obviously going through the banking as the car loads up. And I don't know if he knew that red flag, or probably the meatball flag, was being displayed. I assume it was being displayed for him. The meatball, and that is the 77 machine. And is that where is he?
The 77 for me is Ellie Gossett, but that's an SMX car.
That's an I was gonna say that's an SMX machine, and I don't think that's it.
Yeah. Maybe the 116 of Henry Verkamp. I'm looking.
Okay.
That's an ITA Miata. So it would be a pop-up headlight car, and fits all of the suspects' descriptions. So we'll.
Hey, have Erwin Greven joining us in the chat here from the Netherlands. Thanks for joining us again, Erwin. Erwin, appreciate it. And so, Erwin, we think, and you see here coming into the hairpin, and this has got to be difficult. It looks like the corner worker there is displaying a meatball flag.
Yeah.
But the problem is he was just hanging it out for the line of like 10 cars that came up before this Mazda Miata.
It was out there for a long time.
And he wasn't just, he wasn't popping it out to one driver. He was just hanging it out there. And so the meatball flag, which is a black flag with a big orange ball in the middle, is to bring a racer in, typically because they've got a mechanical issue with their car, and the stewards and race control want that car off track. As we've got the driver having a little bit of a challenge there at turn 2. We've got about 50 seconds remaining on the clock. So I'll tell you, Nick, the other 30 or so racers that went by that meatball flag, apparently they all knew it wasn't for them because, well, they didn't come in either.
Yeah. They I don't think we got anyone down pit road, so that not a very effective meatball flag. He did come down.
All right, we are getting word that all right, so, and we are getting word that it is a 77 machine, but I'm also, as I'm looking at our timing and scoring system, there were apparently two different 77s out on track, which shouldn't happen. And I think you're right. We had Ellie Gossett running in SMX. We saw her a little bit earlier today, along with her brother Bobby running in Spec Miata. They're also out in their NC Miatas here for, I think, the very first time.
All right, well, it looks like the checkered is out, so everyone completing their last flying laps. A couple of good battles here as I look down the sheet, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. So let's take a look. We'll start off with STL, where Jose Osiris Pena is your provisional pole sitter in class. Nick Leveroni about 0.6 of a second back from there. Then Gonzalo Aponte, and then Mike Leo, a pretty big distance back, a huge gap between the top 3 and number 4, Mike Leo. Greg Sorg rounding out the top 5 in that class. In IT7, John Morrison and Richard McLean 1-2, about 2.5 seconds. Over in ITA, really close running in Improved Touring A with Glenn Vitale and his Mazda Miata and Albert Lasso separated by half a second. And then Mike Taberno and Cesar Ochoa, and only about 1/10 of a second separating Tabernero, not Taberno, Mike Taberno and Cesar Ochoa. Over in SMX, Bobby Gossett, your provisional pole sitter in the 144 machine with Jackson Wolney, about a half second back from there. And over in Touring 3, and we saw this really right out of the gate, Dan Moen and Von Mishko. Moen in his Ford Mustang, Von Mishko racing in a 2023 Mazda MX-5 Cup machine, separated by only 0.35 of a second than Tom Burt and Sean Carpenter. And then back over to Improved Touring, 7 seconds separating Mary Roney and Dave McAllister in ITR. And then in Improved Touring S, Celine Roland in his Mazda Miata with 0.3 of a second over Luis Molari's Miata, with William Quinn running third fastest in the class. So good morning in qualifying, Nick.
It was very good. I was surprised to see turn 2 take as many victims as it did, but I think that's going to make the races even a little more dicey. But gosh, that could be a good passing opportunity if someone makes a mistake, now that we know how slippery it can be out there.
Yeah, that's it. A couple places there where the grip is definitely not at a premium, and the racers are going to have to adjust to that as these races go on. So next up, Nick, it's going to be a full afternoon of racing. First of 2 races for each of our 7 race groups this weekend. They are going to be 25-minute sprint races, and as opposed to, I think we've got listed there 20 minutes down at the bottom, but they're scheduled for 25 minutes. First race is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, green flag time, 12:30 p.m. scheduled start. So they'll be heading out for their pace lap a few minutes before that, but can't wait for our first races of 2026. And I hope all of you will join us as well as we take that break for a little bit over an hour. We'll be back with more racing action here from Homestead-Miami Speedway, the 2026, I almost said 2023 again, 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Join us in just about an hour. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-do shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 13th annual Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC, presented by this year Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano, and we've got our very first race of the weekend, Nick, and it's going to be Spec Racer Ford. And we saw really close running, tight qualifying times in our morning session. Let's run down. Yes, Nick Soriano, not Sirianni. Thank you. At least I didn't call him Brian. Let's run down the starting order for today's first race. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1:29.474 in the Vanacore Homes Comprent Motorsports Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Todd Vanacore. Starting alongside him on the outside of row number 1, driving the number 61 PM Racing entry, Brian Schofield. Vaughn Mishko will start third. He's in the number 101 car, and he'll be right alongside Jim Goffrey, driving the number 68 Motion Dynamics machine. Trey Ayers will start fifth today. The number 7 Ayers Motorsports entry starts fifth alongside Peter Dempsey. Peter is driving the number 07 Turn 3 Motorsports car. Then Arvid Albanese in the number 117 Ayers Motorsports entry will start 7th alongside Mike Bakanowski, who will start 8th today. Steve Whitston in the Alliance Autosports Loa Construction entry will start 9th alongside Tim Preble in the PM Racing Precision Aluminum Products entry. Then we've got row number 6 made up of father and son, John and Grant Vogel, both in Carrier air conditioning entries. And starting lucky 13th today on the inside of row number 7, it's going to be Matt Gray. Matt is driving the number 64 Ryan Company's PM Racing Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Craig Wheatley will start 14th. Craig is driving the number 98 SRG Autosport Masters Class entry. And then on row number 8, we've got Ethan Petnick Smith, who will start right alongside John Dunches. John in the number 63 PM Racing Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Then we've got Steven Spano. Steven is in the number 147 MasterCard Amex My Kids College Fund entry. The only thing he's missing is the visa, and he starts 17th alongside Evan Bentnick Smith, who will start 18th. Christopher Heilman will start 19th today in the number 16 car alongside Mark Silverberg. And then we've got Reed Johnson. Reed will start 21st. He's in the number 78 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 alongside Tom Goodhart. All right, let's try that again. Tom Goodhart in the Motion Dynamics entry. That's the number 55 car. Starting 23rd, Scott Monroe in the Access Companies entry will start alongside Adam Fetterman in the Fetterman Firm RSR car, and then did not put a time in during qualifying. We'll see if he makes the grid here. Gary Visioli in the Professional Auto Apex Motorsports South entry. As the pace car, Nick, heads to the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter. That is Todd Vanacore with Brian Schofield sitting in second, and then Vaughn Mishko, Jim Goffrey as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and immediately, Nick, the field spreads out 4 wide, 5 wide as we go back into row number 2, and there Trey Ayers and Todd Vanacore there on the front row, and it looked like Vanacore in the red number 19 decided to go from the outside of the front row, and that turns things over to Trey Ayers, who's the first down into turn 1.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice for him to start on the outside with the way this track's configured. The slow speed of the start, you're really flat out through 1 and almost 2, making your way into turn number 3 because you're not carrying all that momentum from the banking. So we'll see if it works out for him. Maybe he wants to be in that draft and use that to just tag along. Don't have any drama.
Speaking of drama, not getting a great start was Brian Schofield in the silver and blue number 61 machine. He started 5th. He dropped all the way back to 8th position as he made the run out of 5 going down in the 6th. We saw him come all the way down to the inside, and he was slotted right behind Arvid Albanese going into the hairpin at turn 8. Albanese also not a great start. He tries to come up the inside. I think it was on Peter Dempsey in the 07 car. So a big shakeup there right at the front of the field there on the opening laps as everything's spread out going into one.
Yeah, they line up nose to tail, and they're all just going to look for a draft. And with a 25-minute race, there's a little bit of time to be patient. You don't have to do anything aggressive right away, but you certainly don't want to throw away your chances. We saw a couple of cars already dropping tires as they exited turn 9 onto the backstretch in the oval, and you can see a little bit of a gap forming from the front too.
Yeah, indeed. Ayers and Vanacore with a great jump on the start there, opening up almost a full second on Jim Goffrey in that silver number 68 machine. And Albanese and Schofield were fighting together going down into turn number 1. As they came off the final corner on the oval, Schofield had a great run on Albanese, who's in the second of those blue and yellow machines, but could only hold Schofield off for so long. Schofield now moving up in the 4th position, dropped Arvid Albanese in the 117 Ayers Motorsports machine back in the 5th.
Yeah, I don't think Schofield was too thrilled about his start. He looks like he's being aggressive and taking every opportunity he can. You can see him poking his nose out. That's Arvid Albanese right behind him. That's poking his nose out into the hairpin. And I think this race is going to see a lot of those almost mental moves. You're too far away to make that actual pass and make the dive on there, but sometimes just moving a car around and the car in front of you's mirrors can be enough to have them miss by just a little bit and open up a spot for you.
Wow, and look at the run that Schofield got coming out of the hairpin there on Jim Goffrey, who's able to pull right alongside Goffrey as they went into NASCAR IndyCar turn number 3. And Goffrey's just going to keep that car down to the inside, trying to hold off the 68 machine as they come into turn 2, not able to get it done. And so Schofield, who is without a doubt the fastest driver on track, running about a tenth to 1500ths of a second faster than Ayers and Vanacore had, now moves up in the 3rd position. Oh, and contact as they go into turn 4. A little bit further back in the field. We'll try and get the numbers on those 2 cars here in just a moment.
Yeah, 2 cars just fighting for the same spot, and looks like no harm, no foul. Everyone got away with it, so we'll see if there's any tire rubbing, things like that. We've already seen a little bit of tire rubbing this morning, so some smoke and I guess these cars would have more body melting than
little
tire smoke coming off. Yeah.
Little fiberglass smoke. So that was, I believe, Mike Bakanowski and Scott Monroe battling it out for 10th position. Bakanowski in the 39, Monroe in the 00 machine there, as things are still very close. And this is what we see in Spec Racer Ford racing, much like a Spec Miata, very close, tight, nose to tail racing. These cars do rely very heavily on the draft, and especially here when you've got all this flat out running. If you do lose the draft of the cars ahead of you, typically you're going to fall off the pace, as we've got a driver who's not falling off the pace but falling off the track over at the hairpin at turn number 8. And we'll get the number on him in a moment, but I think that might have been Gary Vizioli. We'll check on that in just a moment here. But talk about this. Look at this. Schofield now has made up the gap. He's right there with our 2 leaders, with Ayers and with Todd Vanacore, who was our pole sitter today. And once again, Schofield resetting fast lap. That last time through, he made up 0.6 of a second on the pair right up at the front.
Wow. Yeah, great lap. Impressive to see too when you're running kind of a duo in the front who are working together and you're that 3rd car. It's tricky sometimes, but they punch a big hole, and if you can make it work on the banking, get a good run out of the hairpin, as we see a little bit of a poking the nose out, but no moves to be made. And we'll see if that means a bad exit for our car in 2nd place there. That's Trey Ayers.
Yeah, a little bit further back coming out of turn 7. Had a little bit of a challenge there between, I'll get the numbers here. I think it was Ethan Bentnick-Smith and Craig Wheatley battled for 13th position, and I think Peter Dempsey in the 07 machine in for that as well. As our leaders come out of the final corner onto the front straight to complete lap number, I believe that is lap number 4 now in the books. And as he's done from the drop of the green flag, Trey Ayers in that blue and yellow number 7 machine. He is your leader with Todd Vanacore, Brian Schofield, Jim Goffrey now really starting to fall off the pace of our leaders. But, well, I would say he's fallen off the pace. He makes a lot of it up, Nick, under braking going into one as both Goffrey and Albanese are right there. Might as well be a 5-car fight up the front, and then a pretty huge gap back to the first of the 2 Vogels, Grant Vogel, who started off in 12th position, now finds himself in 6th.
That's a great start for Vogel to move up that far, and a group as competitive as this, it makes you wonder if maybe it was a slower qualifying time, had some issues getting the time out there, and they wanted to be a little further forward, and this is where they're kind of slotting in. But yeah, it looks like, did we just see a move from Schofield on Todd Vanacore?
Indeed, move Schofield now up into 2nd position as he dispatches with that red and black number 19 machine. So Schofield, who started 5th, fell I think as far back as 8th. He's now up into 2nd position. And I suspect we're going to see a lot of jockeying now in what is really a very short race. These are only 25 minutes in length, and and as we saw even in qualifying, where we had a couple of sessions where they were black flagged, these racers, they can't necessarily play the long game here and wait till the last lap to make a move, because they don't know if this race will get shortened. As Schofield now moves to the lead as both he and Vanacore get around Trey Ayers.
Yeah, he waited no time to make that move. As soon as he saw an opening, he went straight to the front, where he wanted to be, and it'll be interesting to see how defensive we start seeing these drivers at the front get as people try to make passes, take the lead back, move into 2nd, things like that. It could help our 4th and 5th place drivers of James, how is that one?
Goffrey.
James Goffrey and Arvid Albanese could let them back in the fray.
Yeah, indeed, as they had fallen off just a little bit, but you can see they're still in the hunt there, only about 3 car lengths back as they come under braking into the hairpin. And then now it looks like Grant Vogel mirroring the pace of Father John and Scott Monroe behind. There in the battle for 6th, but definitely, again, starting to fall off the pace. Grant and John Vogel running low 131s, whereas the cars ahead are running almost a half second a lap faster.
Yeah, it really does look like 2 groups, and we start seeing some of the side-by-side action. Goffrey and Albanese are just waiting for those couple of corners where they go side by side at the front to let them back into this race.
Yeah, and so that time Vanacore drafts past Schofield going into turn 1. He's your new leader, but Schofield didn't really fight that, as I would assume that later on in this race he might really let Vanacore slot in the first uncontested so that he and Trey Ayers could keep up the pace. And I think still the goal here is to try to break away from Goffrey and Albanese behind. They just have not been able to do that to this point. Also on the prior lap, Scott Monroe in the 00 Axis Companies machine, he gets around John Vogel. So move the 00 now up into 7th position, and he started all the way back at the rear of the field. Here, Nick, started 23rd. So great opening laps now from the 00 machine.
Yeah, and he is right on the back bumper of Grant Vogel. So as he's running what looks to be pretty good lap times in the low 31s, the low 31s, already having a best lap of a 30.6, matching some of our leaders. And he is going to try to make a move, and anything could happen if there's a car that gets disabled and they need to bring out a safety car or a double yellow. He could be right in that fold as well if luck plays in his favor.
Yeah, and it does look like the 00 machine has gotten around Grant Vogel now. Very interesting here as Schofield goes back to the lead, Nick. When we saw them come out, saw our leaders come out of the hairpin onto the back straight, Schofield was tucked up right under the back of Todd Vanacor's entry, and we've got Trey Ayers now has moved up into to second. It looks like, and Schofield made a break to the outside, and it looked like he really had to jerk the car over as if he was too close to the back of Vanacor's car ahead, and yet it did not really impact his run onto the oval, and it definitely looks like that 61 machine maybe has a little bit more outright speed than either the 19 or the 70 behind. And here through the infield, Schofield's now opened up about 2 to 2.5 car lengths. We'll have to see if he can keep that out on the draft.
Yeah, very clean run through the infield, and sometimes when you get into the clean air, you can fall victim to one of two things. Number one, you can kind of forget what the pace feels like if you don't have a carrot in front of you to chase. You can drift right back into the people behind you, or it gives you a chance to really focus on your marks and push. But it looks like Brian Schofield did that. He hit his marks, he had a great run, and the draft was not enough for them to get him back going into turn one this time.
All right, and I think early on we saw that one car that had spun around. I believe that was Gary Vizioli. He retired the car after only 2 laps, and we just saw a car come down the pit lane. I think that may possibly be the one. That was Adam Fetterman in the number 6 machine in the Fetterman firm RSR entry, and he had some issues in qualifying with that machine as well. Qualified at the tail end of the field, 24th, and he's got the crew taking a look at the car now. And sounds like John Dunches on the pit lane as well. But here we go, Nick. Our leader, Schofield, starting to open things up as Goffrey goes very wide. I was looking at Albanese for a second. I thought he just dropped the wheel coming through the hairpin. I didn't even notice that Jim Goffrey was about 30 feet off and coming around from the oval. And so he ends up losing a position now losing a position to Scott Monroe. Monroe now works his way up into 5th position.
Big shakeup there, yeah. That was a big mistake. He was way outside, like we saw earlier. Some of the birds would have been a little frightened, and that definitely is.
Actually, let me take that back. That is not the case. Monroe's still sitting in 6th. It was just Albanese and Goffrey ending up swapping positions. So Albanese now moves up in the 4th, and Goffrey now at the tail end of this lead pack. Finding himself back in 5th position. It is still quite a distance now, almost 5 seconds back to Scott Monroe, who's got that second pack with the Vogels, and also Steve Whitston. Whitston, our former FE2, probably Formula V national champion, now finds himself in 9th position.
Yeah, definitely 2 clear groups. That is something we're seeing here. But even 4th and 5th, Arvid Albanese and Goffrey, they haven't fallen completely off. They still have a chance if things work out. So we'll see how this race shapes up with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and as I thought that perhaps Schofield was starting to work his way clear, Trey Ayers with that draft able to work back around Brian Schofield to retake the lead as they currently work their 10th lap. And with that, we're just coming up on about halfway in this 25-minute sprint race. Oh, and look at that. As Goffrey comes down the pit lane, he might as well be retiring at this point. And so Goffrey now looks like his race is now done. That will move Monroe up into 5th. But Nick, since we are coming up on halfway in this 25-minute race, or actually we're a little bit past, let's take a break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take everybody here to the checkered flag in our first race of the Palm Tree Winter Majors. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making racecars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano, and let's take a look at what we're just joining here, coming into turn number one. Oh my!
Wow. That is a lucky break there. That was just dropped a wheel off with two cars close by.
And somehow split the gap coming back around. And that racer, let's see, as he falls back, was that Silverberg possibly, or we'll try and get the number on that. I thought that was maybe the 66 of Silverberg, but we'll verify that in just a moment here. As we come back, as we have 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock in our first race of the weekend, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Brian Schofield, your leader. Trey Ayers, second. Todd Vanacore, pole sitter today, is in third. Arvid Albanese, slightly distant fourth. There's Arvid making his way through turn 5. And then almost 7.5 seconds now back to our second pack of Scott Monroe, Grant Vogel, John Vogel, and Steve Whitston. There they are just now coming out of turn 5, and you can see the gap. And actually, let's add one more racer there. I think that's Mike Bakanowski in the pack as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a debris flag being shown at the hairpin. So there it is. We've got a little piece of something. Maybe this is what Goffrey went down pit lane to check. That's something off his car from his big off. But it looks to be out of the line enough where they're not going to need to stop the race for it. So that's good news for the guys out front.
I was going to say, it looks like the missing caster from my desk chair as I'm looking at the thing, but it's either that or, well, it's definitely not a leaf blower. As Brian Schofield now leads the field out of the final corner onto the front straight. Trey Ayers second, Todd Vanacore third, and this is perhaps the first lap in many where the second and third place drivers didn't attempt to use the draft to get past our leader. But Nick, you were talking as we were at break that a bit surprising that the draft hasn't been a little bit stronger here this weekend. That when we see, for example, the leader jump out to 3 or 4 car length advantage, like we saw earlier on with Schofield, where it's taken a lot longer than you expected for the trailing drivers who are working together in the draft to pull up to that car.
Yeah, no, that was a big surprise. I was really expecting there to be more of the lead changes as we entered into turn 1, because it is such a fast corner, and you can go too wide through there. It's not exactly advisable, but certainly is a passing area. So I was expecting more of the second and third place cars to work together and try and pass the first place car, but it just doesn't feel like they get enough momentum to really make a move.
No, you're right. And another car off. That was I think that was the 98 of Craig Wheatley running in 14th position in the SRG Autosport Masters class machine. As he rejoins.
Yeah, it looks like turn 2 claims another one. That's I think that's going to be a common theme this weekend.
Yeah, and I guess not that much of a surprise, especially if you're chasing that rabbit up ahead, and you're trying to get on, get into the brakes a little bit later. You figure, I can carry more speed through turn 1 before I have to get on the brakes at turn 2. Anywhere to close things up, maybe a car length or half a car length. And I can see where there'd be a huge tendency there to maybe just push a little bit too hard. As we jump back to this second pack of the Vogels, Grant Vogel, John Vogel, Scott Monroe in the 00, Mike Bakanowski as well. And that is the 44 machine now of Grant Vogel getting around Scott Monroe. So move Vogel up into 5th position as Monroe challenging coming down the inside going into turn 7 in that double apex 6 and 7. But Vogel should have position as they come into the hairpin.
Yeah, some too wide action, and it looks like it's going to continue. That doesn't look like John Vogel following behind Grant.
Yeah, John Vogel's got the black with the blue
right
over the fenders. Son Grant has got the red over the fenders, and I think that again the 00 to the outside, and I believe that's Bakanowski in the 39 car that's slotted in between the two Vogels right now. And then Steve Whitston there as well in the number 8 machine, the Alliance Auto Sports machine. As we've got now, looks like 2 laps remaining. Should be this lap, and we'll have white flag lap, last lap next time through.
Yeah, not a lot of change up at the front though. They've kind of stabilized there. Still very close together. Feel like there's a chance to make a move, but Trey Ayers hanging out right behind Brian Schofield with Todd Vanacore in close tow.
Yeah, and so Schofield, I think, pretty clearly has been able to get the best run of the three of them out of this hairpin, which, of course, is going to be critical as they run around to the start-finish line. And not that he's gained a bunch of ground, but he's been able to neutralize anything draft related coming out of here that perhaps with that 3/4 of a car length to full car length advantage that he's had, he's been in good spot here. You see that Ayers is still trying to draft up and is still maybe half a car length to a 1/4 of a car length back when they go into the oval. We'll see if it's enough for him to pop out. When we've seen the roles reversed, Schofield usually has popped out and made his intentions very clear as they're even going into NASCAR IndyCar turn 3, as the white flag is now in the air, and there's a local caution there at turn 1 4, and I think, Nick, that's the same car we saw spin off there previously.
I think it is. It looks like
somebody else.
There was a buddy too, so maybe a little bit of contact that time. It wasn't a solo. And if it was a solo, maybe collected them. Hopefully not, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. But the front 3 remain the same. Schofield holding on, Ayers right behind, and Vanacore. So it'll all come down to who's going to be able to get a good run with a little bit of wiggle. The exit of turn 6 there from Schofield.
Yeah, as Schofield jumps over those different portions of the exit curbing there and some of the gator teeth there, rocking the rear end around, not getting a great run down to the hairpin, but thankfully a short-ish run out of turn 7 into the entrance for the hairpin at turn number 8 doesn't really affect them all that much as we're working the last lap here for our first race of the weekend at the Palm Tree Winter Majors. Brian Schofield looking to once again take a win here at Homestead-Miami Speedway as he now looks to hold off Trey Ayers, driver of the number 7 machine, both former national champions. And Ayers, does he pick the inside? Does he move to the outside? Schofield protects the inside as Trey Ayers now moves out to driver's right and taking the win. Margin of victory, 61 1/1000th of a second. Brian Schofield wins race number 1 here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Trey Ayers will finish 2nd. Todd Vanacore will finish 3rd. Coming across the line, Arvid Albanese will finish 4th. And let's look at that second group. It's Mike Bakanowski in the number 39 machine. He moves up to 5th. Scott Monroe 6th. Grant Vogel will fall back to 7th on the final lap, with John Vogel finishing 8th. Steve Winston 9th. And then another 5 seconds in arrears, it is going to be Peter Dempsey who will round out your top 10.
Yeah, that was a great race. A little bit of surprise from my perspective. I thought we were going to see a little bit more of the back and forth drafting, some more buddy systems, dance partners, if you will. But it never really turned out to be that way. The driver who was able to do their best through the infield really was able to hold them off. It was pretty cool.
And we saw there right from the very opening, Schofield, who did not have a great run as the green flag came out to start this race, didn't take him very long to fight his way back to the front. And again, from there, though, things really settled down between those top 3. And I wonder, though, Nick, if Todd Vanacore, if he has the option and to start from pole tomorrow, whether he chooses that outside lane again, because it looked like it set him back right from the jump.
Yeah, I think that he might double check that one when he talks about going over his maybe some race data tonight with teammates and friends. A quick shout out before I forget about this: Scott Monroe, as he entered into the white flag, was 8th and had gotten shuffled to the back of that second pack and was able to move 2 cars up past both the Vogels. So a great final lap to make it count. We saw them cross 3 wide, which was a staple of any of the spec racing here.
Yeah. If we look at this, Bakanowski, who finished 5th, was 46 1,000ths ahead of Scott Monroe. Grant Vogel, another 23 1,000ths back from there. So that is in a nutshell Spec Racer Ford Racing. All right, Nick, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, it's going to be small bore production. We've got E production, F production, and H production. Looking forward to this B-Spec race, and also should be a barn burner in STU as well. So make sure, stay with us. It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. We'll be right back.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC races presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano. And next up, small bore production along with super touring under and B-Spec. And Nick, let's run down the starting order for today's 25-minute sprint race. Starting on pole today, driving the number 80 Krug Speed Lotus Elise, Richard Estacio. That's in the STU class. And starting alongside is going to be our 2024 STL National Champion in his STU Honda, the number 199 Moss Race Team entry of Jose Osiris Pena. Second row, made up of Michael Kuna in the number 74 STU High Speed Motorsport BMW, and he's starting alongside your F Production pole sitter in the Road and Race Automotive Goodyear HPD Redline Honda CRX, Peter Shadowin. Anthony Garacci was scheduled to start fifth today in the Krug Speed STU Exige. Had a piston or something leave the chat during qualifying session. I don't think we're going to see about here. So instead, starting fifth is going to be Cliff Ira driving that blue number 36 F Production Cliff Ira Motorsports Jesse Prather Motorsports Honda Del Sol. Armin McGregorian will start sixth in the number 12 STU Goodyear Idemitsu Mazda, with Steve Saney starting in eighth. He's your E-Production pole sitter in his Active AutoWorks STS racing machine. Paul Mavoli will start eighth. He's driving the number 15 F Production Paul Mavoli DMD Tooth Life Toyota Nissan, with Chris Copley starting ninth. Chris is in the number 10 F Production AER Toyota. Preston Obremski will start in 10th position in the PCO Motorsports F Production entry, with Edwin Soto Quinones in racing in STU. He's starting 11th today. He's in the number 68 Scuderia Krusty G-Lock Brakes BGB Race Factor machine. Then we got Mark Weber starting 12th. He's in the number 70 E-Production Goodyear Redline Oil Hawk Brakes JPM Mazda Miata. Carson Neal is your B-Spec pole sitter. The number 171 Entech oil machine will start 13th, with Stuart Black in the Bill Black Autosports Chevy Sonic starting second in B-Spec. The number 40 machine starts 14th. Then we got Ray Siebert Heath and his F Production Mazda Miata, the RHR Windsor Customs machine, starting 16th in the number 119 B-Spec Chevy Sonic, the Babyface Fabrication Team Tech Motorsports entry of Josh Schmidt. Peter Dempsey will start 17th. He's in the number 66 F Production Star Wars Racing Turn 3 Motorsports machine, with Chris Taylor. And there's Chris. So we got the onboard video from him in the number 62 B-Spec Mazda 2. The Chris Taylor Motorsports entry starts 18th. And Ted Phoenix starting 19th in the number 49 GT Light Nissan, and Ricky Holmstrom in the number 46, B-Spec Mazda 2, the Chris Taylor Racing Services entries. Green flag is in the air, and it is Estacio to the inside, Pena to the outside, and Pena takes over the lead as they come into turn one in his Honda CRX. Michael Kuna in the white BMW will slot into third, both overall and in STU, a little bit further back in the field. Peter Shadowin now in fourth position. He is your F Production leader, with Cliff Ira second in F Production, now moving up into fifth position, as we've got a car off and running a little bit wide through turn number 4. We'll try and get the number, but I believe that may be possibly that. I think that may have been the Siebert Heath machine, Mazda Miata. We'll get the number on that in just a moment. Making a run. Look at that coming down all the way to the inside, Nick. The Mazda RX-8. Oh my! Oh, that's
no.
not good either. Chris may not be able to see out the windshield, but he was able to see what was outside the right door. Oh my, yes, he's got the hood in the air, and Chris Taylor's race is now done. Oh
man.
Please tell me we've got the replay for that, Jordan Worth. Oh, unfortunately, we don't have the replay there for. We'll try it. We'll see if we can pick that up. But oh my, Nick.
Well, that's about the worst you can start a race, unfortunately. And You know, it looks like that's a tough one to get fixed for tomorrow, even, you know, a cracked windshield like that. So we'll see what the team can do. They've got a 40-minute race tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, having to lean down and peek through, having your hood come up at a spot, I mean, anywhere on track is just not ideal.
No, well, at least he knows he's still on the road, just doesn't know where on the road he may be. But here, this battle right at the front, this is the battle for the lead in STU. It is Jose Osiris Pena ahead of Estacio, and then Michael Cunha sitting in third in the high-speed motorsports BMW. Peter Shadowin in his Honda CRX, your F production leader, with Cliff Iras Del Sol close behind. Then it is McGreggy and Steve Saney and Edwin Soto Quinones. Saney in the middle of those two machines. That is your F production leader, or probably E production leader, pardon me.
Yeah, interesting mix of cars and speeds there. Seeing Steve Saney kind of hanging with the F production cars, you never know what the mindset is for some of the drivers when you come to these multi-class races. So some of the F production cars could be a little upset if he gets a little racy. But hey, everyone paid for a race, and you're on the same track, so buckle up. You never know what you're going to get.
Indeed. Now watch here, coming down the over the high line there, the white with blue Nissan Sentra. That is Paul Mavoli, and you know, he just unfortunately doesn't have the pace of Shadowin and Ira ahead, but he has now opened up a nice gap, almost 6.5 seconds to the Toyota Paseo of Chris Copley, who is currently running fourth in F production. Both Mavoli's Nissan and Copley's Toyota's former GT Light machines. That is Mavoli is all over the back of the much larger BMW of Steve Saney, your E production leader at the moment. Let's see if we can check back a little bit further. I want to jump to this battle in B-Spec if we can. The two Chevy Sonics of Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt have managed to get around the Mazda 2 of Carson Neal. And let's see. Yep, here they come. And my mistake, I thought that Chris Copley was driving his possibly driving his Toyota Paseo. And it looks like, oh no, I take that back. It's actually Ted Phoenix who's in the Mini, the British Leyland Mini. Here as it is in, let's jump back over to in B-Spec, Stuart Black in the blue and white number 40 Chevy Sonic, and he's got about 3 car lengths now, maybe actually we call it closer to 5 car lengths on the silver 119 Chevy Sonic of Josh Schmidt. Our pole sitter Carson Neal in B-Spec now slotted in right behind that machine. And did it look like that RX-8 Tavin? Yeah, it looks like the the RX-8, that's Peter Dempsey in the number 66 SWR machine. It looks like he's off the pace and trying to stay out of traffic. We'll probably see him drop down onto the pit lane here when he can.
And that Mini has really made a mark on the B-Specs. I know it was working its way through the back of the field, I think, at the start, but just in a 2/3 of a lap since we first looked at this B-Spec race and saw that Mini there, it's checked out. He's wheeling that car. That's Ted Phoenix, right? In the Mini.
Yeah, exactly. So he is the only GT Light car in the field. A year, actually starting last year at the national level, and for Majors racing, GT Light was folded into F production. But GT Light still lives on as what they call a regional class. So for the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, for the SARRC races, you can still enter a car in GT Light. Just so happens Phoenix, the only driver here this weekend that is registered as such. So he won't be garnering points on the U.S. Majors Tour Series in the hopes of making it to the runoffs. He's going to be running the SARRC Championship this year. As looks like Josh Schmidt and Carson Neal starting to close up just a little bit on Stuart Black here in that Chevy Sonic now as they come out of the hairpin. And, you know, Nick, as opposed to what we were saying earlier about Spec Racer Ford, these very tall, not very wide B-Spec cars, the draft is definitely there and working, because you saw how Schmidt just pulled right up to the back of to Stuart Black as they came out of the hairpin.
Yeah, I noticed a couple of times that it looked like Carson Neal was pushing Josh Schmidt, and I was wondering if they would stay together and work their way around Stuart Black. But it appears once Josh got there, he left his old dance partner and decided to find a new one.
Yeah, indeed, and I think a lot of that has to do also with well, frankly, the two Sonics have slightly higher displacement motors, 1.8 liters, and maybe a little bit more torque off the corners. Let's jump over to the battle for the lead here in STU, and our overall leaders now as wow, look at this, as Estacio is just hounding Osiris Pena. Estacio just reset the fast lap on the prior lap, on lap number 5. And as they came through what you call the roller coaster, Nick, Estacio just filling up the mirrors of that CRX.
Yeah, no room for errors from Jose Osiris Pena. He's got to run great. And as they get into traffic, it's going to be tricky for these guys. Richard Estacio is going to have to be smart to stay close. And if Jose Osiris Pena gets held up, that's the opening that I think Richard Estacio has been looking for.
Yeah, matter of fact, we just saw as they came through, and the green number 38 Miata, that's Ray Siebert Heath, running in F production, and Pena went to the right. Estacio, there was just that slightest pause as he went to the left, and he lost a lot of ground just with that little bit of a hesitation. And now as they have to find their way around the B-Spec cars going 3 wide, Estacio, who had pulled right up to the back of Pena on the prior lap, now finds himself almost 6 car lengths back from our leader, as that B-Spec battle for the lead is right behind him. And Josh Schmidt, for a moment, looked like he might have had an advantage there as our leader there, Stuart Black, just plants the car right in the center of the track, and the Mazda 2 of Carson Neal able now to move up into second.
Yeah, I really thought that Josh Schmidt made a decent move there. It looked like he was a little bit further back because of the traffic coming out of the hairpin, and I thought he was going to maybe pull in behind Stuart Black, but ended up not, and following the STU leaders. And I think that was a good move. Looks like a couple of errors through the infield, though, and things have shaken up pretty significantly, as now Carson Neal is right on the back bumper of Stuart Black.
Yeah, and so the two Sonics, Black and Schmidt, they did have coming together here last year, actually during I believe the Saturday race, coming out of turn 3, going to turn 4, and I think that perhaps Stuart Black has learned a little bit from that with as far as the car positioning. Didn't really want to run the risk of Josh Schmidt coming up the inside, and it really caught Schmidt off guard, and he may now have actually fallen out of the draft now, as he's about 6, maybe 7 car lengths back, as Carson Neal has locked into the back of the number 40 machine.
Yeah, he's got some work to do to close up that gap, but if the front two don't get together and hook up into something a little closer to a bump draft, he may be able to steal a little bit of that hole in the air to stay with them. We'll see how they go through turns 1, 2, and 3, and it looks like he was great under braking, closing right back up.
He's right back there, and you know, the last fall at the runoffs, Schmidt was the pole sitter for B-Spec, and he set the pole lap. And remember, Road America 4 miles in length, and the draft is absolutely critical at Road America, given that you've got 1, 2, 3, really 4 long straightaways there, and 3.5 long straightaways, and he was able to set that pole lap without a draft. He did it all by himself, nobody anywhere near him. So we'll see here if he can lock in the draft. He can definitely start to run cars down. As Estacio, speaking of the draft, still trying to find a way to make up the ground that he lost to Jose Osiris Pena a couple laps ago. But Nick, we are right about halfway through this 25-minute race. So why don't we take a quick break? When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag in this small bore production race presented by Race Factory and JO Performance here at Homestead. You are watching the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Headquarter Toyota. We'll be right back. Ready for that next Tin Top Challenge? Check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Back to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano. And Nick, just as we were going to break, we saw Josh Schmidt take over the lead in B-Spec from Stuart Black and Carson Neal. We're also now seeing, this is a major loss of a motor. Richard Estacio, your pole sitter today for this race. And he now, much like his teammate Garachi, retiring early. Let's take a look and see. Oh, wow.
Oh, no. You hate to see that. That's just instant one. It looks very similar to what we saw during qualifying with his teammate. It makes me wonder if the banking here and, the amount of G's they pull, those motors in the Lotus just can't like it. If there's some oil starvation, things like that, with that motor being mounted similar to a front-wheel drive.
Well, I thought they had essentially Toyota Camry motors, and maybe they make a run over to our presenting sponsor, Headquarter Toyota. Maybe they'll be able to get back on the grid tomorrow. But that is unfortunate. That's going to move Edwin Soto Quinones now up into second position. Michael Cunha, who lost the position to Quinones in the white high-speed motorsport BMW, now falling back he'll now be back to third position. And we did get word that Armin McGregor in the number 12 machine did pull his car off on the outside of turn 1, I believe. And McGregor, what car was he running? The Idemitsu number 12 Mazda Miata.
That's right, yeah. It looks like we had I don't know if you had mentioned it, but Thomas Burt in the EPRX8. It looked like he was also on pit road with the hood up. So this race is having a couple casualties so far, it appears.
Yeah. All right, making a run down the inside going into turn one. That was the Porsche Boxster of Quinones working his way through the B-Spec field, and that B-Spec race that we were watching, which was so great between Schmidt, Black, and Carson Neal, as they have had traffic come to them. That has really split things up. Josh Schmidt now with about a second lead as. Was that the 77 of Yuri Colossos, who was our e-production leader that we just saw go off? I think it might have been.
It was, yeah.
And so Colossos had about 0.7 of a second on Mark Webber in the red number this year, the number 70 Mazda Miata, and that may have put Mark into the lead in e-production. We'll see the next time they come around.
Yeah, it looks like the traffic really tore this B-Spec race apart. A lot of gap there. We've got a slow-moving. Is that Michael Cunha?
That is indeed. That is Michael Cunha. The high-speed BMW was running third, then fourth, then back to third, and that car is dead stick coming out of the hairpin. And that certainly, of course, is going to bring out the local caution going into turn 8 with 6.5 minutes. This may bring out a full course caution. And from the looks of it there, you see the yellow flag lights going there on the oval. I think we are going to a full course caution here, possibly, Nick. Oh, I'm getting word that those are green. It's a good thing I'm not colorblind, Nick.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, that is part of your SCCA physical.
Yeah, that's why I'm not behind the wheel. I don't know what a yellow flag looks like.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long they're able to keep that car there if he gets it refired and even just pulled off a little bit. And there goes our Saturn.
Speaking of pulled off, yeah. Under full course caution, that was Preston Obremski in the F production Saturn SC2 coupe. And
yeah,
unfortunately wasn't able to pick that up.
Greg, would you say that Saturn went into orbit, or was that?
It was definitely a low flying orbit.
Yeah,
I hear that the SpaceX. Well, not SpaceX, but the what's the satellite service? I heard they just
Starlink. Yeah.
Starlink. I heard they just dropped all of their satellites down lower to make sure that they don't run into one another. So that's, I think, very similar to what Obremski just experienced there.
Very similar, but they've done a good job keeping the track green with just a local yellow. So I'm sure the B-Spec cars have got to be happy. I'm sure Carson Neal would love to be able to have a chance to get back to the back bumper of Schmidt and make a run at winning this thing. But yeah, as the traffic moves through, it's tricky.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see there is Neal now has the Heath Mazda Miata between he and Stuart Black. He's got a little bit of breathing room there that he can just look forward to Josh Schmidt, but as we see here, as they come down into the braking zone over at the hairpin, pretty big distance there going into that area that separate first and second in B-Spec. If we go and I want to pull up the battle now in e-production. We'll see if we can find this. Mark Webber in the red number 70 Mazda Miata. He's got Steve Saney in the 34 machine. That is
who's on screen right now as they come by.
BMW. Yeah.
So that was Mark Webber and Steve Saney right behind as they go into.
And Saney just didn't seem to have the pace. Webber didn't have a great lap the last time through, and lost, I think, a lot of ground. But he's been lapping almost a full second a lap faster than the Saney machine before. So we'll check back in a little bit later. It is not a good day to be an RX-8 driver. Is there somebody still off there, or was that the RX-8 coming back on track?
I think that was the RX-8 rejoining. That was the car that I thought was stopped on pit road with the hood up for a while. That was interesting to see him in that position.
A big brake lock up there from the F production Mazda. Paul Mavoli was trying to make up some ground on Cliff Ira, but Mavoli's been lapping at anywhere between 3 and 6 seconds per lap off the pace of Shadowin and Cliff Ira ahead. Shadowin now opening up almost 6 seconds on Cliff Ira. There was another fight that I was watching a little bit earlier, and actually I think that's now subsided. It was actually right in the middle of that B-Spec fight. Right there, the green Mazda Miata of Ray Seabird Heath, and then ahead of him was Peter Dempsey. Again, that battle gone as the checkered flag now being displayed on the front straight, Nick, about 2 minutes early. And I'm not sure if that has to do with, again, with that car off at the hairpin, or maybe the fact that everybody else seems to be driving off track at this point. But there you go, checkered flag in the air. And first to take the flag is going to be Jose Osiris Pena in his STU Honda CRX with Peter Shadowin. When Shadowin comes across the line, he has not completed his final lap yet. He will finish second overall. He'll take the win in F production over Cliff Ira. At least we assume. There's Ira down to the inside, trying to get through a couple of the slower machines here, and indeed Shadowin takes the checkered flag. Cliff Ira will come across the line. He'll finish third overall, second in F production. Edwin Soto Quinones in the number 68 STU entry. He will finish he'll finish fourth overall in the number 68 Porsche in the Boxster. So let's go and we'll break things down by class here, and we'll start off with STU with Jose Osiris Pena taking the wins, Quinones second. Michael Reese in the number 69 Honda CRX, he'll finish third. Michael Kuna, oddly enough, Nick, only completes 10 laps, and we saw him right at the exit of the hairpin. There he is. Kuna will actually finish this race fourth in STU because Richard Estacio and Armin McGregor both retired earlier on lap 8 and lap 9 respectively. Over in F production, Peter Shadowin with the win over Cliff Ira. Paul Mavoli will take bronze. Chris Copley fourth. Peter Dempsey fifth. And in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt takes the win over Carson Neal. Stuart Black will finish third. Ricky Holmstrom in the number 46 machine will finish in fourth. And then in E production, Mark Webber, your winner. Steve Saney, second. Yuri Kalatzos will finish in third. And let's not forget Ted Phoenix. Ted finishes 10th overall and is your sole racer in GT Light. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for small bore production. Nick, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, it's Spec Miata here from Homestead. We'll be right back.
Ultra Chiller is the secret to staying safe and winning more races. Our compact cool suit systems keep you cool and give you an edge without having to hope for cooler weather. Every system ships for free and includes a liquid-cooled performance shirt. To learn more and check out how we keep you cool, visit ultrachiller.com today.
When you're ready for that next Tin Top challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more. Racing is all about precision, performance, and pushing limits on the track and in manufacturing. That's why top teams trust REM Surface Engineering, the world leader in isotropic super finishing technology. From aerospace to additive manufacturing, REM Engineering's surface solutions reduce friction, extend part life, and unleash peak performance in every component. Whether you're turning high-speed laps or crafting high-speed parts, make every surface count. That's REM Surface Engineering, polishing the future of performance one finish at a time. Learn more at remchem.com. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. All right, welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speed, or is it Miami Homestead? Homestead-Miami, whatever. We're in Miami, and it is the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC race presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano, and next up it is Spec Miata. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 27 E Street Racing G-Lock Brakes Mazda. It's Jim Drago, his teammate and multi-time national champion in his own right. Preston Pardis driving the number 42 Danish Utilities E Street Racing Daytona 1. Mazda will start second. Starting third is your defending national champion in Spec Miata, driving the number 6 Nick Bruni Racing E Street Racing entry. Nick Bruni. Max Stallone in the Wheels America Racing Mazda, the 144 car. He will start fourth. Frankie Barroso, runner-up at the runoffs this year. He will start fifth. He's driving the number 48 IAG Aero Group machine. Alex Acosta will start 6th. He's in the number 24 Mazda, with Nick Leveroni in the Flat Out Motorsports entry starting 7th. That's the 194 car. The 00 PlanetMiata.com entry of Mark Cephalo will start 8th, with Bob Mueller Jr. in the Street Side Classics entry, the number 60 car, starting 9th. Logan Stretch driving the number 98 Wheels America Racing G-Lock Brakes AIM Sports entry starts 10th, with Chase Kovach driving the Lucky 13 KSA Federal Flat Out Motorsports entry starting 11th. Ellie Gossett is in the number 77 Salty Dog Racing Mazda. She'll start in 12th, with Ryan Kipke driving the number 89 Mazda starting 13th. Bobby Gossett in the number 44 Salty Dog Racing car will start 14th, with Jeremy Butts driving the number 169 Cvet Windsor Motorsports entry starting 15th. Starting 16th is Vaughn Mishko. He's driving the number 99 Mazda, while Gavin Vaughn is driving the number 148 Miata. He will start 17th. Michael Amena driving the number 88 Cornerstone Financial Advisors machine starts 18th. And then starting in 20th position, I believe that is Alfredo Zidane in the number 113, as our racers come out of the final corner onto the front straight. And Nick, green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Homestead. Jim Drago, his first race back here in the SCCA after a year and a half. He's going to lead the field into turn 1, but not into turn 2, as Preston Pardis takes the lead from his teammate, the number 27 machine. Max Stallone in the 144 car gets around Nick Bruni to lead things off and into turn number 3.
Yeah, great start for Preston. He was able to make his way to the inside and just kind of feel a space for him to be in there. But to be honest, it might be good for Jim to be behind Preston, use him as that carrot like we talked about, and chase him, stay on pace, and let those two work together. We'll see if it's a race where we stay together or we see a little bit of a breakout at the front.
Indeed, and so Nick Bruni, our defending national champion, started 3rd. Not a great start for him, as he loses 2 positions. He is going to fall back behind Alex Acosta in the 24 machine, as well as Max Stallone, and now drops back into 6th position as the field now makes their way out of the hairpin and onto the front straight. Back behind Bruni, we've got Nick Leveroni and Mark Cephalo, Logan Stretch, Bob Mueller Jr. as well, rounding out your top 10 as they make their way now onto NASCAR IndyCar turns 3 and 4, and a little bit of breakaway up at the front there between Drago, Pardis, and our 3rd place runner. That is the black number 144 machine of Max Stallone, your 2026 MX5 Cup shootout winner.
Yeah, they were all tucked in real close to each other, and the draft was working. The 3 of them were able to be a little bit ahead. Looks like we had one car unfortunately missed turn 1 there, but probably the best case scenario depending on what happens. We'll have to keep an eye out, figure out what number that was. But they are staying too wide all the way through 4 and 5, deep back in the field.
All right, and now challenging for 5th position, Nick Leveroni and Frankie Barroso going side by side there into turn number 6, and looks like Bruni going to end up giving up possibly 2 positions as Barroso works his way clear, and Nick Leveroni pulling up right alongside Nick Bruni now as they make that run to the short chute into the entrance for turn 8 for the hairpin. And actually that was Barroso's in the red with white striped number 48 machine. I think that was actually the 24 of Alex Acosta that is in that fight with Bruni, Leveroni, and Mark Cephalo.
Yep, that's exactly who it is. You can see the front 4 have paired off, and the next group is grouping up together as well for the draft around here. And we'll see if anyone gets hung out to dry, if the 3-car draft works here, or if 2s are the way to go. It looks like Bruni is able to hold on to Leverone and Acosta in that 3rd pack there, led by the bright orange car, and that's good news.
All right, we're pretty sure that the car that missed the banking on the previous lap, Paul Capel, in the number 33 Mazda Miata. Paul, who started this race off, where did he start this race off? I believe he started the race off in 29th position, so he's going to fall even further back there towards the very back end of the field. A couple drivers that were registered did not make the field. Marcello Cantitano. Try that again. Marcello Cantitano, Johnny Morrow in the ROM Motorsports machine, Matthias Ramirez as well. And right now, Nick, fastest driver on track. It's Frankie Barroso in that the red with white 48 machine. He took a quick look to the inside of Stallone, going under braking into the hairpin. Thought a little bit better of it. Got back in line. Now, as we've got a driver from that second group running wide, and I believe that was the 24. Yeah, indeed, that orange with black machine. That's Alex Acosta, the 24. He was running in 5th position, had been leading that second group. And he now literally falls off the track, and he's going to lose. Well, looks like maybe he drops in back behind Logan Stretch's number 98 machine.
Yeah, he fell back pretty far on that one. I'm interested to see if Frankie and Max, though, at the front, 3rd and 4th, if they're going to play nice with each other or be a little more racy. I think it's safe to assume Jim and Preston are going to be buddy-buddy until the last lap.
Sure.
So if Max and Frankie can play nice and work on, swapping when the car gets hot and working the draft properly, they could stay with them. But if they start going side by side and making some dives into some of these turn 1s, turn 5s, turn 6s, turn 9s, could let Jim and Preston run away.
Yeah, and I look back to the national championships this past fall where Barroso did finish in second, and I think a lot of that race was highlighted by the fact that he did not necessarily make any moves that I think would have given Nick Bruni, who took the championship, pause. That again, he tried to be, I think, as gentlemanly and as possible and use good racecraft, and really didn't force the issues at any point. Now, Max Stallone, who finished 6th at the runoffs, and again, I think he's probably going to have a lot of eyes and a $150,000 check behind him as he goes into the pros, is maybe doesn't have as much to lose here. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, at the moment, he's in a very tough position because he's been, trying to look for a way to get around Drago, and there you go. You see that he moves slightly to the inside to hold off Barroso, as Barroso came down maybe a little bit early going into turn 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. Max is going to want to be a little bit more, is going to want to press the issue a little bit more, whereas Frankie having some of that experience of, being patient and seeing how it works out, maybe a little more settled. Having Preston and Jim together, though, who have raced together for years, since probably like 2017, I think, was when Preston joined East Street Racing,
and that was the year he took his first championship at Indianapolis. Yeah,
that's right. And they've raced together so long, so I there's a possibility we see Jim kind of preemptively setting himself up to prevent these moves from behind, and then Preston can lay back and let Jim come back to his bumper and keep the draft, which works out for both of them.
Yeah,
holding the cars off behind and having a drafting buddy when you're on those straightaways and you're real vulnerable.
Well, yeah. And we've got a number of cars. Well, for a moment there, I thought a couple cars pointed the wrong way coming towards us, but a number of cars off at turn number 6, a little bit further back in the field. Let's take a look at the replay, see how it happened. And I think a couple of those machines, I noticed, for example, the purple car was already in and through. Now that, Nick, is Spec Miata racing at its finest.
That's great avoidance. Man, everyone made it out clean. That's about as lucky as you can ask for sometimes. Oh, boy. That's a scary situation to be facing the wrong way.
Oh my. But we could see here how much of a gap it's now opened up, heading back a little bit further back in the field. I think with Chris Rawlings, Mike LaMena, Connor Ryan, John Hotz in that trailing pack.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit at the second group: Leverone, Bruni, Cephalo, Stretch. They are all running fairly consistent lap times with the leaders. And it makes me wonder if, for a couple of laps they get it together, they can get back into the draft of them and make it a little interesting. I think the group behind, led by Alex Acosta in the Orange 24, is a little too far, but
yeah.
I really think that, Nick Leverone, Nick Bruni, Mark Cephalo, they are all very experienced Spec Miata drivers. Logan Stretch, a little bit newer name to the group, but he's got some good coaches there.
Maybe a little bit of contact there, a little bit in that next group back with Bobby Gossett right behind Alex Acosta. Might have just come into Gossett might have gotten the braking a little bit wrong going into turn 8 as he pulled up right to the back of the orange machine there. But now this is interesting, Nick, as you were talking about the draft and whether or not some of these cars were better at drafting 2x2 or maybe in trains of 3. That last time through, it looked like it was pretty clear that it was probably better to pair off. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. They all came back together as they went into turn 1. But I think that second group, as you mentioned, now starting maybe to make up a little bit of ground. As I look at this, well, that last time through, Leverone, Bruni, Cephalo, and Stretch were maybe about 0.2 off the pace of the 4 ahead. So maybe not closing it down.
Yeah, no, not quite as much as I was expecting. It's a tough one because I think Preston and Jim are playing a little bit of a defensive game, while still maximizing, and we know Frankie Barroso and Max Stallone in the 48 and 144 want to press the issue. I mean, you can see Frankie already trying to dip his nose in. He does move up into third now, so now he'll have Max. No, he's been in third. Sorry, that's not a position
the last
change.
lap or two. Yeah, but it was interesting there to have as Drago moved out, almost in anticipation of Barroso moving the car to the inside. It was much more about Drago playing a defense on Barroso than playing offense on Pardis up ahead.
Yeah, I think you can expect Jim and Preston to be best friends until there's about 30 seconds left on that clock.
I was going to say until they come out of the hairpin for the last time.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid bet. As it looks like Frankie tries to make a move into turn 1 and just can't do it. Jim, again, made a little bit of a preemptive move to the inside. So I think they've got a little bit of a strategy going with these street cars to kind of protect their lead and keep each other well drafted, if that's a proper term.
Yeah, and so, he said during qualifying, we know Drago had run an event, a race here with another organization, 2 weeks ago, and performed rather well, finished in the top 5. I'm wondering, although I don't think that this shorter 25-minute race would be much of an issue, I'm wondering, perhaps tomorrow when it's a 40-minute race, where he's going to be conditioning-wise and body-wise, and, whether or not muscles that he hasn't necessarily had to work for the last couple of months now will start to be an issue. But to this point so far, I mean, the racing instincts are there, and he's played when he's had to play defense against Barroso and Stallone, he's been able to do it. All right, we're right at about halfway, Nick, through this Spec Miata race, the first of 2 Spec Miata races this weekend. This one presented by the great folks at 3P Logistics Track Services. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll be back in just a few moments, take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive program span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. Welcome back to Homestead and the Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC races presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. And Nick, say a little bit of a change up front as we watched our leaders, Pardis, Drago, Barroso, and not Leveroni, but Max Stallone coming down into turn one. First off, Max Stallone manages to get back around Frankie Barroso, move up into third position, but at least for the moment, it appears as though Pardis was able to eke out at least a little bit of an advantage over Jim Drago and the two behind, as I think Drago was, again, trying to hold off whatever attack Barroso was attempting there. But now that second group of Nick Leveroni, Nick Bruni, Mark Cefalo, Logan Stretch, they are now starting to close up just a little bit. I don't know if the third group, as we've been watching Alex Acosta, that's Bob Mueller Jr., who just took a quick look to the inside on Acosta going into the hairpin. And a very good move if he can power out of there. He's door to door with Acosta as they come on to the backstretch here. And wow, Acosta was able to just power out of that, and it looks like Bob Mueller Jr. may have given up a position to Cliff Brown in the 0-1 machine as well.
Yeah, it looks like that was using a little too much momentum to get the move done on the inside there. And when you got such a long straightaway after, sometimes it's better just to sit back and let it happen. Try to make the move into turn one or maybe six. And you can see they fell back a couple of spots as we look through timing, and no, not too far. He looks like he stayed in 10th there. So, but this group has been the raciest of the group. A lot of too wide, a lot of the moves like we just saw, and you can tell by the lap times they're about a second slower than the group ahead of them. And I think it's just those moments where you go side by side, you try to make a pass and it doesn't work. It just brings the whole group down a little.
Yeah, now, thankfully for them, the group behind, which is Chase Kovach, Mike Leo, Ryan Kipke, they're still lapping at about a second off of this group's pace. There's that fourth group, but it looks like each one of these pockets of 4 cars or 5 cars, they're not making up any ground on the group ahead of them either. It's now, I think these racers with about less than 7.5 minutes to go are, I think, pretty much consigned to the fact that this is my battle here. This is my race with these 5 cars, or also 5 cars for the group behind. And I think they realize they're probably not going to be able to move up to the group that's ahead of them on track. A little bit further back, we're just looking at the fight there. I think that was Gavin Vaughn in the 148 and Christopher Jerem in the number 40, the number 14 car. Good battle that is for 20th position.
Yeah, as I look at my timing sheet here, I'm pretty impressed with the whole field. The leaders not exactly running perfect nose to tail and optimized race lines, and they're running around mid 39s to low 40s. And even when you work your way back into the 27th, 28th, you're seeing guys running high 41s. So
yeah,
it's a fairly close field right now. It's really coming down to the moments people are choosing to race or to work together. How many of those 40.0s can you have versus a 41.1 to move yourself up in the group or move yourself back?
All right, well, one driver that did move himself up, Nick Bruni, who's our defending national champion in the orange and blue number 6 machine. He gets around Nick Leveroni's 194 machine. He is now your leader of this second group and running 5th overall, and right behind Bruni and Leveroni, Mark Cephalo and Logan Stretch in the number 98 Wheels America car.
Yeah, dipping 2 wheels off there, but I don't think there's any foul in that. I think that was just really looking for the most power you could get down and speed you could carry through the hairpin, but didn't get hooked up with Leveroni as fast as he probably wanted to. And you're going to see the duo of Cephalo and Stretch be able to just go around the outside, I think. And we might have a 2-position change here as we get to start finish. It just depends.
Yeah, and that looks like what's going to happen. And it looks like I thought maybe Cephalo would have had a nose up on Bruni, so he doesn't take 2 positions, but Leveroni now gets shuffled back as Mark Cephalo moved him up into 5th position, moved Leveroni back in the 6th, and for a moment there it looked like Logan Stretch was going to eke by the 194 machine as well. He's going to have to hold station right at the back of that group as we check in back ahead with our lead group of 4, and Max Stallone now as they go through the double apex of 6 and 7, trying to make a move around Jim Drago to the outside. Drago did not get a good run out of that roller coaster section out of turns 2 through 5. And Stallone in perfect position now as Drago tries to push him as far as he can to the inside as they are now coming down into the braking zone of turn number 8. That was an interesting move there. Flagger giving our top 4 drivers a blue flag. I don't know what that was about, but maybe he was trying to tell Drago, who drops back to 4th position, that it was time to concede a couple positions. So Jim Drago, who was our pole sitter today, now falls to the back of the line. And look at this. As Barroso and Stallone lock nose to tail, they've now moved to the inside, and they have been able to draft by Preston Pardis, who has led this race from the first turn on the first lap. And as they come across the line to complete lap number 13, Frankie Barroso, your new leader. Max Stallone 2nd, Preston Pardis 3rd, and Jim Drago in 4th.
An interesting shakeup there. I was curious if Preston was going to try to stay out front or if he was going to fall back and grab Jim again just to have a drafting partner. And it looks like he was okay giving up those 2 spots and not fighting for it to make sure he had a partner in Jim and keep everything close. So if they ever say racing isn't a team sport, show them a Spec Miata race, and you'll see how this group gets it done.
All right. Well, now it is the battle for 2nd with Max Stallone and Preston probably Barroso and Pardis, as Stallone had moved out to the lead coming through turn 1, and Pardis. He may not be thinking about Jim Drago all that much anymore, Nick, as time is running down and just about 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock as Pardis went through that roller coaster section trying desperately to get around the number 48 machine of Barroso, who's now sitting in 2nd place. Now, it also, with some of that battling, that second group of Cephalo, Leveroni, Bruni, and Logan Stretch, they've now started finally to close things up on our leaders. The problem is, as they're almost 4 seconds in arrears and we've got less than 2 minutes remaining, probably we'll probably see the white flag, not this time by, but on the next lap. Oh, it is coming out now. So white flag, 1 more lap. And so that second group, they're definitely not going to have time to get up to our leaders as they go into turn 1 for the last time. Nick, and Preston Pardis retakes the lead.
Yeah, what a move there. Just went as deep as he could and made it stick. He said time's up, like we talked about. Him and Jim were going to play nice for as long as possible, but I think the timer's up on playing nice. I think it's go time.
Yeah, Frankie Barroso uses a little bit of the dirt there to try and get an advantage, try to close up on Max Stallone and Preston Pardis ahead. Jim Drago now, who was our pole sitter, sitting in 4th position. He's got, I think, the hardest fight here of the three. It looks like Barroso may be starting to drop back just a little bit from our 2 leaders as they make the run down to the hairpin one final time today. Of course, these races will be back tomorrow morning for their second race of the weekend, and that's scheduled to start tomorrow at about I think 10:55, just before 11 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. But Preston Pardis leads the field onto the back straight here. Only now maybe a mile left to go, as it's just 2 more turns on the oval. They've been able to open up an advantage now on Frankie Barroso and Jim Drago, and as they come out, it's a question, which will it be, the 144, will it be the 42? And as they spread out and come to the line, checkered flag being held in the air, your winner today, Inspec-Miata, by 6/100ths of a second, Preston Pardis in the Danish Utilities East Street Racing Mazda Miata. Max Stallone will finish 2nd. Frankie Barroso will come home 3rd. Jim Drago 4th. Logan Stretch works his way to the lead in that 2nd group, Nick. He was running in 8th position when we started the final lap. He will finish 5th. Nick Leveroni will finish 6th. Mark Cephalo 7th. Defending national champion Nick Bruni will finish in 8th. Alex Acosta will finish 9th. And Bob Mueller will round out your top 10.
Yeah, what a great race. That was exactly what I expected. I guess the way the draft works between this and the Spec Racer 4s must be a little bit different, because this race we really saw the duos and the drafting come into life, and the strategy that needed to be played for them to keep the lead, retake the lead, defend it, whatever they needed to do. It was really a battle from start to finish, especially in those front 4. The second group seemed to play pretty nice, and then that third group was they were really trading positions. They had they knew they weren't going to catch anything, so they said, who's going to be the champion of this little pack? And
Great fight there. We do it all again tomorrow morning, by the way, Nick. We haven't talked about this yet. Tomorrow morning, we'll have all of our drivers heading out once again, 7 race groups. We're going to be starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow with very short 10-minute qualifying sessions. So just a couple laps for each one of these racers, and we're going to set the starting order for our feature-length races tomorrow based on the fastest lap time from yesterday's qualifying, or yesterday. Let's try that again. This morning's qualifying, tomorrow's qualifying, and from the fastest lap of these sprint races as well. And the racing should be getting underway at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So that's going to wrap up Spec Miata, presented by 3P Logistics Services. Next up is going to be the ground pounder. Is going to be I guess we're going to have T2 Spec Corvette GTX, as well as Touring 1. And that starts in just a few minutes here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and SARRC races presented by Headquarter Toyota. Please stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit X, that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
It is the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and that is not the Philadelphia Eagles head coach. That is Nick Soriano. And we've got next up, Nick, our big bore cars. It's Touring 1, Spec Corvette, Touring 2, and a really quick Dallara Cadillac-powered machine. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today. Actually, let's take a look at the next camera if we can, Jordan. I just wanted to verify things here as they're out there. Yes. Okay. Even though we didn't have a qualifying time for him and his transponder wasn't working, Jacek Mucha driving the number 07 GTX class Cadillac-powered Dallara will start on pole. Marino Reyes, your Spec Corvette pole sitter in the One Mo Time Adventures number 86 car, will start second. Aviram Cohen in the Breathless Racing Touring 1 BMW, that's the 84 car, will start in third position. Starting fourth will be Ian Sullivan in the number 24 Spec Corvette. Cecil Stevens starts then in starting alongside. He's in the number 54 Spec Corvette. Rodin Unesi in the Driven by Promise number 16 machine will start sixth. That's a T1 car. Then Brian LaCroix in the All Cape Machine DWW Motorsports Burke Chevy will start in seventh position. Frank Reinhardt will start eighth. He's driving the number 53 Spec Corvette, with James Davidson starting in ninth position inside of row number 5. He's driving the number 9 One Mo Time Racing Spec Corvette. We've got that on board from him. Then William Deschel will start 10th in the number 22 One Mo Time Spec Corvette. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and I don't think any of these Spec Corvettes are going to beat that Dallara down into turn 1, but sweeping around the outside, the blue number 86 of Marino Reyes. He's going to lead the Spec Corvette field. And then we've got the Aston Martin of Aviram Cohen, the Breathless Racing machine, slotting into third position. Ian Sullivan, Cecil Stevens, Rodin Unesi now as the rest of the field makes their way through the roller coaster.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Cohen shakes up the Spec Corvette field, if that affects Marino Reyes being able to kind of run away the way he did in qualifying, or if the writing's already on the wall and Marino Reyes just has this track down compared to the rest of that Spec Corvette field. He was almost 2 seconds faster than the second place Spec Corvette.
Yeah, we saw that when our camera car was right behind him, and just we saw him just walk away from the field. Now I think a lot of those drivers, we saw that a lot of them are in those One Mo Time Corvettes. Then I believe a lot of them are essentially renting these cars for this particular event. But a great onboard shot here from our leader. Of course, this race, our big bore race, presented by GREM Tile Work, and I want to thank them for coming on board as the field makes their way around through the final corner and onto the front straight now, starting to stretch out just a little bit. Jacek Mucha, now that he has a working transponder, Nick, we can kind of judge what his lap times are. And again, our sole GTX car in the field, GTX, a national class for ex-prototype cars, for homologated prototype cars, also GT4 cars, and a couple of other series. I think TCR can actually fit in this if you wanted to run it, but not a runoffs capable class, although they do run as part of the Majors series and the Super Tour. And Mucha, a 126.5 for that opening lap. So we would expect that to get a little bit faster as he started lap number 2 at full speed coming off of the oval. Marino Reyes opening up already about 3 seconds, I think, on Cecil Stevens there in that battle for the lead in Spec Corvette, and sandwiched between those two Corvettes is Aviram Cohen in the Breathless Racing Aston Martin.
Yeah, I think I don't think the Aston Martin is going to play a big impact in this Spec Corvette race. I was a little worried seeing the starting lineup. I was like, oh, Spec Corvette often does split starts, so maybe they should be all together. But I think this one's going to work itself out just fine without any issue. It is interesting to see. I noticed these cars as they go through turns 3 and 4 on the banking, NASCAR, IndyCar, 3, 4. They really have to treat it as a corner. You know, they start outside, they get to the bottom of the track, and they track their way up.
Track out, yeah.
Yeah, which is different from, Daytona's the only other bank track I go to, and that one you just pick where you want to be. It's pretty straightforward.
And you take that line all the way around because it's pretty much a constant radius all the way around where you don't have that at Homestead. And I know Homestead, I had a great conversation with Brendan Kazmarek, our producer, a couple years ago about the different not variations, but the different layouts of Homestead over the years and how it's been reprofiled and changed over the years, and how, you know, it's been a number of years where there wasn't really any banking here for the corners in the oval, but here as we go on board with Marino Reyes, we can see exactly what you're saying, that he's going to end up tracking out close to the wall there in order to keep the rear end from coming down. I mean, and I guess a lot of that, Nick, you were talking earlier this morning during qualifying about because of the variation in how steep the banking is, that you have to worry about tire wear and things like that, and maybe this is just kind of an offshoot of that you can't maintain that constant radius because it will just burn up your tires.
Yeah, I think so. The way that the banking changes as you go top to bottom, and you get a little bit more banking at the top for a little bit extra grip. So technically, you could carry more speed up there if you set yourself up all the way around. But I think the big thing is, this is a 2-mile oval, which sounds pretty big. But if you've been to Daytona and then you come to Homestead, the feeling inside the track is completely different for a half-mile difference. So Homestead is 1.5 miles. Okay. So yeah, that mile of track changes like how tight the banked corner is, and you've really got to turn through it. It's not something that helps you and kind of guides you around like we talked about Daytona does. This is a corner. It really is. It's a tight 180-degree corner, and it just happens to have some banking there.
All right, small change here in the overall order. As a matter of fact, you could see there, Nick, where the rear end of the Corvette starts to actually walk out a little bit, and maybe a little bit of opposite lock necessary, as we saw Ian Sullivan and I think also James Davidson have to work that. A little bit further back in the pack, Roden Unessi getting around Frank Reinhardt. Unessi in the number 16 BMW. I believe he's driving that M2 Club Sport, the South. We'll call it the South Beach liveried machine, and getting around one of our Spec Corvettes. And as it stands here, looks as though Unessi may be making up some ground here. Well, no, he's already gotten the pass made there on James Davidson in the red and black number 9. And so, and Reinhardt's now right there with him. Reinhardt in that white C5 Corvette, Spec Corvette. That is the battle for fourth in class right now, as they have kind of lost touch with Ian Sullivan, Cecil Stevens ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting. Glad James Davidson is back out there. Haven't seen any tire problems like we saw from qualifying. We think he flat spotted a tire pretty good, and that caused a little bit of an issue. And we see a blue Spec Corvette.
Now, is that Reyes?
Low.
Is that the 86 car? Or possibly Cecil Stevens, the 54. We'll see as they come down the pit lane. And we'll try to pick that up. That may have been the 86 of Reyes, who is our leader, or is that 86? Well, that was not there. There you go. That's the 86 now going through turn 6. So definitely not the case. So we'll try and get the number on that Corvette.
Is it a possibility that's the 2 car?
I was just going to say either the 2.
No, he's still out
or
on
the
track
24
as well.
of Ian Sullivan, possibly. And Sullivan had been running 6th behind Reinhardt and Deschelle. We'll know here in just a few moments.
Yeah, we'll get a little adjustment on the scoreboard there, but glad to see it's not Marino Reyes. That would be so disappointing to have our leader have a mechanical failure like that after being so dominant early on, and just
right,
slowly.
So now I'm gonna go out because we've been given a challenge behind the scenes here, Nick. I'm gonna say that it was probably William Daschle in the number 22 machine, as his last lap was showing about 8 seconds slower than any other racer on course.
That one would make sense. I think you're right. That's probably the 22. So unfortunate to see them pulling in, and hopefully nothing too major. They can be back out there for tomorrow's race.
Or is that the 20? Oh, that's the 2. Okay. All right. And so we're just watching there the 54 of Cecil Stevens, and there is another Corvette directly behind him. That is not a spec Corvette, however. That is the number 2 all-Cape machine DMW Motorsports Burke Chevy of Brian LaCroix, who is our sole racer in Touring 2 this weekend.
Interesting to see those 2 generations of Corvettes in their, spec builds. It feels like the C6 Corvette slots in pretty good against the spec Corvette, just from the initial eyeball test here.
Yeah, indeed. A big difference there. I think if I remember correctly, the spec Corvettes, they are limited to a spec tire, which is a in years past used to be a hand-cooked tire, but that may have changed for this year. I'm going to see if I can get some information on that. Whereas in Touring 2, for example, as long as it's a DOT-approved tire, it could be like a Hoosier R7 or an R8, or any one of a number. I guess Goodyear probably makes tires that will fit those sizes that are compound as well. So we'll see if I can get some information about that.
It's interesting. I'm kind of picturing the future of the class, and I'm wondering if there's ever a route for the C6 Corvettes to make their way in with the C5s, similar to the way the NB Miatas made their way into spec Miata with the NAs. And just having more cars available to choose from always helps keep costs down, give racers options. So,
all right, I have some
curious.
info, and so on tires at least. So the Vitor P1, which is a 200 treadwear tire, is actually the spec tire for spec Corvette this year. That's the Tempesta P1. The prior spec tires were the Nankang CRS tires, which were also 200 treadwear tires. But again, the spec Corvette cars probably running at a considerable tire disadvantage to what the Corvettes like that C6 Corvette could run in T2 spec.
Yeah, it does sound like it, and it's a great way to keep costs down by having a much more generally available tire. So it makes a ton of sense for the spec Corvette. I don't know if they have a spec Corvette advisory committee the same way we have a spec Miata advisory committee. It makes sense for them to choose something like that. So interesting to see that they went 200 treadwear, though. I've been kind of a fan of maybe spec Miata moving that direction eventually. But that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, say that's going to be a very different conversation. And actually, I noticed that another amateur racing organization just went to a new tire compound from Hoosier, specifically for Spec Miata for the 2026 season. That is not the case for the Sports Car Club of America, and that could create, I don't want to say it could create problems. It certainly makes things more challenging for racers that jump back and forth between some of these sanctioning bodies, that they essentially have to have two different setups. We were getting word also, by the way, that the car that pulled down the pit lane earlier was actually not William Daschle, the 22 machine. It was actually Ian Sullivan in the number 24 Spec Corvette. And Sullivan, who ran his fastest lap on lap number 4, unfortunately completed lap number 5 on the pit lane. All right, so we're a little bit past halfway, Nick. Let's do this. Let's take a break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag in this big bore race, sponsored by GRM Tile Work. So we'll be right back. Stay with us. Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The E-Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kolopsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. The Palm Beach Winter Majors and SARRC races. Did I say? Oh gosh, let's try that again. At least it's not 2023 again. It's the Palm Tree Winter Majors. What did I say?
Palm Beach.
The Palm Beach. Yeah, same thing. Anyway, we are knee deep in our big bore race here. I knew I was going to say something. Right? That's right. It's me, Gregg Ginsberg. I'm the one who says stupid stuff. Nick Soriano, not so much. He's right beside me. And Nick, right before we came back from break, I was a little confused there. The Aston Martin of Aviram Cohen just seemed to come out of the throttle completely, coming through this section of the track here, coming through turn 3 into turn 4. Thought he actually just let a couple Corvettes go by, and then all of a sudden he comes out of turn 5, gets back on the throttle, and decides to change position. I don't know if he just, had an electrical issue there. Maybe the little flappy paddles didn't work for him or something, but he seems to be back on pace now.
Yeah, everything else looks fine now. It was a little confusing for both of us. We were both wondering what was going on. But it seems just to be a little bit of a hiccup there, and they're back to it. So more green flag racing for them. Yeah, that's right.
All right, so let's go break things down here by class real quick. In Spec Corvette, it is Marino Reyes. He's opened up 14 seconds on Cecil Stevens. James Davidson running a distant third with Frank Reinhardt. And actually, this might be, if we can track this down, Jordan, James Davidson, who's in that red with black number 9 Chevy Corvette, and then Frank Reinhardt in the 53 car, another spec Corvette, should be right with him. There we are. We say Reinhardt in the white with blue striped machine. That is the battle for the last podium position in spec Corvette. We'll watch that as I go and run down a few other ones here. Aviram Cohen, your leader in Touring 1. So even with that little misstep in his Aston Martin, he's still got almost 18 seconds on the BMW M2 Club Sport of Rodin Unessi. Brian LaCroix, our sole T2 racer, and he is currently running 4th overall. And then finally, it's Jacek Muka in his Dallara P217, the Cadillac-powered machine. He's your overall leader, and not a surprise. He's got about, I think, more than a quarter of a lap, close to half a lap on Marino Reyes and the rest of the field. And that last time through, Reinhardt was maybe a couple tenths off of Davidson ahead. It looks like he's maybe fallen back just a little bit.
It does feel like the gap has grown a little bit, but it's a little tricky to tell. They've been running pretty consistent lap times to each other and just going back and forth a tenth or two. So we'll see how this works out. Now, do we still have the onboard from Cecil Stevens? Oh, we lost his camera. Yeah. I was going to say it'd be nice to do a little lap of Homestead to give the viewers, but maybe we'll catch him tomorrow. Let's see. How was that time by?
Yeah, and they're starting to come up. I believe that is William Daschle in the 22 machine that they're coming up on. Yeah, indeed. Daschle moving to the outside. At least James Davidson knew what the plan was. It looked like perhaps Reinhardt was somewhat cautious there. Coming underneath the black 22.
Yeah, I think he was a little surprised by
just like you were
having the car move out of the
6,
way. He did take a little extra pavement there and some grass to boot. Yeah.
All right. Well, the one fight that we thought was coming together there, Frank Reinhardt now. In the course of 3 corners, falling maybe 10, 12 car lengths back from James Davidson. That is the battle for the last podium position in spec Corvette, or 7th overall. And we'll see how well they play Jacek Muka in that Dallara. Now coming out of the hairpin, the next 2 drivers he's going to see are Daschle and Frank Reinhardt. As Muka, I think, looking to put Daschle down by 3 laps. Daschle currently running 1 lap down from the rest of our drivers here on course.
Yeah, that GTX car that looks really good on track. I mean, it's a good paint scheme on there, and I was a little surprised by the lap time. I thought it'd be a little bit quicker. But then again, I don't know the setup they have in there. It could be restricted just so they're getting track time. Who knows? That's a cool car to be able to drive on the weekends, I'll tell you that much.
I was going to say, and Jacek has been driving prototypes and Formula cars in the Sports Car Club of America for years, and most of the equipment that we've seen him bring out to these events I think would probably qualify, although the P217 chassis isn't that old of a chassis, but I would say that they qualify more for some of the vintage events. And I can understand. He's going out and he's exercising these machines. Obviously, he's the only one in this class, and he'll be the only one in the Formula SCCA class coming up next. And so, it kind of makes sense. You don't want to push. These are going to be very expensive cars to repair if you do something to hurt them. So I can kind of see the strategy here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's at the end of the day, it's all fun and games for them, and they're just getting to enjoy really a piece of motorsports history at an SCCA event. So if you got no one else to worry about, why push it?
Exactly. All right, so Muka comes across the line. He completes lap number 16, currently working lap 17. He's a lap up on the rest of the field as it stands, Nick. So, no real need to push the issue there, and with the speeds that car can carry, better, to present yourself to some much slower cars, in plenty of time so that they don't do anything to ruin your day either. But it's Muka. Marino Reyes is your leader in Spec Corvette in the number 86 One Mo Time Adventures machine. He runs second overall. Aviram Cohen in his Aston Martin running third. He's your leader in T1. We just saw the second place car in T1, Unesi, in his BMW come through. And we are working, should have mentioned when Muka crossed the start-finish line that he did start his 17th and final lap. We are working the white flag lap there as Unesi sees that white flag as well, working his final lap. And so we watch as Jacek Muka comes out of the final corners and takes the checkered flag to complete this race. All final racers on their last flying laps next to cross the line will be Marino Reyes. He's quite a distance back, but if we look here in Spec Corvette, Reyes, when we started lap number 17, had worked his way up to 22 seconds clear of Cecil Stevens there as Reyes now crosses the line. Actually, I take that back. That's not Reyes. That is the 22 machine. But Reyes, again, 22 seconds up on Cecil Stevens. Cecil Stevens, 22 seconds up on James Davidson and Frank Reinhardt. There you go. There's Marino Reyes coming across the line, taking the checkered flag and the win in Spec Corvette.
Well, safe to say that was a dominating performance for Marino Reyes.
Yeah, I mean, look, 22 seconds over a 25-minute race is just outstanding. And the fact is that Stevens had a similar margin over James Davidson there, I think says a lot about the quality of the racers there. So it'll be Reyes, Stevens, Davidson, your top three in Spec Corvette. In GTX, of course, Jacek Muka. In T1, Cohen, and then Unesi, and then Brian LaCroix in his C6 Corvette, the number 2 machine, will finish. He will finish 4th overall, and our sole racer in Touring 2. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Big Board. Next up, Nick, we've got 2 open wheel races coming up. We first got our larger wings and prototype cars, and then we'll move to the slightly smaller displacement and smaller bodied machines here. They are going to be next. So please stay with us. You are watching the 2026 Palm Tree, not Palm Beach, Winter Majors and Double SARRC here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. We'll be right back. Tin Top Challenge, check out Race Factory. Our team of professionals has fully prepped Touring 3 BMWs and GT2 Porsches to support your step up in the big power and big speed. Our Arrive and Drive programs are available across the Southeast, so stop by Race Factory's paddock setup at this weekend's event or search Race Factory Rentals on social media to learn more.
JO Alignment is made up of car care specialists passionate about motorsports, and our team, based in Puerto Rico, are thrilled to support SCCA club racing all across Florida. For all of your alignment needs, contact JO Alignment at 787-744-2970 today.
At Exclusive Level Auto Glass, we deliver precision windshield replacements, door glass repairs, and more, backed by family-owned dedication and lightning-fast service. Drive safely with expert auto glass repair and replacement. Exclusive Level Auto Glass serves Central Florida with quality you can trust. Visit that's the letter X, exclusiveautoglass.com today.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com. Welcome back, everybody. It's the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Nick Soriano. There we go. I got it right that time, right, Nick?
You nailed it.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm only going to get it wrong another 5 times today. Anyway, next up, first of 2 open wheel races, and this is going to be for our larger machines, Formula Atlantic Prototype 1, actually now just called Prototype, and Prototype 2. We also have our FE2 racers and Formula X, and then there's that sole Formula S machine driven by Jacek Muko. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole in his 40-48 competition, Swift chassis, it is Jim French, former national champion. Dudley Fleck, another former national champion, on the outside of the front row. He's in his Mazda Hoosier Cahill Swift. The number 74 machine starts second. Bart Wolf will start third today. He's your P-Class pole sitter, driver of the number 28 Wolf Motorsports machine, starting in fourth. Also in the prototype class, driving the number 111 entry, also a Wolf Motorsports car, it's Lawrence Loshak. Then we've got J.R. Smart starting fifth. He's driving the number 06 Formula Atlantic Swift, and he'll start alongside John Gaydon in another one of our prototype class cars, the number 29 Wolf Motorsports machine. Asen Yelkin in the number 79 Formula Atlantic machine, the Everclear machine, and he will be starting in 7th position, starting 8th. Alexander Velasquez driving the number 112 One-Third Racing Formula Atlantic machine, starts 8th, starting 9th today. Also in Formula Atlantic, driving the number 39 JDR F1000, it's Nathan Bird, with Paul Schneider, our FE2 pole sitter, starting in 10th. Starting 11th, Steve Whitston in the number 18 FE2 Alliance Autosport machine, with Sherman Chow in his Prototype 2 chassis. He is your Prototype 2 pole sitter behind the wheel of a 2008 Ligier JS51, and he'll start 12th. Starting 13th, Will Franklin in an FE2, the number 38 machine, with Brian Yates in the number 67 FE2 entry, starting 14th. Jacek Muka will start 15th in the 07 Phoenix Formula S machine, with Andrew Velasquez in his Formula Atlantic F3 car, starting in 16th position. As the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Homestead, as Jim French cuts right across the nose of Dudley Fleck. They head down into turn number 3 with Bart Wolf, Lawrence Loshak nose to tail, now side by side, as they come through turn 3 and head through that roller coaster, with the J.R. Smart and his Atlantic Swift just very close behind, and a couple of our prototype cars going off. And let's see, there you go. That is pretty clearly the 29 machine, John Gaydon, in the Wolf Motorsports entry in the grass. It looks like he's going to get that car back underway. One of our Atlantics now off in the grass as well. Let's take a quick look at the replays. He just lost the rear end with cold tires there, and everybody else goes to avoid Nick.
Yeah, it was just a single car spin, a little slick on the cold tires, and round he went. Looks like everyone was fortunate to make it through.
Yeah, but another one of the cars that went off and went into the grass as everybody went to avoid, Sherman Chow in the number 3 P2 machine, the Road and Race Lee Racing machine. He was your pole sitter in P2, and he also lost a number of positions as he locked up and went to the grass. And yet we also still have that one Formula Atlantic car in, at least it looks like an Atlantic, and maybe one of our FE2 machines. Let me take a look and see if we can pick them up here. We'll see as more of our cars come across the line who that might be, as we have not had a full course caution. We still are covered just by a local caution there, coming out of turn 4 going into turn 5. And from the looks of it, I think that might be the 39 of Nathan Bird. Yeah, the 39 car, the Atlantic, that did not complete the first lap, that he's off in the grass. Bird, who started in 9th position. And Bird, our sole racer in a JDR chassis here today. But still, just a local caution down there as Dudley Fleck now opens up a very nice lead. And so question becomes here, what of Jim French? And I'm wondering if maybe French just didn't make, maybe that was Fleck on the front row, because I don't see Dudley Fleck as, or probably I don't see James French as having completed a lap, Nick.
I don't see that either. So yeah, good possibility he was unable to make it to grid for some reason and missed out on this race.
All right, we are now going to a full course caution here at Homestead, presumably to pick up the 39 JDR, the Formula Atlantic entry of Bird. And so the safety car will deploy, try to pick up our leader, who is Dudley Fleck. And so what we have at the front of the field now is, we believe it's Dudley Fleck in his Formula Atlantic Mazda-powered Swift, and then Bart Wolf. Bart was our 2024 Prototype 2 national champion, running in the P class here this weekend. Lawrence Loshak, also in the prototype class in the number 111 machine, multi-time national champion in a number of different classes, including D Sports Racer, Formula 1000, and a number of production classes. Currently runs 3rd overall. J.R. Smart, 2nd in Formula Atlantic, 4th overall. Your leader in FE2, it is Paul Schneider, and with Steve Whitston running in 2nd, and they are pretty much, as we started this race, they are running now 5th and 6th respectively. So nice close race there. And Will Franklin and Brian Yates, they've got the Atlanta car, Velasquez, sitting right between they and our two leaders in Formula Enterprise 2. So I'm sure they're going to be doing pretty much anything they can to get around that Formula Atlantic on the restart.
Yeah, having another start like this is going to be tricky for these drivers to sort themselves out if they can't get some clean laps and kind of break themselves into the packs that they typically race against. So hopefully this will be our only double yellow of the race, and things will get sorted out. We can see some pretty good battles. There's a good amount of cars for each class, so no reason we shouldn't be able to see some good open wheel action.
All right, our leader in Prototype 2, with, remember, Sherman Chow went to the grass right here at turn 4 on the opening lap. Mark Ditchkus in his store WF1 out of Palm City, Florida. He is currently your Prototype 2 leader. Chow running in 2nd. Brian McGreevy in 3rd in his SHR racing machine. Tom Kaufman in 4th. And yeah, again, a couple racers we did not get times, or we don't think are on track in Formula Atlantic. Butson and Yelkin. Now, I think, actually, I'm looking at it now, and perhaps the issue, Nick, is that there are just some transponder issues with with French, or I'm actually showing French completing 1 lap, and is there? No, those are just tires. I was looking coming out of. Right by the apex of turn 7 in this shot.
Oh, yes.
I think that's a tire. Is that a car there? All right. Yeah. So we do have a second car off, and I'm wondering if that is possibly, because I'm showing French as having completed a single lap, and I'm wondering if that's the French machine down there. Unfortunately, we can see the emergency services teams going and responding to that vehicle now. So again, we are under full course caution. Clock continues to run in this 25-minute race, and this group here, Nick, scheduled to have their feature race tomorrow. Let me see if I can get the time for you. This is Group 5, scheduled for 2:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it should be a good group, and This is a 25-minute race, but I think if we had the same amount of allotted time, or if we had gone green for this allotted time, the races are going to be about the same length with the speed of these cars. They're limited to 22 laps or 40 minutes, and I think
probably be almost the same number of laps. Yeah, they go pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a group that can chew through that pretty quick if all things stay green. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of different strategy that they'll need to do. Any fuel calculations, since these cars are so much more sensitive to that than say a Miata, where you just say, throw 5 gallons in, it should be fine. I think that'll be helpful for a lot of the teams to know what they need to do for fuel, for tires, all that jazz.
Yeah, and unfortunately, having this rather lengthy at this point full course caution probably doesn't help them in making those determinations. See, is our field now coming up into turn 8? Yeah, I think they've still got they're still trying to get that car up and out of the way. We saw the driver of the safety car with their left arm out of the window and essentially pointing drivers, letting them know that they should stay to drivers right probably drivers left coming out of turn 7. And yeah, it looks like they're still there. And this is interesting, Nick, that we see the responding truck coming towards us, but the race car is still there.
That is interesting.
Well, and I think it may just be that they sent the wrong type of equipment, that they probably actually need a wrecker of some sort to get the car lifted up in the air rather than flat towing it back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to extend this full course caution. Why don't we do this? Okay, well, actually, we'll wait a couple minutes, see if we can get some clarity on what that situation is, as we've also got another racer going to come down the pit lane. And we'll see if we can get the number on that car. All right, let's do this, Nick. Why don't we, and I know we've got at least a lap or two more under caution here. Why don't we take a quick break, as long as we are under full course caution? Thanks to our partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag in this open wheel race presented by Apex Alignment. Stay with us.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive program span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Anze Engineering, or Anze Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Founded by Angelo Zara, Anze brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience. With a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida, Anze is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit AnzeSuspension.com to learn more about the Anze Advantage, versatility, and superior performance by design.
welcome back to Homestead. And good timing, Nick, as we're going back to green flag racing here, as we now have just about 12 and a half minutes, half of this race still left to go, as the green flag is back in the air. Dudley Fleck and Bart Wolf, believe your first two drivers to come into the infield. I'm still trying to track down what the story is with Jim French, because we're showing him as being 2 laps down. And again, French was supposed to start on the front row today. And we'll see if we can find him and pick him out here.
Yeah, that was one of the battles I was looking forward to between French and Fleck. I thought that was going to be a really good one. So it was a little sad to see that he was having some issues and running a couple laps down. So hopefully we'll get that cleared up.
All right, good fight there going into turn 6. 2 of our FE2 drivers getting wheel to wheel there, and I think that might have been Will Franklin and Brian Yates. We see them now coming into the hairpin. And actually, I think that actually was Paul Schneider and Steve Whitston in the battle for the lead in FE2 coming through there. We'll see now as they're lock nose to tail coming onto the oval. So I'm fairly certain that's who it was, and indeed, as Schneider now has been able to put that Formula Atlantic car between he and Steve Whitston, they come onto the front straight. So maybe that isn't them. Schneider is in a blue with orange FE2 car, so that certainly isn't the 2 drivers I was expecting. At least that's what he was in earlier today.
Maybe a quick livery change in between sessions to get some new sponsors on there,
and we'll continue to try to figure this out. The battle for the lead in the prototypes, if we jump towards the very front of the field, there we go. Bart Wolf and Lawrence Loshak, 2 national champions in their own right, both in the Wolf Motorsports machines. Wolf coming down from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and over Lawrence Loshak now also calling Milwaukee, Wisconsin home, and they are side pod to side pod coming out of the final corner, going down into turn number 1, and it is going to be Bart Wolf for the time being holding off Loshak.
Yeah, they're in a great battle here, nose to tail, given enough room and having some respect, but still racing hard, and it's definitely going to be probably our best battle we'll get to see today. So hopefully they'll keep going at it and keep giving us some entertainment.
Yeah, things starting to stretch out in some of our other classes. Sherman Chow on the restart managed to get around Mark Ditchkus, and Chow now with almost 9 seconds on the number 41 the number 41 machine of Ditchkus, another 4 seconds back to Brian McGreevy. So that class really opening up. Should mention that Peter Shadowin, who did not complete a lap during qualifying this morning in that baby blue number 03 prototype 2 machine, his West WX10, he did get the car out for the race, has not shown much speed here. However, he has been running last couple of laps. Actually, he started to pick up the pace a little bit. He is running 4th in P2, and of course started tailing Charlie on the field. Is looks like one of our FE2 machines having some challenges now coming out of the hairpin onto the back straight, going to be heading down onto the apron and heading towards the pit lane. We'll try and get the number, and I think that might be Steve Whitston in the number 18 car. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Whitston, who had been fighting it out with Paul Schneider for the lead early on, his race now done. Your 2024 Formula V national champion.
Yeah, shame to see another car have to pull in. See a little puff of smoke from there too as it hit pit road. I wonder if that was coming in a little too hot and had to slow down, or... Oh, that's right. Yeah, they've been... my correction from our producer and director. they've got the speedy dry down from the Spec Corvette in the last group, so that had to be what it was. So hopefully nothing major broken on that car.
All right, so in Atlantic, showing Fleck now with a 10-second advantage over JR Smart. Fleck, who just crosses the start-finish line and resets fast lap of the race. And he's got that Mazda-powered Swift machine almost 6 seconds up on the rest of the field at the moment. JR Smart running second, Alexander Velasquez third, John O'Donnell fourth at in Formula Atlantic. Jacek Muka in the 07 machine. I think we mentioned that he was running a couple laps down, currently running 21st overall, and 2 laps down from our leaders currently. Again, our sole racer in Formula SCCA, one of our SARRC classes. And then in Formula X, Lazzaro Benatti, Mike Fatula, Andrew Davis listed as your top 3. Now, I'm trying to check here, though. We've got one other racer in our timing and scoring system that I know they've had trouble picking up. Speaking of trouble, one of our racers going down into the grass through turn 1. And the local caution's still out, so it doesn't. I guess that car hasn't come off the grass yet. Let's take a look here.
Oh, nice little pirouette.
Yeah, managed to collect it before getting to the wall. And there is like a little dip there, coming off of the oval into the infield. And you can kind of see where, just it kind of lifted up the rear end a little bit and got loose. But we don't see the car still out there, so that local caution should come down. So I was saying that our timing and scoring system, as you watch as we scroll everything through, there's one car that's just listed as car number 10 without any additional information, and we believe that is Isabella Abreu driving a Formula 4 chassis. She's out of Miami, Florida, and currently we're showing her as having only completed 2 laps with that car. So she would be 4th in a 4-car Formula X field, as we've got 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at the scoring here and see how our prototype battle's doing. Looks like the Lawrence Loshak and Bart Wolf are still 2/10 apart. There they are.
There they are.
Going through turns 3 and 4, cross and start finish.
Yeah, and the big change there, though, is Loshak, who had been trailing Wolf for the first half of this race, now leads his car owner and has looked like 7 or 8 car lengths on Wolf.
Yeah, it looks like he got by and was able to put a pretty good lap in, setting his new best lap at a 1:18.0. Really quick, and put about 1.5 seconds on them. So we'll see if Bart Wolf has any response and is able to stay in this race, or if we'll start to see that gap grow next lap.
All right, and we've got, as you can see, a number of racers here very close going down into turn 6. None are in the same class. I believe that's Andrew Davis, Tom Kaufman, and possibly, I would say, and I think right ahead of him, that is the prototype entry of Brian McGreevy just ahead. That is the battle for 17th position overall. Again, not none of those drivers in the same class. And a little bit further up, Peter Shadowin in the baby blue store, looking to pick up another position in Prototype 2, as he now started tailing Charlie on the field. So started here in 23rd position, He is just knocking on the door of Mark Ditchkus. We'll see if we can track that light blue number 12 prototype machine down. I think that might actually may have just left the shot that we were at. Maybe, or maybe not. Yeah, we'll try and find them out there eventually.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see here when they come. Is that him right there? No, it's a. I think it's a baby blue. Oh yeah, you're right. I think yeah. I was gonna say I thought the whole chassis was a baby blue, and that looked more like a Radical than a store chassis. But regardless, Peter Shadowin now moves up into second place in Prototype 2. He is about a half a minute back from our leader in P2, Sherman Chow. With Chow running 9th overall, Shadowin running 13th overall. But a good run nonetheless, as Shadowin now is made up almost 10 positions from the start of this race.
Yeah, he's got a tall order ahead too, because not only do you want to pass cars and move forward, try and get some points towards the Majors Tour, he's got to set a lap time. He didn't have a qualifying lap, so his best lap from this race and from the 10-minute qualifying tomorrow is what's going to grid him. So if he's looking to pick up a win, it's going to be important to have a good lap time to reorder yourself for tomorrow afternoon's race.
Yeah, indeed. And so if we go on that measure, currently he would be qualified second in Prototype 2. Sherman Chow with a fast lap of 1:22.855. And Shadowin only about 0.04 of a second off of that. So really running very competitive lap times. And again, was hurt as his car gave up on him right here on the very first lap of qualifying this morning. As our leader, Dudley Fleck, now working his final lap of Homestead-Miami Speedway. The battle for second in Prototype, or battle for second overall in the Prototype class. Lawrence Loshak now is really starting to walk away. There's Loshak, and he's not even in that shot is Bart Wolf. I think Wolf is really fallen off the pace in the last two laps or so. But Fleck, I think he's going into the banking right now from the looks of it. There he is going into turn 3. And should be the next car through. There he is. There it is. There's the 74 machine onto the front straight, and checkered flag is in the air, taking the win today in Formula Atlantic. It's Dudley Fleck out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and his Mazda Hoosier Cahill Swift. Congratulations to him. Lawrence Loshak will take the win in the Prototype class in his Wolf Motorsports machine. Bart Wolf will finish second. And yeah, I don't know what happened there with Bart Wolf, Nick, but finishes almost 6 seconds in arrears of Loshak at the end. Finishing 4th overall, second in Formula Atlantic will be J.R. Smart, with Alexander Velasquez finishing 5th overall, 3rd in Formula Atlantic. And then we move over to FE2, where Paul Schneider will take the win over Will Franklin and Brian Yates. They finish 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively. Schneider's margin of victory, almost 8.5 seconds. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow will take the win over Peter Shadowin. Sherman Chow finishes 9th overall. And John O'Donnell in his Jensen Global Advisors Formula Atlantic machine will round out the top 10. Let's take a look, though. We'll dig a little bit more deeply into P2 and Formula X, where it was Chow, Shadowin, and then Mark Ditchkus. Of course, Tom Kaufman, Brian McGreevy finishing 4th and 5th. And then in Formula X, Mike Fatuda, Andrew Davis, Lazaro Benatti, your top 3. And then finally, in Formula S, Jacek Muka finishing 2 laps down. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our first of 2 open wheel races. Next up, going to be Formula Continental and Formula F. You can forget all those other classes on there. They're not here. But they're going to have their 25-minute race coming up in just a few moments here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. You are watching the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. Please stay with us.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
Ready to race with the champion? Check out AKT Racing Team. Our Arrive and Drive programs span professional level kart racing to the all-time classic Mazda Miata at events across Central Florida. Whether you're looking to step up and rub elbows and spec Miata, or you'd like to give karting a try, AKT Racing is ready to make it happen. Visit and contact us on social media by searching AKT Racing Team today.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano. And next up, small Formula cars, 9-car field. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 24, Chris Craft Morgan Stanley. Van Diemen RF01, it's Chris Sharno. Robert Wright will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the UBS Financial Services. Alon DP08, he's out of Volatile, New York. Mark Deffer starting on the inside of row number 2 out of Aurora, Ohio, the Lee Racing Van Diemen RF02. Starting fourth, it's going to be John Robinson. John Robinson the second. He's driving the number 19 Formula F Swift DB6. Then we've got Cooper Travis starting fifth. He's driving the number 32 Spectrum 014. He's out of Matthews, North Carolina. Hanu Newmanpa will start sixth today. He's in the number 11 Van Diemen RF00. He's out of Wellington, Florida. Dan Thorogood will start seventh. He's in the number 79 machine. That's a Swift LR23. He's out of Miami, Florida, running for Lee Racing. Then we got Dom Setio in the number 28 Formula F Swift DB6, followed by Neil Radloff driving the number 20, also Swift DB6. That's the Mansion Windows and Doors Lee Racing machine. Pace car on the pit lane, green flag in the air, 3 wide at the front of the field, as we had Mark Deffer trying to catch Chris Sharno unawares, and looks like though Deffer with a good move down on the inside of Robert Wright going into turn number 2. Not able to hold off the number 90 machine, though. Deffer's going to have to slot in the third. John Robinson, your leader in Formula F with Cooper Travis and Newmanpa, very close behind. Actually, we might have had, we might have had Dan Thorogood get around Newmanpa there going into turn 2. The yellow number 11, a little bit easier to pick out than some of the other Formula F machines, falling back into 7th overall.
Yeah, it does look that way, and the yellow definitely stands out among this crowd. A lot of similar colors, so easy for us to know that car. But the Formula Continental cars, the FCs, are really starting to spread out early on. But the Formula Fs looking pretty tidy, nose to tail.
Well, and just as you say that, although it's just a slight drop of the wheel there from, I think, the 32 of Cooper Travis coming out of the hairpin. And good runs for them so far. Coming through the final corner onto the front straight is Sharno, who qualified almost a second and a half faster than the entire rest of the field. He comes across the line. Lo and behold, almost 1.9 seconds faster than Robert Wright, and leads the field down into turns 2. Wright second, Deffer third. Over in Formula F, it's Robinson gets around Cooper Travis. So Robinson, your leader, Cooper Travis second, Dan Thorogood third, John Benson, Hanu Newmanpa, and Dom Setio. And it looks like Neil Radloff did not take the green flag in the number 20 machine. So just 9 cars in the field here today.
Yeah, a little bit of a smaller pack, but so far keeping some good racing going. The front 4 in Formula F are putting on a little bit of a show right now, and we'll see how long they can stay together like this. As that looks like a move being made, and your car in 4th moving to 3rd, I think.
Yeah, I think that was John Benson getting the jump on Dan Thorogood coming out of turn 7 and under, breaking into the hairpin, able to pick up a position, so drop Thorogood back into 4th position. Well, only for the time being, because as they came out of the hairpin onto the oval, there they are once again, wheel to wheel. And as they come across the line, Benson getting back around Thorogood. And Thorogood able to hold him off as they come off the oval into turn 1.
Yeah, great run out of the hairpin there for John Benson. You could tell that he was able to really get into the draft and use it well. And we'll see how long they can hold on, though, because Daniel Thorogood made a great move last time to get inside on the entry to the hairpin, but it may have just cost him a little too much to make that move, and it cost him on the back straight.
Yeah, and of course, early on, you're trying to get these passes done without impacting your speed or your ability to move forward. And I think, given how long Benson and Thorogood were wheel to wheel coming around the oval there and not able to use the draft, it really affected their ability to one, keep up with Cooper Travis ahead. But I think to really stay in contention is running wide and maybe having a mechanical issue now. Is that the 79? Is that the Thorogood car? For a moment there, it looked like he might have outbroke himself, but really with the pace that he covered through the hairpin, and there was a quick snap of the rear wheels, Nick, towards the exit there may be something else wrong with that machine currently.
I thought the same thing. It didn't quite look settled like a regular off. It had a bit of a wiggle to it that I wasn't expecting to see. So keep a close eye on that car, and that is confirmed to be the Daniel Thorogood car, the 79. So keep an eye on that and see if there is any other signs of maybe a loose suspension piece or something along those lines.
See, even there, as he came through turn two, it looked like he had to dial in two separate steering inputs, that the rear end just doesn't seem to be doing what he wants that car to do. I mean, on that last lap, he did lose about 4 seconds to Benson, Travis, and Robinson ahead. So certainly a challenge, but the car just does not look very happy right now. And it appears as though he's continuing to lose pace to some of these cars ahead of him.
Yeah, I think you're right. I saw a couple of times into the braking zones, it was it just seemed to step out more than he was expecting.
Yeah.
So it makes me think maybe something in the rear isn't quite lined up right. And we'll see. He's driving down low, so we'll see if that means he's looking for pit lane or if just following that line around.
Yeah, let's see. Well, he's going to stay out there. All right, so he survives lap number 4, and that in that time by lost another 2 seconds to the drivers ahead. So he's lost almost 6 seconds just in 2 laps time. So let's look here. You see how he kind of makes like this small little turn in at turn 2, kind of gets the car straightened up a little bit, then turns in again. It just instead of taking the arc that some of the other drivers are taking, as if he's worried about the rear end snapping out on him.
Yeah, you've got a great point there. Speaking of people who might be worried, Cooper Travis has John Benson all over the back bumper there, less than a second apart, and John Benson just set his fastest lap last time by. So maybe a little bit of use of the draft here for a little attack on the second position as they make their way out onto the backstretch. You can see Benson's certainly pushing hard, using every inch of pavement he can, and maybe they're just close enough to get a little bit of draft and close that up as they get towards turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. And so, early on in this race, Travis using the draft, I think, to stay close to John Robinson. Robinson, who out-qualified Travis by almost a full second, and it took a couple laps. But as you can see here, coming down into turn 1, John Robinson, who now has almost a 3.5-second advantage on the rest of the Formula F field, obviously has broken that draft of Cooper Travis. And now Travis, really having to contend with John Benson, who just reset personal best that last time through again, and was almost 0.3 of a second faster than Cooper Travis. So we'll have to watch here. A little surprising here, as again from Benson, and I remember Benson being out for qualifying. Just don't have him on our grid sheet, so I don't have a qualifying time. What he set earlier today, and actually I think I know why, is because Benson's in the number 7 car, and I distinctly remember they were having transponder issues with that car during qualifying. So
that's right.
We don't know what Benson's true pace is, but he's certainly there, and we've got a lot of time left in this race, as we're not even 10 minutes into this 25-minute race.
Yeah, I think if I'm Benson, I'm in a pretty happy spot right now. I've got someone to draft off of. I can be easy on the equipment. As long as I stay close enough in the infield to catch the draft, I can use it. But he's not happy with it. He's going to go make the move around the outside.
Great move.
And it looks like it's going to work as they move into turn number 1.
There you go, John Benson taking over second position. And again, almost half a second faster than Cooper Travis. Travis just ran his fastest lap of the race, but not enough to hold off the Advanced Borehole Services Lee Racing Cricket Farm Motorsports number 7 of John Benson.
Yeah, another nice note there. John Benson's new personal best for the race. A little bit faster, almost 0.3 faster than our leader, John Robinson. So with over half the race to go, John Robinson gets a little complacent. It's there's a possibility these two catch up.
Absolutely. And I have to apologize to our viewers if you think we're just following this one race. So far, Chris Charno has opened up almost 8 seconds on Robert Wright. They're another 9, almost 10 seconds back to Mark Deffer. So we're looking at almost 20 seconds from first to last in a 3-car Formula Continental field right now. And behind Benson and Travis, Thorogood in the number 79 machine. He is now almost 10 seconds back. Newman Paw another 7 seconds back from there. And Setio another 19 seconds back from there. But here we go. Trying now to make the run around the outside. Last lap, it was Benson. This time, it's Cooper Travis, and Travis just not able to pull up alongside as they go into turn 1, and so Benson able to defend from the inside and holds off the 32 this time by.
Yeah, it was a good run, though. I think Travis saw the exact way that Benson made it around and said, hey, I can do that. I'm going to copy you, and went for it. So makes sense, and maybe now he's got a little bit of experience under his belt when to pull out, when the car kind of stalls on its own without having a draft, and we'll see how he plays this for the next 14 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. It may just be a question of getting to the brakes, a couple feet later the next time by, or as you said, maybe pulling out just a slight bit later. But he's sitting there right on the gearbox as they come out of the hairpin and onto the back straight. And these Formula Ford or Formula F machines, the draft is pretty strong. They look like these nice little bullet-shaped machines. Most of these chassis were designed and put into place at the latest early 2000s, and probably not as aerodynamically efficient as you would want, and open up a pretty big hole in the back. But now, instead of going to the outside, he goes to the inside. And Nick, I'm starting to think that maybe it's more a question of confidence on the brakes more than anything else, because it looked like Cooper Travis had the advantage coming down into turn 1 that last time by, and Benson just kind of drove right around him on the outside.
It did seem that way, and you wonder, is it Travis just kind of testing out moves, trying to have Benson make a mistake, or is he just not able to hold that line and make that pass work, and he's going to need a much cleaner option for it to happen? Not really sure which is which, but John Robinson must have heard us talking about how he's not able to make a mistake. He's just set personal best back to back. Yeah.
That's right. I was saying he and Charno just reset the overall fast lap. Tell you what, Nick, we're right about halfway through this 25-minute race. Let's take our break, come back. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors, and then we'll take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag in this we'll call it small bore open wheel, or as you said, I think wings and things, race presented by D Welding Shop. Stay with us.
Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Southeast Formula Series is a motorsports project designed to help grow formula racing in our home region. Our concept is driven by an ambitious vision to build a sustainable, transparent, and driver-focused championship where teams and competitors actively contribute to the evolution of the series. SEFS is partnered with the SCCA's regions to maintain a recognized and respected structure that creates a platform where teams and drivers can thrive. Visit us at southeastformulaseries.site to learn more today.
Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, he's Nick Soriano. And this coming out of turn 5, making the run to 6. This is the battle for second in Formula F as Cooper Travis takes a quick look to the inside on John Benson, gets back in line, but Benson starting to find Travis filling his mirrors up now, Nick, almost everywhere. And now as Benson moves to driver's right and set up for the hairpin, Travis just stays straight on and he outbreaks the number 7 machine, moves up into second finally.
Yeah, maybe it was a case of him sizing up where to make the move, things like that. Or maybe it was Benson being pretty smart and saying, hey, if you want to pass me here, go for it. I'll take the draft on the backstretch, make it easier for me to get back around you.
There you go. And that's what he appeared to do. Now, when Benson first moved into second place, this is exactly what he did. He moved around the outside as we've got a driver coming down the pit lane. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment. And Benson was able to make the pass from the outside, but not this time. Cooper Travis holds him off, has to stay center of track, so not an optimal line going into turn 2. He pushes wide, and Benson now has inside position coming through 2 and 3. Great racecraft there from both racers as John Benson now moves back in the second position.
Yeah, that was a great little series there of back and forth. So very cool to see that, and they didn't lose enough time to make this race over. With 8 minutes to go, I think we're going to see this again.
Yeah, plenty of time left. Is that car that came down the pit lane, that was Dom Setio in the number 28. The number 28 Swift DB6 Formula 6 machine out of Pompano Beach. Looks like his day is now done. Not done, though, is Cooper Travis, who has to get a little more defensive, gets back around John Benson. I guess he wasn't defensive if he was going back around. So maybe getting a little offensive coming into turn 8 into the hairpin. And they are once again wheel to wheel. This, Nick, is what I consider to be Formula F racing. This is, wheel to wheel. No wings, no side pods, just nothing but these big tires hanging off the side of a chassis inches away from your competitor.
Yeah, they are really showing off what these cars are capable of in a racing capacity, as they are going to go, looks to be side by side again through turns 1 and 2. Yeah, Travis maybe doing a little better job, but Benson looking to do the same crossover again into turn 3, and it looks like he's going to pull it off. Almost identical battles.
I think John Benson might have an issue. And there you go.
Man, just when things were starting to heat up with a couple minutes to go, Benson with a little bit of a problem.
And you can see the big yellow light flashing on his dashboard, or maybe it's a red light. I always remember that Simpsons episode where the guy trying to sell him a motorhome goes, "Mr. Simpson, was a red flashing light ever a good thing?" Anyway, Simpsons aside, I don't think he's going to make it, and he didn't pull that car off track. So as much as this flagger going into turn 6, he's waiting with the white flag. There he goes. Now he pulls. Oh, he's trying to get. There's the cutout in the wall there, which he's not going to make to.
No, unfortunately not. But offline and off track, so as long as he stays in his car, should be okay.
Yeah. So we've got the local caution coming out of turn 5. But I think you're right. I mean, that one, he's far enough away from the corner. He's off the racing line. If they left that prototype car right at the exit of turn 7 in the last race, I'd imagine that we'll be able to get through this with just the local caution and not have to go to a full course to get him out of there.
Yeah, hopefully that's the case to let these guys get their full run time in and make their laps. I think Chris Sharnow would really like that because he's been putting down some laps and improving lap time lap after lap into the 22s now, which I think is possibly the first time we've seen anyone in the FC class run a 22, if I'm remembering qualifying.
During the race, no. So Sharnow actually qualified with a 21.8, so running almost a full second faster than he is in this race. But much like when we were talking about Muka before in his prototype Dallara, I think a lot of this is knowing how much is too much. or how much is enough. I mean, Sharnow's even running a second off his qualifying pace has opened up 17 seconds on the rest of the continental field. That there's only so much you need to push at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably just time to bring it home, run a nice consistent pace, nothing crazy, and have the car get ready for tomorrow.
There you go. So 4 minutes remain, and at this point, with cars running, about a little bit under a minute and a half. So we're looking at maybe 3 more laps, if I do my simple math. As cars getting pretty close on track here, almost talk about doing just enough. Had 2 cars almost come together going into the hairpin there. One of our Continentals, and actually, I guess that was, looks like Hanu Numanpa, now who moves up in the 4th position in Formula F, and he was, I think, getting passed by Robert Wright in the number 90 machine. And actually, that's Numanpa with, trying to see which Formula F machine. I'm fairly certain that's is that Dom Setio? I thought we said that Setio had brought his car down the pit lane, the 28 machine, and he may have. I'm showing as only being a lap down, so may have had his team take a look at that car and then send him back out.
Yeah, I think that appears to be the case, and Numanpa was just able to catch him after that and go by him pretty easily. There was not too much protest there.
All right, so your leader, Chris Sharnow, now, and in the last, he's been lapping here again. Nick talking about what is enough, and of course, in a race like this where you do open up almost 20 seconds on the rest of the field, and sure, you're going to be coming through some slower traffic as well, but in a 9-car field on a course that is 2.3 miles, you're not coming up on traffic all that often. I think the biggest thing for Chris Sharnow is obviously to maintain focus through this, and he's been able to do that with no issues here. And again, now almost 20 seconds on Robert Wright. Mark Deffer running third in Formula Continental with a minute and a half remaining. So looking at, we'll get word on when that white flag is out, but for the last lap. But I think Soriano next time by should see it as Soriano now comes across the start-finish line. There he is. That's the winged car, the lead car, the white number 24. He's now working his final lap as he goes and puts Cooper Travis a lap down.
Yeah, you talked about Chris hitting his marks, being consistent. The last 6 laps, all 23s, 123s. So clearly it found a groove, was comfortable putting the car through there, and that was more than enough to keep that lead and even grow it. So sometimes you just have to find that. It's kind of a counterintuitive thing, but I think a lot of racers out there will say it's hard to slow down sometimes. There's a pace that you're comfortable with and where your shift points are, how hard you're braking, things like that. And if you have to go slower, it can actually be more problematic than just running the car.
The muscle memory just, you're used to, certain timing, whether it be between corners or what have you, and everything gets thrown off when you're consciously trying to dial things back. And it's more than just a mental thing; it's a physical thing as well. As Soriano rounds the final corner here, comes out of what we're calling turn 10, NASCAR turn 4, and onto the front straight, and taking the checkered flag, the win in Formula Continental is Chris Soriano in the Chris Craft Morgan Stanley entry from St. Petersburg, Florida. Next to come across the line is going to be Robert Wright in the UBS Financial Services machine, and Wright out of Valety, New York, in his Elan DP08. That means Mark Deffer will finish third in Formula Continental. Taking the win in Formula F, John Robinson, driver of the number 19 Swift DB6. He's out of St. Cloud, Florida, in the Lee Racing Cricket Farm Motors entry. Congratulations to him. Cooper Travis will finish in second in his Spectrum 014. He's out of Matthews, North Carolina. Dan Thurgood in the number 79 Swift LR23 out of Miami, Florida, will finish in third, with Hanu Newmanpa finishing in fourth. Newmanpa is out of Wellington, Florida, driving the FinSpeed Van Diemen entry. And then we've got Dom Sedio, who will finish 2 laps down from Newmanpa, finishing 15 laps. And then John Benson John's sitting there on the side of the road, and just watched his race go by. He's going to finish 6th. There's John. After what was a great race between he and Cooper Travis. Sorry to see that end, but Benson will finish 6th. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our last Formula Car race of the day. These racers will be out again for their feature race tomorrow, 3:25 p.m. scheduled start time. But before we get on to that, we're going to have to finish have our last race of the day here. It's starting to get a little dark there in Miami as the sun starts to set. But next, it's going to be STL SMX, our remaining touring classes, and improved touring as part of the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship here from the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Headquarter Toyota. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Headquarter Toyota is the proud presenting sponsor of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Discover an exciting lineup of brand new Toyota models at our Hialeah dealership, where customer care and convenience come first. From sales to service, our modern auto center is designed to meet all of your automotive needs with the quickest service in South Florida. Visit our showroom or explore online today at headquartertoyota.com.
The Welding Shop is your one-stop solution for precision welding and machining. We seamlessly integrate mechanics, machining, and engineering expertise to deliver exceptional results. Our hybrid approach allows us to tackle complex projects with unmatched precision and efficiency. From concept to completion, we provide comprehensive support, ensuring your project meets the highest standards. Visit us today at dweldingshop.com to learn more.
Since 2004, Jerem Tile Works' Central Florida roots have shaped who we are: passionate, experienced, and driven by creativity. We don't just build spaces, we listen, collaborate, and bring your ideas to life with precision and personality. Your dream design is our mission, and we're just as excited about it as you are. To see our portfolio and to start your next project with us, visit Jerem, that's GIREM, tile.com.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at SWR-77.com today.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the final race of the day here, first day of the 2026 Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Headquarter Toyota and the Florida region of the SCCA. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Nick Soriano. And up next, it's Super Touring Light, Touring 3, and Touring 4, SMX, and our improved touring racers. And I think I got them all there. And starting on pole today, driving the number 199 STL Moss Race Team Honda CRX. He was your 2024 STL National Champion, Jose Osiris Pena. Nick Leveroni will start on the outside of the front row in the number 37 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata, with Daniel Moen starting in third position. He's in the Krug Speed SCDA Touring 3 entry. Then we got Gonzalo Ponte in the number 44 STL AKT Racing Team machine. He'll start fourth, with Vaughn Mishko with the number 1 on the door. And Vaughn is going to be racing in Touring 3 and starts 5th overall. Then we've got our SMX pole sitter, Bobby Gossett, driving the number 144 machine. He starts 6th. Jackson Wolney will start 7th, also in SMX, driving the number 133. Then we've got Thomas Burt. He's in the Touring 3 1280 Financial Partners Safecraft Restraints, I think Mazda RX-8. Gavin Vaughn, racing in SMX, will start in 9th position, with Paul Roney starting in 10th, driving the number 11 ITO entry for RSR. Then Celine Roland is your ITS pole sitter. He's going to start 11th, with Luis Molares also in ITS, starting in 12th, both of them in Mazda Miatas. And then we've got Mary Roney and Christopher Jerem, starting 14th and 15th, with Dan Strasfield and Jeremy Butts running 16th and 17th, as the pace car heads on to the pit lane and turning the field over to our STL front row. Osiris Pena, Nick Leveroni, as the green flag is in the air. Or is it not in the air? No, we've got another pace. We've got another pace lap here. Pace car never went down to the pit lane, and I think what's happening here is there was a pretty large gap earlier on in the pace lap back to the rear of the field, and so they kept the pace car. And there you see at least one more car coming, more than one car, a number of cars coming off of the final corners of the oval here, and so they kept the pace car out. They're going to give them another lap behind the pace car, but Nick, the clock is counting in this 25 minutes. We're technically working lap number 1.
All right, that's interesting. Now, will they also be starting in single file now because the clock has started, or do they
it'll still be a double file, just as if the start had been waved off by the starter.
Okay,
but this is gonna knock probably a good 3.5 minutes or so off of their race length, again, as they had to do an entire second lap behind the pace car.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for a couple of these drivers. There's a lot of good battles throughout these many fields, and I'm sure they would love to have as many laps as possible to make their passes or improve wherever they started from.
And this is given this is a good opportunity, at least for example, in the STL field. You can see where Pena, your pole sitter, still moving the car back and forth, trying to get heat, not so much in the front tires, but in the rear tires of that Honda CRX, because about 65-70% of the weight is actually over the front wheels. The rears don't get a lot of weight. They don't do much. But it'll certainly help, especially when it gets time for braking. Whereas the Miata of Nick Leveroni right behind him, he was just holding steady. He wasn't moving around at all. And some of the other front-wheel drive cars going and doing the same thing, trying to get heat in the tires. But the field now starting to get formed up 2 by 2. Going back through the field, we'll watch in T3 with Dan Moen On the inside of row number 2 in that silver Ford Mustang, he's got Von Mishko just a little bit further behind, and we've got at least one racer now who's pulled out of line there on the oval, and
oh yeah,
lots of weird things happening here at the end of the day down in Miami, my man.
Yeah, a little bit of an unorthodox start here. That's one of the Mustangs, it looks like.
Yeah, and he cuts to the pit lane. Pace car this time on the pit lane for sure. And oh, we got a car off on the start. Oh, into the wall. Was that the number 2 machine going and taking to the wall? And that's certainly unfortunate. That was Noel Sachs in the STL Mazda Miata. And that is, I think, probably going to bring out a full course caution unless he can get that car off. But still 2x2 as they head through the roller coaster and make the run down in turn 6. It looked like the Mustang had a pretty good jump originally, mowing on our STL racers ahead, but as they came through turns 3 and 4, Gonzalo Aponte able to get around, and it looked like Bobby Gossett in the 144 SMX machine able to get by as well. And then here you go, full course caution. So had the first lap waved off, and at the end of lap number 2, the full course caution comes out as the Sachs machine. They're still on the front straight, and it looked like he took a pretty hard hit, Nick.
Yeah, that was a rough spot to be when you're just starting out, you're getting going, everyone's kind of shuffling around, and more likely than not, it was just a side swipe as someone went left and right. They thought they were clear, must have caught the front of the car, and spun them right into it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and so we were getting information from our producer Brennan Kesmerick from DriversEye Live that that front straight does have the safer barriers there, which are very much like what we're looking at, the wall that we're looking at right here, where still the pieces that the car would hit are still aluminum or metal. It's just that they're backed up by a bunch of styrofoam, so that there's and it is steel, not aluminum, and so there is a give in the wall as the styrofoam compresses somewhat, but it is still, for a production-based car, for a street car, it is still a pretty hard hit and can still do quite a bit of damage to these machines.
yeah, it sounds like that car is probably going to need some extensive work done. My guess would be it's out for the weekend with maybe like a bent subframe. Things like that are pretty common with hits like that on Miatas. So I think that, unfortunately, the weekend's going to be over pretty quick, but hopefully the driver's okay. That's the most important thing. Cars are easy to replace. Drivers not as much. So we'll be happy to see him getting out of the car and getting that back to their garage to assess.
All right, so as we take a look, I think that is the number 11 BMW that is currently running. I think that's the orange with blue stripe one. I believe that's Paul Roney in the number 11 machine, currently sitting in 5th. Von Mishko dropping back in the 6th. We'll try and break things down here by class while we have a little bit of time, as they need to remove that car. Of course, at the front of the field in STL, it's Osiris Pena, Leveroni, Aponte, Greg Sorg, who had some issues in qualifying. Sorg now up in the 4th position in the number 71 Heritage JDM. I think that's a Mazda Miata. Mike Leo in 5th. In Touring 3, it's Moen, then Mishko, then Thomas Burt in the number 0 Mazda RX-8. That car had some challenges during qualifying. By the way, that number 0 machine, if you see the livery of that up close, and I know it'll definitely be hard to see here, especially with the sun coming down, the 0 on the side of the car it actually looks like the Death Star. That's one of the Star Wars racing machines. I saw it up close on the grid at the runoffs, and it is something to see. One of the most creative liveries I think I've seen. In IT7, John Morrison leads Richard McLean in a 2-car field. In ITS, much like we saw in qualifying. Celine Roland and Luis Molares 1-2 with William Quinn. Quinn had started towards the back of the pack. It's going to be tough for him to bring it to Roland and Molares. Even with the full course caution, he's still showing us, I think, almost 17 seconds back. In ITA, Glenn Vital, is it Vital or Vitali? I don't know if you would know.
I don't recognize that name, unfortunately.
All right, he's in the Steeda CMA Mazda Miata, because I was going to say I don't think there are any ITA Mustangs, which I would have thought if he was sponsored by Steeda. But Cesar Ochoa in the number 64 Performance Auto Plus repair car. That is a Dodge Neon ACR out of Pompano Beach. He is running second. Albert Lasso in the Apex alignment. Roland Plumbing Old Dogs Racing entry is third, with Mike Tabernero fourth. Over in SMX, it's Jackson Wolney, Gavin Vaughn, Bobby Gossett, Christopher Jerem, and then Jeremy Butts. And Butts, I think, had some issues on the first lap as well. He's showing as having only completed a single lap. And then in ITR, Mary Roney and Dave McAllister. As we are almost 10 minutes into this race, and Nick, we ran what one lap under green.
Yeah.
Right. But they do
slow start, but sounds like we're going back to green soon.
Yeah, indeed. As we have, we've got the Noel Sachs number 2 Mazda Miata cleared off the front straight, or almost cleared off, and we'll know soon enough. The lights are still on the safety car. Yeah, we're all clear on the front straight, so we'll see. The lights should be extinguished on the safety car probably as they come out of the hairpin. But still a lot of time for racing here. 15 minutes to go, and we're getting word that the starter does have the green flag in their hands. Lights are still on the safety car, but we'll track that probably in the next camera. We'll see the next camera shot. We'll see the lights extinguished, and there we go, like clockwork. Lights are out on the safety car. We're going to be going back to green, and they talked about the front-wheel drive cars trying to get heat in the tires. Look at that at the front of the field. Gonzalo Aponte in his STL Honda S2000. He is definitely looking to get those rear tires to stick. Now I know the AP1 S2000s people used to complain all the time about snap oversteer. So I'm sure he wants to keep the rear end on that car glued down as much as possible. Both he and our T3 leader Moen trying to stick as close as possible to the CRX of Pena and the Miata of Leveroni as they come onto the front straight. Now the starter looks over the field, and the pace is up, and green flag is out, and we are racing once again. And going all the way down to the inside was Dan Moen, but he should have been less concerned about Aponte trying to sneak down the inside, maybe try to hold off on Mishko in that orange BMW, because I think Mishko has actually gotten around the Mustang now, going through turn 3, and that Mustang has given up a lot of ground going through turn 4, Nick.
It has, yeah. Just being offline and unable to kind of carry momentum is no good. We've got a spin right in front of us there as the exiting turn 4.
Lock that car up.
I see another yellow. Is that a...
Okay,
so we're local.
I'm sure
yellow.
We'll have a local caution for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what is the number on that car? I can't tell.
Yellow and A.
Let's see. Is that? Oh, that I think that might be Tabernero in the number 4 Miata, the ITA car, and gets that car back underway. One of the few yellow Miatas out here in this race.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's Tabernero there. So it looks like he was able to continue after a quick spin. It's gonna put him a little further down in the field, but we stay green, which is the most important part right now.
Indeed. So big changes up at the front of the field. William Quinn in the number 22 machine. Let's see if this. I want to see if this is accurate. Yeah, that's not right. Quinn came out of nowhere and to take over the lead, and that's definitely not accurate there. So Cyrus Pena still your leader with Leveroni running in second, Aponte in third, and then Moen, Mishko, Bobby Gossett there.
All right, let's see.
This thing's finally straightening out a little bit.
I'm starting to see it give us a little bit of an update. But I'm checking through with the SMX field. They're in a pretty close battle between Gossett and Wolney.
Oh, and running wide, was that Moen that just ran into the dirt there coming out of the hairpin? And looked like he may have given up a number of positions. It's one of the silver Mustangs. Let me check and see if that is Dan Moen or if that is another one of our entries here. Yeah, indeed, that was Dan Moen. And so his problems continue. He's going to give up positions to, I think, Gossett and Wolney in SMX. As our leaders come across the line now to complete lap number 6, and I'm
watching the timing app.
Yeah, I think we're having some
as we get so many
scoring issues here.
Bars come by. It's tough to keep track of.
Yeah, I think we're having some issues with our timing and scoring again. I mean, if we're gonna have it at the start of the day, we might as well have them to wrap up the day as well. Here, but we know Pena and Leveroni leading STL at the front with Aponte second. Still trying to track here. We believe that Mishko is currently running fourth and is leading. Let's take a look here. Here they come towards us, and yeah, indeed, Vaughn Mishko in the number 1 Mazda MX-5, currently running running fourth overall. And yeah, that is Moen in the silver 73 Mustang, quite a bit further back. Bobby Gossett in the 144, then back behind him, and then Jackson Wolney. And we'll want to try and track those 2 SMX machines, those 2 NC Miatas. The last time I saw them, they were more or less nose to tail.
This might be them. Coming by now? No, I think that was an MB.
Yeah, and so I think Gossett is actually in the kind of white and blue-ish, coming out of NASCAR Turn 4 right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the SMX machine of Bobby Gossett, and then back behind Gossett, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap starting to form there.
Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, let's watch here coming out of turn 5 going into turn 6. It's Gossett and Wolney. This is the battle for the lead in SMX right there. And then a little bit further behind Paul Roney in that orange BMW. But the 2 SMX racers, I think, and again, being a battle for the lead, I think they are closer than pretty much any one of our other classes, at least in the fight for the lead. We may move back to ITA a little bit later, as it looks like the battle for second in ITA very, very strong between Ochoa and Lasso. We'll see if that continues. But both, to my knowledge, both Wolney and Gossett new to SMX this year. Gossett spent the last couple of years first in regional racing in Spec Miata. He's out of South Carolina, raced in the Southeast Division. Last year moved up to Majors Racing and ran a number of races on the Super Tour. This past year at the runoffs, let me see if I can track down where he finished up. I think he finished 12th or 13th at the runoffs. Had very strong qualifying, but unfortunately, the race didn't work out well for him. Has been racing with his sister Ellie for a number of years, but they're both going to be running in SMX this year as well. And I believe we've got Ellie out there. Actually, not out there today. She was registered to run in SMX this weekend.
Yeah, I saw that on the entry list, but I don't think I'd seen her tick by on the timing.
No, and she was out for Spec Miata. Let me see here, because there are a couple of cars that we don't have names associated. One of them being the number 98 machine. That is one of our Touring 4 entries. Figure we mention him. His name is Kevin Fryer. We've seen him for a number of years in Touring 4, in Super Tour competition for a number of years. Lived in the Chicago area. Has just recently moved to the Raleigh-Durham area, and got started out racing in improved touring with his father in BMW 2002s. But let's see, the 33 car. So I'm showing Ellie Gossett as being the number 77 machine, and yet not seeing her out on track. One of the cars that we did not have a number 4 was actually the 33 of Paul Capel, and our timing and scoring folks have now just cleaned up that issue. So they still can't figure out Kevin Fryer, but now they know where Capel is. Over in IT7, Richard McLean has opened up 8 seconds on John Morrison. In ITS, Celine Roland in his Mazda Miata with about 2.5 seconds over Molare's Capel is about 30 seconds back in third. And let's see if we can track down this ITA race, Nick. We've got the 64 of Ochoa. He's in a Dodge Neon, and I believe the Neon is bright red, if I remember correctly. And then Albert Lasso. Lasso in the number 92 car, and he's in a Honda CRX, and I believe it is a black Honda CRX. And here they are coming down into turn 6 right as we speak.
Look at that.
That's the battle for second in ITA currently. Glenn Vital's moved. He's about 5.5 seconds up the road, but good fight here in class.
Yeah, they're really getting after it, and it's always fun to see some non-traditional cars. The Dodge Neon out there duking it up with the CRX.
Yeah, and the CRX for many years was the car to have in ITA, and there you go as Ochoa gives up the position to Albert Lasso. But back in the early 2000s, there was a big, I will call it a realignment in ITA as far as weights go, and the CRX was known as really an overdog in the class. It was quite a bit lighter than most of the other cars, and I think made quite a bit more power with IT, allowed IT modifications. And then around 2005, 2006, big changes with also the 1.6 and 1.8 Miatas being, I think, much better chassis, especially in the long run. Oh, nice move there by Ochoa. But this is where Lasso looks strong, coming through two and 3. You know, the CRX really, it's got a handling advantage over the Neon, but the Neon definitely a little bit more power. But going back to the story, I think for the last number of years, the Miatas have been the car to have in ITA, especially over something more than a 20 or 25-minute race, where the Hondas just have a tendency to burn the front wheels and the brakes off the car.
Yeah, there they go, trading again. But that's very cool to hear about the CRX. I think a couple of my friends were in the Hondas and Acuras, John Wilding being one of them, longtime IT driver, and Mark Dana, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Mark refused to give up that rotary, so...
That'll teach him.
That's right.
All right, making a move now to the inside. That is an STL machine. I think that's Robert Reisinger in the 08 STL car, trying to come underneath those two ITA machines. Reisinger currently running 7th in STL. Sure, no doubt, trying to get up to Mike Ryan's number 120. Ryan, though, about 5 seconds up the road. And here we go. You know, again, the CRX has the advantage down in the infield, and then you break out, and that neon, once it doesn't have to actually turn, is a pretty strong weapon.
Yeah, it does seem very nimble compared to the neon, which makes a lot of sense. But the balance between the two right now seems pretty good. They're able to go back and forth in different parts of the track, which is really all you can ask for out of a multi-manufacturer class like this.
All right, let's see if we can get back to that SMX battle with Wolney and Gossett, and not a lot of time for them. We'll track them down if we can. But our leaders now, Jose Osiris Pena and Nick Leveroni, they are starting final lap here again with the time seemed to fly by, Nick, once we went back to green flag racing.
It really did.
But a race marred by a poor formation lap, and then a full course caution for a couple laps to remove a car. But good racing here at the end on the final lap. And we'll see if we can find that black, yellow, and white Honda CRX. He is your leader here now, working his final lap. Our 2024 national champion in Super Touring Light here leading the way. There he is, coming out of the final corner. Jose Osiris Pena finished 2nd this year to Mike Taylor at the runoffs at Road America, but taking the win to kick off the first race of the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour. That is Jose Osiris Pena in the Moss Racing entry out of Miami, Florida. Finishing 2nd in STL is Nick Leveroni. Taking the win in Touring 3, Von Mishko in the number 1 Mazda with Gonzalo Ponte finishing 4th overall, 3rd in STL. Dan Moen, who was your pole sitter today in Touring 3, started this race 3rd overall. He finishes 5th overall, 2nd in Touring 3 to Mishko. Your winner in SMX, holding off Bobby Gossett at the end, margin of victory, Nick, only a 1/10 of a second. Jackson Wolney with Bobby Gossett finishing 2nd. They'll finish 6th and 7th respectively. Paul Roney in the number 11 BMW. He's your sole ITO racer here this weekend. He will finish in 8th. Thomas Burt will finish 9th today. Overall, 3rd in Touring 3 for the Death Star machine, the 1280 Financial Partners, Safecraft Restraints entry. And then Gavin Vaughn will finish 3rd in SMX, 10th overall. If we go and break everything else down here by class, we talk about Wolney, Gossett, Vaughn, your top 3 in SMX, with Christopher Jerem finishing 4th in SMX. Over in ITR, Mary Roney and Dave McAllister, with McAllister finishing a lap down from Roney. In Touring 4, Kevin Fryer. Hey, they figured out who the 98 driver is. Kevin Fryer taking the win over Dirk Strasfield. Margin there in T4, 24 seconds. In ITA, Glenn Vital, great fight there between Ochoa and Lasso, but Glenn Vital takes the win in the number 70 machine, the Steeda CMA Mazda Miata, by 12 seconds over Ochoa and Lasso. Peter Dempsey will finish 4th in ITA in the number 77 machine, finishes a lap down. In ITS, Celine Roland holds off Luis Molares, with Paul Capel finishing 3rd, William Quinn finishing just off the podium. In STL, we talked about Pena, your overall winner, with Lavaroni and Aponte. Michael Leo will finish just off the podium in fourth, ran his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, and Greg Sorg will finish fifth in what was a 13-car field. Vaughn Mishko and Dan Moen 1-2, Tom Burt third in Touring 3, with Rick Luckett finishing just off the podium in fourth. And then finally, in IT7, Richard McLean takes the win over John Morrison, margin of victory 25 seconds. So good first day of racing for us here, Nick, at Homestead.
It was great. A lot of good battling. I think the track had some surprises early on. I think turn 2, I was worried about that being a big problem during the races, but I think everyone got it figured out after the first qualifying session. The draft was predictable and unpredictable depending on the class, and
Yes.
it was just a great day of racing. Beautiful weather. I think there's a reason these 2 early events in January are well attended. Good racing, good weather, a lot of fun, tough racing.
Indeed. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our first day of coverage here from Miami Homestead-Miami Raceway. Let me get that right. Tomorrow, day 2, it is feature race day for the gosh, I'm having trouble here. For the Palm Beach Majors and double SARRC presented by Headquarter Toyota. Action starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow with 10-minute qualifying sessions for each of our 7 race groups, and then we go racing for feature race day. 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first for each of our race groups. So for Nick Soriano, for, of course, our director, Jordan Worth, and Brendan Kazmarek from DriversEye Live, I'm Gregg Ginsberg. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Thanks for joining us today.